And we are live.
And we are live, said Nick, and I'm hoping you can hear me and see me well. And we're getting started. This is the Product Management Online Summit 2023 by Geekle. And this is our brilliant team. I will be inviting here from Geekle who cooked up all this event. And this is also 2,500 registrations we have in our website on this event. So we're getting started, and I invite our brilliant team, Nick, Lydia. Let's jump in and light it up.
Hello, everyone.
Hey,
Hi,
how are
hello
you?
everyone.
Yeah, so how do you feel, Lydia? How are you? Just tell us more about this event, how it prepared, like what's going on, what is it about? Yeah, just share
So
more about it.
I'm very excited as always. So because it's new event for me, not technical event. I think in Giga it's not. We don't very often organize not technical event, but I think we will start from that one. And that event we prepare a long time, and we have more than 2,000 registrations and. For this event, we will have 24 speakers, 24 topics. For first day, we will have 3 blocks during 7 hours, and for second day, we will have 4 blocks during 8 hours. We will have great and interesting topic from best speakers who will share expertise and knowledge with our audience. So I will be happy also to join it and discover more from product area. I will be happy to hear all feedbacks from all our attendees. To not hesitate to write me or Nick and to share your feedback and social network.
Yeah, I'm also glad to have everyone joining today. We've been preparing this event for a while, even longer than an actual preparation for this event, because we've been we wanted to have this event since 2021, but finally it's here, and we are happy to have awesome speakers presenting for all of you today. As always, we'll be having this 2 days of the event. We have junior track today. We also have senior track tomorrow. And if you haven't registered for the senior track, first of all, go check the agenda. You definitely will find lots of interesting topic there. And second, we have 5 tickets for only $99 that you can go ahead and grab. I'm going to post a link in the chat, the link with the promo code that lets you only first 5 people will get this special price.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. And as always, people, please share in comments or in chat where you now. I am right now in France. Nick and Lilia in Ukraine, and we're actually Ukrainian team. And we have speakers from all around the world, and we're really struggling to know where are you now. Just write as your city, your country, and everything. Now we have more and more people joining us here, and I would like to thank every speaker who committed, who shared his knowledge, time to this community. Thank you very much. And also program committee, I know you guys helped Lydia a lot to prepare this event. Thank you very much. And to everyone who shared their feedbacks about topics, about something new, and about everything we have here. This is about community. This event created by community, which just help you guys to cook it up. Thank you very much. And I don't know, Nick, what should we say more before we invite first speakers here?
Well, of course, the first of all, I need to mention that this will be recorded. Don't worry. I know that I get that question a lot, and every time I said yes, it will be recorded. Where you are watching this right now, either on YouTube or on our platform, you'll be able to return right here and watch it later. But we're still hope you'll be able to join live for as much time as you can spare. And because we'll have our speakers joining live for the Q&A session, please be active. Please prepare your question. And we're looking forward to asking them to our speakers during Q&A session. So we have the first one after the first 4 sessions for all the 4 speakers. And second, of course, I want to just remind that we are looking forward to mostly people watching this on our platform. So if you're watching this on YouTube, there is a link in the description to our geekle.us/dashboard platform. This is where most of the people watch. This is where we have the most active discussions and conversations. And we also have a banner where you can leave a like if you were interested and you learned something from the session. So if you really found the session valuable, please go ahead and leave a like on the session. This really helps us in the future for preparing even better events for you.
Cheers from Costa Rica, guys. I see also people from Germany. I see people from United Kingdom, even United States. Oh my God, people. Thank you very much for joining and watching us live. Of course, almost everybody watched this event recorded because it makes sense always, right? But anyway, thank you. And I think as a product managers, you would be interested in another event we're preparing because everything has changed with this old GPT chat and AI and everything. So we're working on AI in product and business analytics conference. So you might want to join it, and I assume we have some I don't know, early bird tickets or something. Could you please, Nick, share about this?
Yes,
Because
I already just
I
did that.
personally, I will be I'm waiting for this conference to know what's new because like business is something I really need to understand and the business tools and AI and everything to not get outdated with that. So yeah, what we have.
Yeah, so I just shared the link in the description, in the comments and in the chat on our platform, and we'll be talking about more events later. But I think we should go ahead and give the stage to our first speaker. So yeah, Lilia,
Yeah,
can
the
you?
time is up. Absolutely. Yeah. Let's invite Laszlo.
Yeah, let's me add Laszlo to the stage. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, please someone click.
Can't wait. Come on. Yay!
Hello, Laszlo.
Hey. Hi,
Hey, everyone.
Hello. How are you today?
Yeah, doing well. Thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you for joining us
joining.
and sharing your time and contributing here. And where are you now?
I'm in Paris, so not too far away from the Eiffel Tower. It's a sunny day, so yeah, very excited to spend the
That's
morning with
nice.
you.
I'm in Nice, so not too far from you.
Very
And sunny days, of course, as you understand too.
Yeah.
Okay, so what you got for us today? What you be sharing about?
Yeah, so I'm very excited to tell you a bit about how to PM a fantasy novel. So I know the topic can be quite can ask some questions.
It is absolutely. You projected that, right?
Exactly. So basically, I'm a product manager at Google now since 5 years, and on my spare time, I've decided to publish a fantasy novel. But the catch is, I didn't write a single line of words in that book, and instead, I rallied a team of talented artists from all across the world to help me bring a vision for a product, for a book, to life. And what I really hope you take from this talk is basically realizing that your day-to-day life as product managers and the skill you use while PMing different software, hardware projects can be applied to any kind of projects, and even publishing a fantasy novel.
Wow. Okay, I'm feeling like I'm the person who doesn't have to be on this stage now. Stage is yours, and we disappear. Just light it up and give your stuff.
Sounds good.
Yeah, okay. Good luck. I'm disappearing.
Thank you, Ed. See you soon. Thank you, Laszlo. So let's start. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Well, let's get started. I'll first give you a tiny bit of background on who I am and how I got to becoming a published fantasy author. So I grew up in the middle of the countryside in France, in a haunted French castle. And ever since I was a kid, I was surrounded with stories from epic family drama, even horror stories. And the lady you see on this little illustration is the Green Lady. She's been haunting our house ever since she was murdered by her husband when he caught her cheating on him. And during my childhood, stories were told to me. And it's only when I turned 12 that I got to read my first fantasy novel. And as most Gen Z and millennial, it turned out to be the story of a boy going to a school of witchcraft and wizardry. And this story, this fantasy world, completely captivated me. And what went from one book to 2 books to 3 books quickly turned out 15 years later to over 400 fantasy novels, spanning roughly 4,000 hours of reading in my bath, in my bed, even at work in the bathroom. Yes, like I've been, as you can say, obsessed with fantasy. And over all those years, I've always wanted to tell my own fantasy stories. I always had these ideas in mind. But unfortunately, whenever I took pen to paper, the result was very bad. My Franglish, as I would say, does not allow me to create beautiful stories that people want to read. Even my mother stopped after a few pages to read. So until a few years ago, this only was a dream to get a fantasy story published. But I went on a date with a friend of mine a few years ago who was studying creative writing. And I told her how lucky she was to be able to bring her stories to life. And then she told me, hey, Laszlo, if you're that obsessed with one day telling your story, well, why don't you hire a ghostwriter? So I look at her with a big surprise face, because for me, a ghostwriter, I had never heard of it before. And I was imagining someone with some kind of blanket on their head, like on a typewriter. I don't know what I was imagining, but definitely not someone that I could pay that had great writing skill and that would write any stories for me. And so I did a bit more research, and then I realized that a lot of books have been written by ghostwriters. Politicians, VIPs use them to write their autobiography. And even in the fiction world, there's a very famous French author called Alexandre Dumas, who wrote The Three Musketeers and has been known to use ghostwriters. So I came back that evening from this date with a world full of possibilities, because I could finally find someone to help me bring stories to life. And when I discovered this, it was also the time I had started working at Google as an associate product manager. So throughout my day-to-day job, I was learning how to create a product for what user, gathering a team around one vision and helping it execute, and then listening to feedback and then bringing that product to market. And so I decided then and there that I was going to apply the knowledge I was gaining in my day-to-day job to bring a fantasy story to life and achieve my childhood dream. So this was all nice, but before I could get a book into the hands of users, I first needed, as you know, as 2PM, understanding what is a story that could resonate with user. As you know, one of the key things of being a PM is to understand who your users are, what are their needs, and then building a solution becomes much easier. So the first step was for me to connect back into what I loved in fantasy, what other people loved in fantasy. So I spent a few months doing my market research. I went on different Facebook groups, different YouTube videos, different TikTok channels, and I just started hanging out with the fantasy community to see what people enjoyed and what I enjoyed in fantasy. And after a bit of research, I was able to distill all of this knowledge into this one persona, this one fictive person that I've called Camilla Potterhead, who I envision as being a 24-year-old hardworking woman who, after a big day of work, just loves to come home, cuddle in a nice blanket, have a nice cup of tea, and then just immerse herself in a young adult fantasy novel. She loves these stories where she's taken from her own reality into a fantastic world. Of course, the books she grew up with were Harry Potter, Aragorn's, Narnia, She loves TV shows like Stranger Things, The 100. But what she likes now is finding comfort stories, but with a new twist, with new creatures, with new characters, with new plots. And that was the person I was going to build a story for. And so after a bit of brainstorming, I came up with this concept of a boy that wakes up in a magical land one night, inhabiting a hero's body, while his best friend unfortunately wakes up in a hellish world in the body of a monster. I've always been obsessed with dreaming and where we go when we close our eyes, and I always thought that this would be a fantastic potential for a fantasy story. So with this high-level concept in mind, before investing months or years of work, I wanted to verify from the get-go if this idea would have product market fit. Again, what are the ways before you start developing and investing engineering, UX, resource time, how can you make sure ahead of time that your idea responds to the need you've identified for your user? So the easier thing I can find was going back to my friend and asking her to write a quick book description, and that I then went onto different social media platforms, on different Facebook groups, and posted that description there. And then luckily it resonated with people. People liked the story. People reached out to me directly, asking me where they could get the book. So this was fantastic because I already knew that, hey, my story concept has an audience that's interested, and it is having a fit. Now I need to just go and do the hardest part of the work, actually transforming this 3-line idea into a solid, robust story. So the first part in that journey was to incubate more ideas, to really give myself the creative freedom to come up with a story, with characters, with plot, with world that I wanted to bring to readers. So I'll let you in now a bit into my creative process. So every morning I would take a white sheet of paper and I would write 10 prompts for my brain to constantly think about ideas. And some of the prompts would be something like, today I'm going to find creative ideas for characters. Or today I'm going to find unique species and world building features that can be tied into a fast-paced plot. And what's fun is when you really ask your brain and you repeat a task to your brain starts doing this background work. And then ideas start popping out of nowhere. An example would be, I'm a terrible cook. And I had a friend of mine come over and he saw that on my shelf I had this powdered food that you put in water and it creates a meal. And then he looked at me and said, Laszlo, like, why would you drink your food? That's pretty weird. And I laughed back at him. I was like, yeah, but imagine if there was a species where it was completely normal to drink your food and eating food was seen as barbaric. And so that prompted an idea for species. And then a few days later, I went to breakfast and my father saw my hair all over the place. And he told me, oh, Laszlo, it looks like your hair is on strike. And I thought to myself, hey, what if the same people that drank their food had emotional floating hair? And with these ideas, I started mapping them out in these mind maps, where if one thing is true, what's the second truth that you can take from it? And how can you build up on that idea? And then my room, after a few months of thinking, had mind maps all over the place, all kind of weird ideas. And I had a universe that I wanted to tell a story in. And then this was the other fun part, was refining those ideas, knowing what to cut, what made logical sense, try and find patterns. And then eventually I ended up acting to myself in my room the story I wanted to tell by taking different character viewpoints. And all in all, this took 6 months of exciting brainstorming and work. And then I decided it was time at one point to stop having the discussion in my head or on my mind maps and bring that onto my first book requirement document, my BRD. So some of you write PRDs, and this is very similar. It's a long, in that case, it was quite a long doc at the end, but I took chapter by chapter and detailed what should be happening in that story. It would say character A, go to talk to character B. Then character C comes in and looks like this and tells that. And it was really bullet points, and it was in my Franglish word. Nothing that people could read or would want to read in a nice cozy sofa, but it had an outline of what the story should be. I was very excited, but at that point, I needed to find a team to help me bring this idea to life. Cool. The next step of the journey was to rally a talented team of cross-functional artists to help bring my vision for a story to life. So throughout this exercise, I was able to work with 1 ghostwriter, 2 editors, 3 designers, and 15 critiques, all aligned around one goal: to bring my story for my story, The Night Streamer, to life. And but to find that fellowship, I decided to go on freelance platforms such as Fiverr, 99 Designs, to find people that could resonate and that I would feel comfortable working with. And there, the recruiting part, as you know, is really crucial. So to make sure I had the best fit with someone, I would then send them little tasks to do. So in the case of the ghostwriter, I would send them the first chapter of my BRD and ask them to write it out. And then very quickly, I was able to find that person, Miri, who wrote back an awesome sample, whose style I really liked, and who also really liked the story and the concept that I was going with. So we decided to work together. And then the next 6 months had a similar product lifecycle pattern. We would meet once every 2 weeks. We would look at the upcoming chapter that we were going to work on. We would discuss it. Then she would go and write it up. In the meanwhile, I also decided that I wanted to work with a designer to illustrate some of the scenes and character in the book. So I find this amazing guy, again, on one of those freelance platforms in Jakarta. And we collaborated on a set of designs in a slide deck. And then, again, we both iterated on the doc and on the designs. And by the way, just to give you an order of magnitude of the comments back and forth, we actually managed to reach Google's comment limit twice. So there's a lot of comments and exchange, which was very exciting. And then after 6 months of hard work, we were able to finally get our first draft for The Night Streamer together. And at that point, I was over the moon. I was so excited. I was ready to just click the publish button and go and give this book to all my friends, family, and so on. As you know, as with product, what you think your product is going to be perceived and how your users actually engage with your product is 2 different things. So I knew about the importance of testing and getting feedback as much as possible before publishing your product. So that's the second phase of the journey, which was to create, to learn, and to iterate. So as you know, it's very dangerous to ask friends and family for feedback because they are a tiny bit biased. And so I decided that I wanted to find critiques that were specialized in fantasy and that would be a good representation of my target user, this famous Camilla Potterhead. So I found critiques that resonated with the books they liked, and I also looked at their past critiques, and I would then send them the outline and my first draft, along with research question to really understand what feedback I was trying to get. What were the places they were bored? What did they think about the characters? Where did they find grounded? How would they describe the tone of the story? And then, once this was all sent out, I spent the next few weeks anxiously waiting for their feedback. But unfortunately, the feedback I got was not that good. Turned out, a lot of the plot was a one note. To give you context, I absolutely love a training scene in fantasy. Turns out most of the chapters were about training scenes, and so the plot was seen as a bit too slow-paced. A lot of my character were either a bit too cliche or too one-note, and so that was quite hard feedback. But again, I reminded myself, all right, as every hero in the fantasy story, they get beaten down, but then they get back up and they go back at it. So I dusted myself up and I decided, to go at it again. So for that, I digested the feedback I received. And what I always found very funny is that once you have one or two people saying something in user research, you usually have like the rest of the user research say similar things. So it's very interesting to see patterns emerge, to bucket them into areas that I could address, to brainstorm then different angles I could leverage to address those feedback. One thing I also think is very important, and I realized that over time, is really not jumping on the first solution that comes to mind, and really taking the time and the effort to looking at 4 or 5 different alternatives to tackle this solution. And then, of course, the mental gymnastic of if you change this, like what repercussion it has over the story. And given it was not me writing the story, it was also important for me to be able to change drastic things. I think once you attach too much to your solution, then you can risk the problem of pushing something to market that your users don't want. So really spending the time looking at the feedback, taking it honestly, and then really trying and finding a solution to address it. And then, of course, once you've got a new iteration, bring it back to a new set of critiques to see if the patterns were addressed. We did that once, we did that twice, we did that 3 times, 4 times. And on the 5th time, I remember on December 27th, I received a message at 2 a.m. in the morning from one of the critiques who told me, Laszlo, I completely hooked. I'm still awake, way past my bedtime. So congrats. And I remember waking up the next day with a huge smile on my face, because I finally had given someone the same feeling I had when I read fantasy. So I was super excited, and then went on to fine-tune the book and had finally my first draft, the final version of the story ready. The next step was after, of course, editing and correcting the grammar. It was to get this story into the hands of readers. In the same way, when you've got a product that's ready to be shipped, what's the go-to-market strategy? So in the publishing world, there is 2 paths that you can go down, roughly. There's the traditional publishing and there's the self-publishing. Traditional publishing is when you have a publishing house such as Penguin that basically like your manuscript, and they decide to take the IP for it, buy the IP for it, give you a share of it, and then they really handle the entire publishing process, so like the book cover, the marketing, the PR, the distribution, and then self-publishing, well, as the name says, it's all on you. And after doing a bit of more research online and look at different forums, I was actually quite interested in going down the self-publishing route. Turns out a lot, I think it's 70% of book sales roughly are happening on Amazon. Amazon has the entire infrastructure for you to like print on demand. It's a very simple process to go through. And then the marketing, actually nowadays, a lot of where people get book recommendations is on social media. And so it's up to the author to do the work, to create content. So I thought to myself, hey, it'd be fun to continue on the self-publishing journey to really understand how this process works. So the next step, as you know, they say don't judge a book by its cover, but unfortunately, it's not the truth. People judge a lot a book by its cover when there's so much choice out there. So I spent some time with my designer brainstorming different concepts for the cover. We narrowed down on one we really liked, and there I was so excited. I absolutely loved this cover, which really reflected about the story. But again, I had to go back to my target audience, my Camilla Potterheads, to see if this cover resonated with them. Unfortunately, the feedback was no. This felt more like a video game cover. It was very geeky, very overwhelming, and this would not be the kind of thing they would want to have in their drawing room. So had to go back to the drawing board and look at a much simpler, elegant, suggestive design. And we finally came with this book cover, which of course resonated way better with the audience I had in mind. So I then took the cover, the manuscript, uploaded it onto Amazon, and then it's a very simple process, I might say. It's really straightforward. And then press the publish button, and a few days later, I actually had my first author copy in my hands, which was such an incredible moment to have this childhood dream and to hold a book that had a story that I had in vision. Really was a magical moment. The next part, of course, is trying to get as much traction and sales on that book. This is a part I'm still learning about and still trying to crack. A lot of the, as I said, of the where people get recommendations nowadays is, of course, on TikTok, on like what channels they call like BookTube, Bookstagram, and there's a lot of people passionate talking about books, recommending books, and I think that is being consistent in publishing videos and creating mini content. There's a lot of useful tools to create such small context, amazing editing video apps, a lot of challenges and patterns you can reuse, and there's also like tools like Midjourney became available this year, where you can create your own illustrations and your own kind of designs that you can do collage on. So I think that's very interesting, the technology we have now to help with this content creation. The next step was to funnel this traffic somewhere. And so I decided to have my own author website. But quickly looking at author website, I was not convinced about them. And then I realized that I was creating a product landing page. So I started looking at what do big companies like Apple, Spotify, Nike, what websites do they have to get people to buy their products? And I decided to copy a similar pattern. Have the big product, have a fun catchphrase, have a few testimonials. My case, I didn't have anyone famous like the New York Times. So I decided to make up my own testimonies, like what if Gandalf were to leave a review of the nice streamer? Then always fun to have a bit of metrics that you can point to, over 25 illustration, 8 hours of reading, the number of readers that the book has, and then a bit of an overview of the world that they were going to discover. And then finally, all the traffic would then be sent to my Kindle Amazon webpage. So yeah, the book has been launched now for 2-3 months. It's been bought over 3,000 times, which is super exciting. It's amazing seeing people sending me pictures, seeing comments, and seeing the story resonating with them, which has been, again, really cool to see that. And all the hard work that went into it really paid off. So very happy. And yeah, this is a bit the summary of this talk. If there's really one thing that I would love for you to take away, is that publishing a fantasy novel is not that different to shipping software. You need to know your user, what are their needs, what are their wants, who they are. Then you need to rally a passionate team to help you bring that vision that you have for life. If you can be a one-person shop, great, but you don't need to be. There are amazing skills in your team that you can leverage to help achieve that common goal. And then finally, get feedback, iterate as much as possible, hold yourself to a high standard. I think it's very easy to just want to ship, get it over with, but it's so much more rewarding when you spend the time iterating and building the product you are proud of. And yeah, this is it. I hope you enjoyed the talk. And yeah, if you have any questions, I think there's a Q&A later on. And feel free to reach out to me on social media under Brissac Fantasy. And if you want to read, of course, about the story, feel free to get it on Amazon under the Night Streamer on Kindle or paperback. But yeah, this is it. And I don't know who I'm supposed to hand it back.
Yes, thank you, Laszlo. It was very interesting and insightful. I hope to see you on our QA sessions, so stay tuned, please. And as a reminder, please write your question to Laszlo, and he will be answered for some time for a few sessions. So, and I'm happy to present our next speaker. So, Valeria, welcome.
Everyone, good afternoon, good morning, good evening. Thanks
Hello,
for inviting me,
hello.
and welcome everyone in this summit.
Thank you for joining us today. How are you?
I'm very good. I'm excited for this because I'm not participating every day at this kind of summit, so it's a pleasure to feel the energy in the room. I was watching also the previous session, And yes, it's super interesting, and glad to see so many people joining and lots of activity in the chat.
Okay, great. I'm happy to hear it. So I will introduce you to our audience. Valeria is a product manager in Microsoft, and today she will present us topic world-class product managers, PAAS demystified. So please tell us a bit what about your session, and you could start.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Lilia. And hello, everyone, again. I hope you will enjoy a few tips and tricks that I have prepared for today from the product management discipline. My name is Valeria Sava. I'm a strategy product manager in Microsoft. I've been in the corporate business for around 13 years now, from which 7 in Microsoft. I started here as a support engineer, supporting some products. Then I moved to sales to sell those products, and then I moved to engineering to create and design and actually help our team make our products loved in the world. So I am a product manager now on a product called Identity, so Azure Active Directory. And I'm super glad to share a few things that you might not Bing or Google them. So I'll be happy to see your questions or in the chat or in the questions dedicated session. And if you want to take notes or discuss afterwards about it, I'm also open to dedicate 10 minutes of a conversation. Reach out to me on LinkedIn. I'm super open to share about product management because it's something that I'm really passionate about and love. And yeah, let's kick this off. I will share my screen. Hopefully this works as it should.
I will help you to share everything.
Let's see. So let's see if this works. I will upload a PowerPoint. Yes, it's open. I'll close it. And let's see if this works now. Hopefully everybody will be able to see it. And it gives me processing. Let's see.
Okay. Take your time, and I think it's a good time to remind every hour to all our attendees for sharing your feedback with us. Okay, your presentation.
It's on.
Okay,
Perfect.
The stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Lilia. And yes, I hope you're seeing it very, very well. I wanted today to share some stuff that is personalized based on my experience. Of course, you might have, let's say, different experience than myself, but I wanted to share things that you cannot find online because this is based on personal experience. So a few thoughts around becoming a product manager, because I think that is also very important in the beginning of every career journey. As moving further, I wanted to also share my ideas and differences between program managers, project managers, and product managers, because I get a lot of questions on LinkedIn about this, and I want to make sure I address this too. And also what kind of product managers are around. This is also something that I'm getting super often. What does exactly a product manager do? And what is it's the role about, what is in real life, let's say, a product manager do. And then if you're decided to pursue a product management career or to try it on, because I really believe in trying and failing, trying, succeeding, how can you prepare for it very well, how you can also apply for the companies you like, also exercise it, but then also master it in a way that you can be better and better, because I think this is a journey on becoming greater at any role, not just a product manager. And I wanted to share a few tips that I believe are important if you want to succeed and reach a level where you're super successful in your field. And yeah, I will kick off with the product manager as a management as a discipline, because I think it's very important to have clarity from the beginning. I love clarity, and I think clarity provides us the vision to be better at what we do. So product management defines the product vision and strategy by leveraging a deep understanding of the customer experience and competitive market. What does this mean? So a product manager is in charge of the short-term and long-term goals, and also the investment opportunities that are in the company for a certain product or a feature. I really believe that as a product manager, you have to be aware of what's inside. So gaining the confidence on the product, the technical part, also the networking part, but also what's outside, so the market space. And I put there the market and roadmap because I think it's very important to know in what kind of waters are you swimming in now, in order to reflect that on the product or feature you are improving. And the orchestration part. As a product manager, I believe it's really hard to have a big influence, an impact on a feature or on a product by yourself. So you definitely need to have, let's say, a collaboration and great communication with different teams in order to achieve, let's say, a better version of a product. On a personal experience, I can share that as a strategy product manager, I was sharing before that I'm on the identity product. Of course, I am having some OKRs that are related to a few features of the product. OKRs are objective key results, or KPIs, key performance indicators. Probably you've heard this, but in the engineering terms, usually we use OKR. What do I do exactly? As a product manager, I'm making sure that all the feedback that I'm gathering from customers, and when I'm saying customers, think about your partners, people you are talking with in order to understand how they feel about the product. So I'm gathering all that, making sure that I'm translating that into a technical language that I can share internally to make sure people are coding what our customer needs. So what the market is saying. And basically not just doing the features that they need in order to grow their business, use the best of the technology we offer to them, but also overcome their expectations. So I'm all the time hearing with my both ears what exactly our customers are saying in order to make sure that is heard in engineering. So I'm part of the engineering discipline. I didn't say that, but I think that's something you can see on my LinkedIn profile. So wanted to just make a clarification between the three things here. So program managers, because I hear a lot, people are, when I see a PM, it can be project, it can be program. There are some similarities between these three disciplines, if I can say this. As a program manager, and actually, in fact, I was 2 years ago hired as a program manager, you are, as the title says, in charge of a program. So let's say I want to make sure that 10 of the partners I'm collaborating with, aka customers, because it's, let's say in this language, I want to make sure that these 10 partners are adopting one feature that is not so adopted by their customers. So 10 partners have 1,000 customers they're having relationships with, and they have, for example, a feature like identity protection. I'm just saying an example from my job. We want to make sure that that feature is from 30% that is used now on these 1,000 tenants, improved to 60%. No. So I have a program for 6 months in which I have execution steps for each month and also reporting upstream and downstream to make sure this is successful. Or if it's failing, if it's not adopted, I can bring up some cool insights to my engineering teams in order for them to adopt the feature just to be loved in the market. So I have a program, and the program manager usually has, let's say, content, something that they put together in order to experiment. And often people do experimentation, or often the program managers do experimentation. And I think experimentation is also something that the product managers also do, which is great. Like you're experimenting a theory, a hypothesis, and see if that works or not. So you're reporting to your leadership team after a month or two, if it's a successful experiment, if it can be scaled, or if it's a failed experiment, and what are the learnings. I think both are super great. I think they need to be taken with fresh eyes in order to know what's the next steps, what's the direction, what's the strategy. No. Project manager. Yeah, so the project manager usually has a team. is not a rule. As I said, nothing from what I say is a rule, because in the end, it's personal experience. But usually they have a team. So let's say I'm a project manager. I have a timeline. I need to deliver in 2 years a platform for my partners. And that platform has to have, let's say, a certain content where my partners from, let's say, the 2 regions, EMEA and US, could feed their feedback around some features. So I have 2 years to build this platform, and I have 5 people in my team and 2, let's say, external people that will help me as consultancy services. They will help me move further and create this platform. I think this can be classified as a project. So you as a project manager, you have ownership, you have control, you also have a team, and you need to adjust this in 2 years so you can deliver success with your platform and showing that you actually reached out or overcome your OKRs, based on the goal you're putting in the beginning. Product managers. I wanted to have a small comparison here. When we talk about product managers, we said that we are in charge of the product life cycle, the roadmap. We're experts. We have a technical acumen, because normally a product manager, even if you're a strategy product manager, or I don't know, something that is not so technical, think about the product. We use technology, but it can be any product. You need to know how that functions, how that works, in order to make sure you can improve. You cannot improve something that you don't know how it works. No, I'll give an example. When I joined identity engineering team, I was coming from sales, where I was supporting M365. M365, as many of you know, it's the suite. No, you have 150 features over there. If you watch the maps, you need to support all of them. If you want to go deep technical in one of those features, you have to invest time. So this is what I did in the first months. I really wanted to make sure I'm owning in a way, let's say, the technical part, so I can improve that. Renting versus owning is a beautiful comparison. I've heard a few months ago from somebody saying an example of, it's one thing when you're renting a house, like, yeah, you care, but you don't care so much because it's not you. You're not the owner. So if something is broken, just call the owner and it comes and fix it. Something different if you own actually the place, because you have to fix it. You care about fixing because it's your thing to fix. So I really like this comparison, because when you care about the product, you care about what's happening with that, and you care about the integrations with the product, with other teams working on the product. You want to make that, let's say, the best that it can be until retirement. You invest time and energy, and you care about it. So it's a cool difference, let's say, to have as a product manager. This can be done, of course, having a vision. You're thinking all the time what you've heard from your customers in order to improve it in an agile way. I think it's no news that nowadays everybody thinks it's a top quality to be agile, to have social skills, not just technical skills, but social skills, to reach out to different levels in the organization, different people, to make sure your voice is heard, and propose ideas as much as you can. And actually, I advise you doing this in the first 6 months of your product manager job. It's a great way to bring freshness, let's say, in any organization you are joining. And yes, you have to be agile. You have to ask the right questions. And if they are wrong questions, that's absolutely fine, because in the first month as a product manager, you are allowed to do this. And afterwards, you have to maintain this agility, not to be afraid to reach out to different people in the organization and make sure the feedback you gathered from the market is right there, so they know what's happening in, let's say, a country or a region I was mentioning before. There are different types of product managers. So when you watch over the careers of different companies, you will see usually product manager as a title, and that's it. There's a description. When you have an informational, so informational is an interview where you ask more about the job, but it's not an interview per se, but it's a good way to, let's say, make an impression. You can ask, what kind of product manager is this? It can be a feature PM. What does it mean? You are owning, together with the team, a feature or multiple features from a product. Or you can own a product if it's not very complex and doesn't require, let's say, a lot of people working on it. You and a team own one product. Or you can be a strategy PM like myself. You can talk about the direction of the product, where we are going with this, what do we need to experiment, with whom do we need to associate efforts internally, what we hear from the market that we need to translate quickly into an experiment to see if, we have or we don't have traction. Technical PM. This is something more common. I was watching the careers of different organizations. I've seen that like technical PM. Yes, I think the technical acumen in any product, especially in the technology, is a must. It's true that you cannot know the product from the beginning, especially if you're applying for an organization where you just use probably the product as an end user and not, let's say, testing and doing other things. But I think it can be learned. I think everything can be learned in this life, but especially the technical part. It's important to be open, curious, have your eyes of your mind really absorbing what you're seeing. And that's, let's say, no-brainer. So on the technical stuff, it's a progression. It's not something that you can ramp up in a few months, yes, but it's a progression. So yeah, a few things that work, in my opinion, when you want to pursue a career in product management. I have a lot of questions from people on LinkedIn. How and with what can I start when it comes to product management to understand what is this about better? Because it's not very clear in a lot of sources that we see on the internet. So first of all, understand why do you need this? What attracts you when it comes to product management? And I think a very good way to understand if this is something for you or not is taking the course on LinkedIn that I put on the slide. It's an 11-hour course, but I really think this brings clarity over why, how is this done, how do you report, how would that fulfill, let's say, you as a person. And I think it's personal, but I think if you really want to make a switch or become something, it's worth the investment of a few hours. Maybe you don't want to take the entire course, but I took the course a few months ago, even if I was a product manager for some time, but I was curious to see a little bit from start to the end, what is this about officially, because sometimes you can be in an organization, maybe it's different to be a product manager in an organization versus another, and I'm sure of that, but I really, really recommend you starting with this course. There are two presenters, really great guys, sharing a lot of things on why product management. And there is a book that has a really good scores. I'll be honest, I didn't read it yet because, I took the interview 2 years ago, but it has a really good high scores when it comes to product management. So if you're interested, you can take a look online or have the copy of it. And I want to share a little bit on the interviews. It's around product management. The interviewers usually ask about how would you improve a product? Because in the end, it's about improving a product, make it loved, adored by somebody. What is your thinking process more than, what do you know per se about the product? How do you think you could improve a fridge for, let's say, a person that is, 1 meter, 25 centimeters, so it's not too tall? How would you create a product for somebody with special needs? How will you create a fridge for somebody that needs just, a few things to put over there? So a few questions that might make you think about the product in a way that would correspond to somebody's needs. And it's not about the technical stuff. It's more about how do you think? What's the size? What's the length? What's the color? What could be useful? What could be a good thing to have? And so on. It's the same with technology. And how would you improve a browser? How would you improve a video stream like YouTube? How would you improve the experience of somebody that wants to authenticate? And this is actually from my professional life. People usually don't buy identity or Azure Active Directory to authenticate. People buy this because this can be turned into an experience. And probably, the offering an experience is something that is not just in the technology business, but is in any business. You want to have an experience when you're buying the soda or when you're being offered the coffee. You want to have an experience, just not a drink. The same with technology. People don't want to authenticate only. They want to make sure they have great security. They want to make sure they have an experience of, for example, passwordless. I don't think the employees are very interested that the system will measure how many centimeters are between the nose and the eye, because this is basically the technology behind passwordless is analyzing a lot of dots in your face in order for you to have a sign in a few seconds. They're not interested in that. They're interested in, I'm opening my laptop, I'm putting my face. I don't even need to remember my password. Coming from vacation, it's super no stress to have a sign in 3 seconds, being able to work. So they're interested in this kind of experience and not inserting 20 times the password during the day. That's an experience. So yeah, apply, I would say, don't go wild. Go after the companies you resonate with, even if the values maybe are not 100% overlapping. Think about the company that you would like to work for. Stalk the company, I would say this. Check a little bit what they have as values. What's the culture over there? Talk with a few people, like ping them on LinkedIn, like usually happens to me. I'm very happy to share about the company I'm working with, because it's important to know the company before joining it. Take the opportunity, learn, practice. I super strongly encourage you shadowing and absorbing in the first 2 to 6 months in the job, after you're taking the job, of course, because this gives you time to process what is this business about, what are different people doing in the business. In order to have a picture and to propose a point of view, you need to know what the teams are doing around the product. And knowing that after 6 months or 1 year or whatever time you might need would increase such a level of confidence in yourself that you will be very, how to say, you will feel very powerful to do much more. But that cannot happen in 1 month from my perspective, because there is a time for absorbing, for shadowing. If you like somebody presenting something, ask for shadowing in a very nice way, and do your thing, but absorbing, let's say, the business. Time to understand the business, time to connect with people. I did this for the first year a lot. I had a lot of coffees, just taking a lot of notes. I have notes with me all the time, and I think there's no shame in taking notes, whatever you might like. It's great going from time to time and just from the curiosity investigating what's happening out there, because otherwise you don't have a picture where you can go and propose something and propose a strategy or propose an experimentation you want to run, because you don't know everything happening out there. So you can know everything around the product and teams in, I would say, 1 year, but it depends on the product. If it's a small team, then you have higher chances on ramping up faster. So that's absolutely fine. And I wanted to share a few tips on the world-class product managers. One advice that I got like 1 year ago, it was like, what got you from A to B won't get you to C. So you cannot replicate the same behavior and expect you will, I don't know, increase your levels by 2 in 1 year, or you'll advance in your career, or you'll advance on the product roadmap if you're doing the same things. Think about it, let it sit. I think it's important to just to understand a little bit what you're doing now and what could be done. If you're aiming for something, let's say for the C, make sure you're doing already what's in the C and not replicating what's from A to B. And a few days ago, I was talking with somebody and had this really good awareness piece on the stories people tell. It's easy to go from an average to a good professional. You increase your confidence, you know, the technical acumen, you know, people around, you're proposing things and so on. And you're good, but it's very, how to say, it's not difficult. It just takes a few small things to change in time in order to go from good to great. And I highly recommend you this book I put here. It's an amazing book and will level up your mindset, because it's also about the mindset, how you feel about the role and everything else, from good to great. It's just another, you can work out, and I'm giving an example because I think it's relevant here. I worked out for the last 10 years. And I always had a good body, but it required me a personal trainer to feel a real difference in my life in 6 months. So it's just a switch, different of behavior. It's same sport, but is coordinated. It's the same in product manager. Think about the people that you see have coffees and you like them. Some of them, you like them so much at some point you can propose having some sessions, absorbing as much as possible from their experience, that you won't Bing it or Google it. You won't, because it's not. So create and bring clarity. Clarity is not precision. I don't know why it's shared like this. Clarity is not precision. Clarity is something that you bring from your customers. If your customers are sharing scenarios, you can take those insights, observe a trend, go into your developers teams, and start sharing what you've heard from a certain segment, from a certain region, from certain people that are strategic to your company. Start sharing those in a way that you create a little bit of clarity. Look, I found a trend. It's not precisely what it needs to be done next, but it gives people ideas. Well, we could do this, we could do that, we could experiment, which is great. Generate energy or optimism. I think in every company, there are some people that really make a difference. You know, it's easy to make a buck. It's hard to make a difference. So I think it's hard to make a difference, but if you have the right energy, you're bringing the right mood into a meeting around the product, things will move differently. And I really encourage you practicing that. Energy is something that you can feel even through this device over here. I think it's great felt like face-to-face, which I really like and love, actually. But bringing energy is something that will level up not just your mindset, but will level up your confidence and image in front of a lot of other people. I've mentioned a few times the word confidence. Yes, the word confidence, the thing that you have and nobody can take from you as a product manager, is something that comes with networking with the right people or with all people in the company or outside the company. Having the right technical acumen and pushing yourself, understanding better the product, seeing what's happening on the market. So don't stay just in your bubble. Check other products, other competitors. I think it's very important to know what other competitors are doing. And adaptive leadership, technical acumen, storytelling. When you're acquiring some stuff from your customers in terms of product, if my customers are saying, you don't have these two features that we would really, really love, and I'm starting to understanding if I will develop the features, if I will work with the teams, would they adopt it? How big are they? What are their plans to evolve? Is that worth the investment of time and energy? You think differently, but the storytelling goes with the customer in one way, translating that in technical in another way for the team internally. So that can take effect, be prioritized and worked. And a few advices: bring clarity, energy, and enthusiasm. Enthusiasm is something that cannot be faked in my perspective. You have it or you develop it, you create it. The energy is the same. Make sure you are using your network in an agile way. People are conscious of their time, and the more experienced people you will contact, the less time you will have with them. So make sure you're absorbing, giving back to other people that are more junior than you. And make sure something that you want to pursue as a product manager for a product you have passion for. And I'll tell you a secret: the passion comes as you hear out more about the things, you understand out more, than the passion builds. So build up the confidence. Confidence comes in times, cannot be rushed, but it's a great feeling to have. Yes, learn your customers' language and make sure you speak their language, because if you go over there and you start sharing with them that, how the authentication works in a very technical way, maybe some of those people will be okay with that, but others maybe not, because they want to understand the employee experience. They want to understand, let's say, from an adoption perspective, what's in it for them. Constantly challenge yourself. If you want to be a great professional, you have to challenge yourself. You don't wait to develop something that is already, let's say, for your customers, but you're going with some ideas for innovation. And I think that is very, very important if you want to grow. You spot a gap, you go to your leadership team, and you're persuading them that you need to do that with the team, because that is the right thing. So yeah, that would be a few tips from my side. I know the time is killing us. I encourage you to try to fail. I think failure is a great way to advance in life. And yeah, if you have other questions, I'm available in the afterwards session. So thank you very much for being here and for the interaction. Super excited to see what will come up afterwards. Thanks.
Thank you, Valeria, so much for this presentation. So yeah, I hope like we're looking forward to questions, and so I'll see you on the Q&A. And of course, as Valeria had left her LinkedIn link on the screen, also feel free to reach out to her. And for now, thank you. I'll see you in around an hour from now. Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Cheers.
All right. So without any further ado, I am glad to introduce our third speaker for today's live stream. Yeah, we have a long day ahead of us. So the next speaker is a product manager from Adobe. So I want to welcome Alex to the stage. Hi.
Thank you.
Yeah, how are you doing today?
Doing great. Didn't have much of a sleep. My young ones didn't want to sleep last night.
Oh yeah, lots of people. Yeah, lots of speakers, especially for some reason that we encounter looking for our events, have this kind of issue. So yeah, so you will be talking about how to measure outcomes and not outputs, right?
Yeah, really excited. It'll be very hot topic in the product management ecosystem. So can't wait to share my let's say my insights. So okay, I think we can start in the interest of time. So hey everyone, I'm Alex Ivana. I'm product manager at Adobe. I had a very interesting technical journey. So I started as a QE, I don't know, 8 years ago, then moved to a software development role, and then eventually product management. Why I say eventually, because I always felt that the thing that motivates me the most is understanding the problem and not just solving it. So I think this is the hottest part of doing product management, understanding the problem, the need of the customers, why we need to do that. And this comes basically in our subject today about outcomes, not outputs. As a bit of background, as a PM, I've built enterprise products for Adobe. We are a big technical company, so my expertise is mostly in the enterprise B2C, B2B area, rather than the, let's say, a startup region. Okay. We have some sort of an agenda. It will be mostly sharing what worked for me in terms of delivering features with hundreds of customers in a geo-distributed ecosystem, where I want to just like engage you in thinking when you want to do a feature, outcome, or anything, how to put a stop on it and think about the why and what you want to achieve with it. So let's imagine a bit that you just join a company, a ride-sharing company, right? Because nowadays with the pandemic and not just ride-sharing became pretty popular. Many people like want to avoid public transportation and so on. So the need to do ride-sharing evolved. Now, this comes with a price, right? It's one thing to ride public transportation. The other one is to, I don't know, go get a Uber or a Lyft or anything like that. So you need to solve some interesting problems now that you are in this company with a lot of perspectives and opportunities. So welcome to ride-sharing company. As a product manager, so what do we do as product managers? Theoretically, we create features, right? I just joined a ride-sharing company, then I need to go get a good sleep and invent something tomorrow, right? Well, not actually. It's not that simple to create new features, or as Valeria said, to improve existing features, right? Because depending on the company that you are, you either create, improve, or just solve problems. But you as a PM, you just decided, so you joined the ride-sharing company and decided to look in the market, see what would be an added value to your company. And you decided to do like an Uber pool initiative. Like my ride-sharing company does individual rides for the individuals, but they can't like share it. So you feel like there's an opportunity to have something in the middle, like don't do public transportation because of different reasons. But at the same time, it's pretty expensive for myself to book a ride just for me because I need to go to that point. So what if, and you decided basically that this is a good thing to have like an Uber pool where at a lower fee, you can basically share your ride with other people, which looks good, right? You have a new feature, you'll be pleased by your company, and you are a product manager. Why do you want to do it? As I said, basically, you as a product manager, you want to enrich the portfolio, say, hey, I built that feature, and I did my job like as a product manager. And of course, the opportunity looks pretty promising if you look like in the market where a lot of people are asking for ride sharing, but they are complaining about the price. Yeah, you've done your job, right? As a product manager, you've created a new feature, and that's it. But is it that simple to create something? Will it be enough just to say that you delivered the feature? Will this be impactful? What problem do you actually want to solve with shipping this new Uber pool-like offering? And here it comes the discussion about features, outputs, and so on. There are many product teams, and here I will just make a small comment. There are very few product teams, like teams, embedded teams with product manager and all the other roles that can like ship a feature with ease and it can be innovative and so on. So let's still think that we are in a product team. So we have the whole stack. When I say product team, you have like your product manager, your engineering, design. If you have someone in customer facing, it's not a very backend solution, and architects and so on. And you just decided to deliver that feature. But how will you measure the success of it? What will be the impact of that work that you want to create? Like you are just chasing your team, say, hey, I need this feature to be delivered because I think so, and I believe that it's good. Will the team just bite it and say, yeah, sure, let's build this feature because it looks very promising? Our product manager said that it's promising. The teams will just feel the pressure of delivering features without understanding why. Why did the product manager came and said, let's build feature A? What is the problem that it will solve? What are the opportunities after launching this feature? Because going back to the presentation before me, it's not always creating new features. In some occasions, yeah, you have to deliver something new, but in many solutions, because the enterprise world is pretty advanced, you need to improve it. So once you deliver this feature, what's next for it? Did you just deliver it, take your hands off it and focus on the next one? Or do you have like a vision or a strategy about where the product will go? And this is a recurrent problem that I notice in many companies. They have like a backlog of features and they need to deliver. But no one like stops and understand why. If you read the book Inspired, Martin, which is the author, started with a very interesting story. When he was in HP, the beginning of his journey as an engineer, it was a very great engineering team, very skilled, and they created a innovation in terms of technicality. So it was a very technical, amazingly product. Executive loved the idea. The company was thrilled to ship it. They worked endlessly, like with a lot of pressure to deliver the feature without any question asked. And at the end, when they actually released it, no one bought it. Why? Because it didn't solve the actual problem in the market. It was too costly. It was too feature driven, technical driven, like technical excellence, right? Sure, that was fine. But what if, for example, going to the ride sharing example, I want to go to the store near my place. Should I ask for a car? Like, well, doesn't make much sense, right? Maybe I take the bicycle. Maybe I need something like an alternative to a bicycle because maybe I don't own a bicycle, which a lot of companies do offer on the market. So it's about what is the problem that you want to solve, or what's the outcome of what you want to achieve. With the pandemic, but I think even in the past, the hybrid work was started to gain traction. Nowadays, I think most of the companies are on a remote policy or a hybrid policy. That means that the option to work with many distributed teams, and you as a PM, typically you might own one product, many products. You need to work with different cultures, geographical regions, and so on. That's also my example. I work with EMEA, APAC, and the United States in different initiatives. How will you keep those teams motivated, right? So you are saying, hey, please build feature A. But why? What will be the impact? How will they feel that they contribute to the business and then have the satisfaction, hey, guess what? I solved that problem. I did the impact by building that initiative / feature. How would you as a product manager shape where the product should go if you are just focused on a backlog of features? I want that and that and that. One way of getting a step back is think about the problem. And here we are coming to the outcome state. What is the problem that I need to solve? What's the opportunity? If we go back to our example, why should I build another offering in my product portfolio? Well, because myself as a product manager, before I even go to my teams to tell them anything, I need to do discovery. I need to do my research. I need to understand where my company sits in the market, what's the market opportunity, and what are the problems that my users, and when I say users, I say both riders and travelers, faces. If we take this simple example, we all know that big cities face a lot of traffic congestion and pollution, right? It's getting even harder and harder to live in a healthy environment, mostly in the big cities. That's a hard problem to solve, right? And what if, now that I understood what's the problem that I want to solve, this is my objective, right? I want a solution to ease the congestion and have a healthy environment for my users. I understand the problem right now, right? Then what's next? I need to shape the product. I need to come with the requirements, not with how it will be built. And when I go to my teams or to my executives, I understand the problem, like, right, environment and traffic congestion. Now I need to state my vision / strategy. What do I want for my team to understand? I want my drivers and riders to face less traffic, right? And have a healthier environment. That's my pitch, right? That's the thing that I want to solve. But is this enough? Well, I need also to measure it, because we are in a business. We need to measure the impact that we do with our solution. I aim with this opportunity to increase their satisfaction and engagement with the company, but also contribute to the healthy environment way. How do I want to do that? Basically, if my riders on one hand and my travelers on the other hand spend less time in the traffic, there is a good opportunity to increase their satisfaction. And of course, there's a measurable objectives, and I will go in the next slides about what good objectives are. I can measure the impact in the market. I know the satisfaction, like I did surveys, all the companies do surveys of the users, riders, and so on. I know where I sit right now, and then I can achieve, or I can propose what I want to see once I ship this new offering for them. So I understand the problem, I understand what I want to create, and I know how to impact my, how to measure my impact. Going back to the problem of output, when you ship that feature, you don't care much about, let's say, the overall picture. Like when I go and tell my team to build this, will they resonate? Many product managers, or at least in some of the companies, they skip this part. Like, hey, I'm the product manager. I tell them that is the priority that they need to work, and that's it. Well, Martin, going back to the book Inspired that I just mentioned, had a great quote to say so. We need teams of missionaries, not mercenaries, right? I need to have my team to be the first evangelists of the idea that I just raised and the feature that I want to build. I want them to be the supporters and find innovative ways of building and achieving that goal, rather than have them deliver them a backlog of features and they just need to deliver it. I want them to be the believers and also the people that will critique the feature the most, because they engineering, and not just engineering, all the members in the product team, design and so on, can give the product manager the perspective that technical product manager or a more business-oriented product manager can't have. So first of all, at least in my experience, what I always try is to make my team resonate with what I want to create. Then be sure that I can measure it, because executives and of course businesses need a way to understand if your work has sense and impacts the business, the overall business, right? And going back to our example, reducing traffic congestion, pollution, and increasing the engagement and satisfaction, those are measurable ways of understanding the impact. And always, of course, you need to think about the business. Will that impact the business, or is just impactful for the environment, for example? Because there are some risks that in the discovery process you need to account. Is the value risk, like I want to deliver this to get less traffic congestion, so the customer will love it, but also is the business risk. Okay, I will deliver this, but is there any market opportunity for me? Will I just work 1 year to deliver it, and the opportunity of getting more revenue or engagement is not working? So it's always like balancing value risk, business risk, and of course feasibility. It's a very technical aspect and so on. Now, I did told you a lot of things about what and why and so on, but typically when we are working, it's hard to put them in context. And one thing that I use pretty often is OKRs, objective and key results. Why? Why is that? Because, as I said, I want to start from an objective, right? I want something that I want to achieve, like I want better experience for my users, right? And then focus on that objectives that I can measure. I define the road, as you can see in this picture, what I need to do, very specific, in order to achieve that objective. And this framework, which is used by many teams, I think Google introduced them this concept first, and then different companies adopt it in their different ways. They use this, and I use a lot this framework in order to make my team understand what is the objective and what needs to be created in order to achieve that objective, what are the iterations, and when we can actually, by the metrics that we've set, when can we achieve the objective? Because as I said, a good objective is something that you can measure. I want to decrease the traffic congestion by 10%, 20%, something like that. And the key results will eventually contribute to that 10/20% congestion. And this is how I can measure. And the impact is, of course, on my users and riders. The end, right? I just created some objectives and that's it. Well, not really. And I will start with a quote here. Steve Jobs had a very inspiring vision statement. If you are working on something exciting that you really care about, you don't have to be pushed. The vision pulls you, right? So I don't need to tell my team or to verify my team if they do the right thing in creating that new offering. They know if they are on track, because they understand where the product, the overall product / company needs to be. Meaning, setting good objectives means that you have a vision that you can rely on. Because if I just create an objective that's for myself or for my team, that will be good. I will manage to better organize my team and my success, but maybe the impact won't be that much. So I need to understand the company's vision. What is my company trying to achieve in the next few years? Then I want to see how they want, and here it's a bit of a trade-off of top-down or bottom-up objectives. But in most of the companies, there are some business objectives, very high-level business objectives that are laid down, on which each individual team, and here you can see some verticals, but it's not always like separate job titles. It can be also separate teams, like features of the product and so on. But starting with the vision, I want to be the next Uber, let's say, just talking about the example with a ride-sharing company, right? And I want to get there with this strategy. I have those objectives: increasing the engagement, less traffic congestion, friendly environment, and so on. I have these very high-level objectives that contribute to my vision for the next few years, and I insist with the few next years, because if you are just focused like for now and I don't know, in a year from now, that's not a vision. That's just an objective that you want to set. The overall vision should tell you where you are heading your company in the next few years. So the company set their vision, then the strategy, how they want to achieve that. And for us as individual product managers or individual teams, we need to understand those objectives. We need to introduce them to our team objectives and how we can create or link to those objectives in order to contribute. Like if the business strategy was, we want to free the traffic congestion by 50% by 2025, then yeah, what I've decided to create with the Uber pool-like option makes a lot of sense for the company, and for sure I will have my metrics to contribute to that overall strategy. If the strategy is totally different and I just create something that maybe my users will love, I might have the business risk when executives or the leadership will say, your feature has no sense, we'll kill it down, you need to work on something that makes sense for the business. Same goes in the other direction. If we just create things for the business, But without understanding the problem that we want to solve for your users, you will ship it, but you will have less traction or impact. So my advice is always, when you want to create something, take a step back, try to understand where is the market, what are the problems, why are those problems there, what are the opportunities, and how them align with your company vision and strategy, and then see how you can map all the information that I just said in a way that your team will be like your evangelist for the idea that you need to create, and will make the mission of delivering that impact to the business. Thank you. Just a small conclusion until I close the presentation. What I want you to get out of this very small discussion is get in love with the problem that you are trying to solve, not with the feature or product that you are creating. Understanding the problem and always thinking about why do you want to build that, and how will this impact your business, but also your users, then you can take the right decision and be sure that your team will be the evangelist that will create the need. And also do a lot of discovery. Many features, products skip the discovery part. They just have some data and they start creating that. Discovery is one of the best ways to fail fast, and be sure that you don't spend a lot of effort in building something that at the end it might not suit. So don't be afraid of failing. Don't be afraid of asking a lot of questions before creating something, because you need a product that the customers will love and will drive your business to the next phase. That was all from me. I think we are in time.
Thank you, Alex. Nice to see you today. Thank you for your speech. It was very interesting. Thank you a lot. I hope you will join us to Q&A session. So feel free to ask questions to Alexandru. And let's continue. And I'm happy to introduce our next speaker. It will be Nikita Savytskyi. He is Principal Product Manager and Service Designer in TBLX. And today he will present us how to scale your product management team. It will be a great topic. So let's have Nikita here. Let's start.
Hello, my name is Nikita Savytskyi. I'm from TBLX. TBLX is a Daimler Truck division, which is developing the software for electric trucks. So we are actually building the ecosystem for the future of the transportation. So the topic which I'm going to cover today is how to grow a product team. And it's aimed for the small startups, which are almost ready to launch the product to the market, or already launched the market to the market, and which doesn't have the product manager, or which are having the problem of growing the product team. So this type of problem is quite common with the startup ecosystem, and working with the startups a lot, and working with the other senior product managers, we designed our own way to overcome this problem. The problem here is that in order to find a quite senior PM, it takes time. Also, for the startup, usually you have the situation when you are limited with the budgets, and when you start thinking of growing, you usually start thinking of growing your sales team and not the product team, which is usually a big mistake. You should hire the product manager, the sooner the better. And the more senior you will find the person, again, the better for your product. But what can you do if you need not the one, but several ones? In this case, it's better to hire someone senior and start looking internally, just loudly shouting like, hey guys, we are going to open 1, 2, 3 product managers position who are willing to consider themselves with these new challenges. So instead of just finding someone who you think may be a good fit for this position, just promoting this person to a product manager, really loudly shout. What I've seen in the past is that in the situation when you are promoting someone, and if the person doesn't have this willing and is not ready to accept these challenges, or it was not his natural way of growing, then it's much harder to teach this person to be a good product manager, and the efficiency of this move is really low. But you will ask me, okay, so yeah, we have this problem, how to overcome it, like give us the step-by-step instruction how to do it. So what we're usually doing, and this is exactly what we've done at TBLX, we identified several bright people inside of the company. We also shout out loudly like, hey, who want to be a product manager? And we were lucky because the same people were like raising their hands and saying, hey, I want to try this new challenge. So with this situation, we also were quite lucky. We had quite strong senior team who was able to support this growth. But in your situation, you may need to first go to the market and find this senior person. It may take from 3 months to 6 months to find this kind of senior guy or expert. And then it may take about 3 months for this expert to get the context of your specifics. So this is why you need to start as early as possible. Also, you may say, hey, with the senior PM, we can do it without your suggestions or without your experience. Like, how can we do it without the senior PM? And is it possible? Definitely, it's possible. It will take just a bit longer, and it may not be a success at the end. So please keep it in mind when you are making the strategic decision, especially if you are planning to grow your product very aggressively. If you made some promises to your investors, or if you are approaching another serious period. What are the steps actually? So if you found a senior product manager, and if you identified 2, 3 potential product managers inside of your team, I'm saying 2, 3. It may depend on the size of your business and the size of your product. For example, if you're working on a marketplace, you will definitely need at least 3 PMs, because on the marketplace we're usually targeting those who are selling something. It's one audience, one group of problems, and one set of jobs to be done. Then you are targeting those who are buying something from the marketplace. It's another group of people, another group of problems. And then the thing which we are most commonly overlooking is the internal tools. Internal tools are products as well. So we need someone dedicated to this set of tools who will help your team to not grow, but still be very efficient when you face the growing times. So you identify, like you hired the senior PM, you identified these 2, 3 junior ones who are willing to grow. What is the next step? So the next step is to assess the current candidate experience. You can go to the internet and you will find several product management assessment tables there. So this is what we've done at TBLX. We also will walk through several of them, and you can compile the one which fits your situation in the best possible way. Why I'm saying that this is important, because your product and your team can be a different level of maturity. For example, if we're talking about the companies which are having established product and which are starting to grow, you will need a certain set of assessments and a certain set of skills, which is very different for the company which is just hitting the market with the MVP or with the proof of concept. At TBLX, we are exactly at that stage when our product is very young, because the industry in general, the electric transportation industry, is very young itself. So we need the certain skill set for proving the concept and building the MVP. So moving with experimentation really fast. This is where we are putting our focus, and this is where our assessment tables are focusing in. So with such a table, where like when this table is ready, For each of the categories, so we have like 3 or 4 categories, and for each of the categories, you need to identify the major set of skills. And for each set of skills, if this skill is missing, you need to identify which literature or which courses or which blogs or something are available on the market, and which can help to cover this gap for the junior person. This is what we've built at TBLX, and we will be able to share these tables as well. But again, as I said, you can find these similar tables all over the internet. There are a couple of really good ones. I'll share the links afterwards. So the next step is we're proposing for the candidates to do the self-assessment. It's a really open and transparent thing. We are not connecting this assessment with the salary or with any promotion or demotion things. So we are expecting very open answers. And we're asking, okay, so if the person was having any experience in this field or on this topic, and this is very important, even if the person was just standing close to the person who was doing this in the past, this is also important, because by this we know that at least they have some experience of having this challenge and being close to this challenge. Example. So we have a section which is called product strategizing. There we have a question, strategy definition, about this section, strategy definition and goal setting. And what we're expecting is that the product manager is defining and measuring outcome-based objectives and metrics for an area of responsibility that reflect the product strategy. So this is the question, like, do you have this knowledge? Like, have you tried it, or you think you are mastering it? We have different levels of answers. Like, one of them, I have no idea. Another one is I have notions. Another one, like, I'm the master in this field. So in this particular example, the person who was self-assessing was answering, I have notions. And the comments, we're asking also to provide the comments. In the comments, this person wrote, I want to change our roadmaps from solutions to the problems. So I do have notion on it, but I need to implement it more. So this is a clear signal for us to give more practical experience, give more practical application to this person, and also to support this person with the theoretical knowledge on like how to identify these outcome-based objectives, which metrics can be applied in this or that area. So this is where our focus is going to be. Also, in this particular section, the priority is number 1. So it means that for our business strategy is super important topic. So when we are going to build the plan of closing the knowledge gaps, we will put this as one of the priorities. So in this particular example, the theoretical training which we are proposing consists of several different topics. And one of them is we are referring to a LinkedIn blog post, which is having the map of the product management tools, techniques, and the phases. And it's really a good map which we have on our wall and which we're referring very often, especially our young product managers. And this tool is helping us to understand where we are, what is missing, what is expected, and how to move forward. As I said, it's very important to do it very openly, because we are not trying to understand how good or how bad is the person with this or that skill. We are trying to identify the gaps which have to be closed and covered for our needs. If you have a senior product manager who is supposed to mentor the juniors, that's a really big asset. If you don't have this person, as I said earlier, you can find anyone in the company who have experience of mentoring people with the critical mindset, helping them to shape their approach and shape their future path to the future, that they can really quickly identify the needed knowledge and also identify the challenges which will help them to convert this knowledge into the practice. So usually we're building the 6 months personal development plans when we are trying to align the theoretical knowledge with the next challenges, which will help to convert this theory into the practice. And this is where it's very important to keep the track of the progress of the people, because again, with the startups and with the developing products, you don't have usually a lot of time. You have to be really quick. Again, like if you close the theoretical gaps with the practical practical challenge and apply this theory in the practice, it's much better and more efficient in helping to grow a really strong product manager. After this assessment is done, we are keeping a really close eye on the progress, and the mentor, whoever is this person, if it's the senior product manager, ideally. If it's not, if this is the person inside of the company who is really dedicated to supporting this team of young product managers and unblocking them and helping them to gain this practical experience. So we track the progress on a weekly basis, and we are trying to keep the schedule as close to the plan as possible. Okay, good. So you have a plan, you have a mentor, your team is starting to convert theoretical knowledge into practical ones. One of the things which we identified as the biggest failure of most of the startups with which we were working is the way how we write the product specification. So this is the separate and very important topic, and from what we've seen, any junior PM have to master this topic. Otherwise, it will be really hard for the whole company to implement the things which you identified as important and the things which you want to work in the next release or whatever in the next future. So first of all, I will not go into this topic. I'm sure that other speakers will cover it, like how to identify the most important thing which you need to cover for the customer. Always work with the problems. Yes, that's a must. I will not stop on this. But how can you, when you identify the problem, how then can you write the specification? Imagine that you've done the user flows. So we call them also banana flow. It's the internal phrase which we're using for these kind of schemes, but where you have all the screens connected, interconnected, and all the possible ways for the user to jump from one screen to another. It shouldn't be in the really good level of quality, no, vice versa. Please do it as quick as possible, as dirty as possible. Just grab the piece of paper, pencil, sit together, spend half an hour, 1.5 hours, but come with something as the basis. So start with this, because if you start spending time on making it nice, you will lose first the time, second you will lose the details, and you will lose the traction. So do it as fast as possible. After you've done these user flows, then it's very important that you split these user flows into the user stories. So again, like, do it as fast as possible. In spite of the fact that we're from Daimler and it's expected that we do everything at the highest level of the quality, these kind of things we are not allowing, but enforcing our product managers to do as quick and dirty as possible. So everything counts. Napkin schemas, whiteboard, quick drafts, Miro board, sketches, everything which is helping you to deliver this thing as quick as possible. I will give you a couple of examples of how we're doing this, but why it's important and why we think this is the basis of the training for the product managers, because again, like, we've seen that a lot of young product managers doesn't know how to do it, and there are no trainings on this topic. And if you do the product specification really well, you are closing a lot of gaps and a lot of problems. Like, well-defined user flow is helping your quality team to start building the test plan and the test scripts. Well-defined user flow is also helping you to validate it with the customer before you start implementing it. It also helps other teams to understand where they may be interacting with the systems. Like, for example, your accounting team will know which information will be available for them at which stage, or your marketing team will know exactly how the feature will look like even before you started to implement it. Also, if you have the sales team looking at the feature will understand how they can sell it, what are the benefits that they can propose to the customer. And at the end, when you identify the product specification, usually we like freezing it. It means that since the moment we close it until the moment we implement it, we don't do any significant changes, which is also helping to motivate the team to deliver it as fast as possible and not to be frustrated with the constant changes. Also, the well-defined product specification, like as we're using the user flows for it, it helps to do the user acceptance tests at every stage. So when the engineering team is finishing or finalizing the implementation of the part of the flow, they can do a demo and we can really quickly identify if something is missing. If the font is wrong, if the colors are wrong or not on the wrong places. And by this, you can teach the whole team about what is expected, what is important, what is not, where you can compromise, where you cannot compromise. Again, like with the startup, especially if you are just starting to grow, it's very important to set this understanding of how you work together as a team. The team can be formed of very experienced people and completely inexperienced, but even very experienced, they don't know how to work with this particular team. So when you start working together, you will start learning how to work together, which is very important for success of your product. An example. So you have, for example, you have a product and you are adding a new functionality. So how do we do the user flows? We identify the first screen where this functionality will first appear to the customer. For example, we have in one of our portals such a thing as the customers have to group their chargers into groups. And this is completely new functionality. So we're starting with the screen where we show the button which is leading to the list of chargers. This is existing button, existing list of chargers, but the user journey starts for this task from that screen. We're showing this screen. We're showing that, okay, so user will click on that button, jump into the screen, list of chargers. Then on this, either this link or that link, they will click to see the details of the charger. And then the user journey starts with the new functionality. So that's the new screen, which will have caption. We're highlighting, so this is the caption. The caption have to be like this. This is the tagline. So the tagline have to be like this. Then we're showing the form. Form has this and these fields. And each of the field we are marking, like highlighting and say, okay, so this is the field number 1, number 2, number 3. And then right after this screen, quick and dirty, we are writing the thing. Okay, so when I'm jumping to the screen, I need to see this caption. When I'm on this screen, I'm on this form, this field should give me possibility to enter the integers within this range, and so on and so on. So we're really describing everything which you see, which user will see on the screen, all the interactions. And for us, this is the final when we have the list of the things which we're expecting from this screen as the final list of user acceptance tests for this screen. With this, we're covering all the possible scenarios, like success scenarios and some different failures, where we also show how the error should look like, where we show the error, and all the interactions for this feature between the user and the system. With this approach, you can do it as the sketch, because it will help you to identify which screens are missing, which information is missing, like how the user will flow. Do you need an empty screen? How the table with 2-3 lines will look like? How the table with 20-50 lines will look like? Will you need the paginator or filter? So all of these things you can identify during drawing this flow. And as I said, you can draw it as a really quick draft, and then you can give it to designer, and designer can do the following, like make it nice, or using the design library, create the whole thing. But at any stage, you have the really good understanding if you build the right thing for the customer, if everything is taken into account, and if the whole team is understanding how the thing will interact. During this, you are bringing the engineers to work with you, who are telling you, yes, this is possible, this is not possible. We will need to have this API ready or that API ready. So when this product specification is done, it's a really good thing, especially if you have a separation between the backend and the front end. These two teams can work together and identify the future API contract, especially if they're working separately. And with this, you are reducing the issues which may happen during the integration test, and also you can give the possibility to this team to work in parallel and together, going to the final integration, which will help you to save the time. Having this is bringing, as you can see, a lot of value to different players of your team, simplifying the whole process and also teaching a lot, especially young product managers, on what is important, what should be taken care of, how the user are going to interact, and helping the product managers to put themselves into the shoes of the user and trying to feel the challenge of interacting with your future system. These two things, so the personal self-assessment and growing from internal talents, and also focusing as the first challenge on how to build the proper product specification, was showing a really good results, and we see that our young PMs are growing very fast and gaining a lot of practical knowledge within a very short period of time. That's actually it. One of the things which I really want to add and emphasize, independently of which articles you are reading, which videos you are watching, which are dedicated to this or that experience, always try to understand if this experience may fit into your situation, because you may be at completely different maturity, product maturity level, and also different maturity of the team. So please apply all of these suggestions and experience with care. Don't be afraid to break some existing frameworks and established ways of doing the things. Cut something which is really important for you and try to apply it in your specific circumstances. See how it's working. If it's working, adjust and try to improve your process. I'm wishing you all the best, and thank you very much for watching.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Nikita, for your very insightful session. It was very interesting, and I think we are ready to start our Q&A session. We have a lot of questions in our chat, so let's start. Laszlo is here. Hello, one more time. Nikita, happy to see you. Hello. So I hope Valeria will join us in a few minutes, and then we will continue with Valeria, but we could start now. So let's start from our first question. How you have built confidence over time in your career? Laszlo, could you start?
So I'm still young in my career as a PM. I started quite young, like 5 years ago, as an associate product manager. Knew really little about PMing. I built my confidence. I think over time, working with different teams, learning about the process of doing PMing. I think early on, it was, instead of relying more on gut instincts and making a pitch, it was quite hard. So it was really like focusing on data and small victories to getting trust within my team. And then as I started building more features, more launches under my belt, I think that's how I started building my own confidence, knowing there was a few success stories behind me. So that's how I started, and still learning and building more confidence every day with every feature.
Okay, great.
That's absolutely right. I think it's not a confidence in the career, but the confidence in the topic which you are talking about. Right? Because like I'm having a lot of years of experience, but still there are some topics which I'm feeling myself very fresh and very young. I'm saying, sorry, I don't know it really well. But in some other things, as Laszlo was explaining, it's just the experience. The more you try, the more you fail, the more confidence you will grow through the time.
Thank you for your answer, Nikita. So I saw you answered many questions in our chat. So some of them I will be missed, and some of them I will share here. So our next question is: can a PM be industry agnostic?
I don't think so. Like in general, because this is a very interesting topic. In general, when when you are applying for a new job, it is expected that you should have the experience in this area, but it's not a must, I would say. If you're a really good PM, you can gain this industry topics really quickly and domain knowledge really quick, like 3, maximum 6 months, and you will master it. So when I see the advertisement of the position, like, hey, you need to know this and this and this, and also JavaScript, like, come on, no, I'm sorry, but no. I can learn it really quickly, but knowing it from the very beginning, you don't need to. But if you don't know it after being 1 year, that's a problem.
Yeah,
Okay,
plus
thank
one.
you.
I've done a few teams at Google as internal transfer. I work on Google Calendar, Google Maps, Google Shopping, and now sustainability. And every time I think, again, you're not an expert. I was not an expert, definitely not in each of those areas when I started. But as you say, over like 3 months, 6 months, you do the UXR, you look at the past experience, you rely on your team to really like bring you up to speed, help make the right decision. But after 3-6 months, you do start to become your own expert, surprisingly. So yeah, +1, I'm not. I think that anybody can ramp up on any kind of industry within the right time frame.
Thank you, Valeria, for joining us. Could you also join for discussion for this question?
Absolutely, yes. And apologies, I was thinking it's starting in 3 minutes. I was like, oh, let's join earlier. I saw the question around the confidence, and I think I've seen it in the chat while I was presenting on the other side. I wanted to maybe comment my thoughts on that briefly, because I think it's very important. I didn't share how to build confidence in my session. I would say that the confidence comes with knowledge and preparation. So it comes with preparation. And I will take this session, for example, for today. It requires a little bit of preparation to know how you will present. And usually when I'm going on the stages to present face-to-face, I am rehearsing in my kitchen like 2-3 times out with my voice out loud. And that gives me a great confidence when I'm going onto the stage. I just don't see even the slides. I know what's there because I kind of reproduced that before. And I think that is valid in almost any context. If you want to make sure you are pulling out the right words in the presentation, just make sure you're doing exactly that 3-4 times before that. And with that preparation, the confidence will come. Now, in the job, confidence comes with what you know around the product and how much you can absorb during the months. I wasn't confident 10 years ago. I wasn't confident at all 2 years when I joined engineering. I felt like, I don't know why I came out for curiosity, because I was doing so good in sales. I came here and we were talking about the product, and I was trying still to sell the product. I didn't have any confidence to go into deep technicalities about the product because I wouldn't know how to react. So in time, with some certifications and with some great people that I've met, and actually I believe in exchanging the experience with people like here today, I really felt different. I felt like I have something to say. I have a voice, even if it's not the best idea in the world. For me, it's the best outcome that I could pull out in that day. Because I think often people underestimate the effort on your confidence that comes in time. Like, yeah, after 2 months, if you didn't do that, so they jump into taking 10 certifications, but they didn't take the time to process that, to understand really that, to test that in the labs, because I think that's crucial if you want to take that with you, not just for, exam. And the confidence comes from when somebody's asking you, or you know the answer to the question, or you know somebody that knows the answers to the question. So you don't need any validation, on something that you own and you invested time to understand if you're putting the work. So preparation, networking with the right people, absorbing from those people, appreciating their time, going from that meeting as I will go today. I'm super stunned about everything I've heard. Actually, I took some screenshots because I was curious, marinating a little bit what I'm hearing here. Some concepts look simple, but honestly, I think it deserves the right, marinating is my word, to move further and just take what's in it, what's for you in this situation. So I encourage everybody, build your confidence, and nothing will be able to upbeat that in any industry. I think the question was around the industry, and now I'm putting an answer for both questions. You cannot be, full with fear going to another industry you don't know nothing about, if you can make an equivalent experience on another industry that you've been. because you know how the process works. It takes a little bit of time to understand some specifics from the industry, I think, because it's preparation work for the interviews. But then you're going in and you're reproducing some of the skills you've taken with you from the certification, from you've learned. So that's my short answer.
Thank you a lot for sharing your knowledge. So I saw your answer for that questions, but I would like to share it here, and everyone could also answer them. How important is it for a product manager to have interesting knowledge? Would a really good PM without interesting knowledge but is willing to learn can also add great results? Nikita, Laszlo, would you like to add something?
Absolutely, especially the first couple of months, because when you're just joining the company, you have a really fresh view. You're not biased by the politics, by the company's strategy, but like roadmap and all of these things. And you can have a side view and say, oh, guys, I see an interesting opportunity here. Or like in the other industries, they are solving this problem this and that way. So when you're shifting the industry, you are also bringing the knowledge from other industries and some different ways and different views on solving the problem which this industry is struggling to solve, for example, for many years.
Yeah, massive +1. I think whenever someone new joins the team, or whenever I join a team, it's really like ask any questions, like question every decision, everything we've made to really understand where it's coming from. The one thing I will say is don't come waving your hand, we should do this, because a lot of people might have thought about it and done it more in a, have we thought about this, or why are we doing it this way? I think it's finding the right middle. But again, like fresh eyes, fresh perspective, it's incredible for a team to really like make sure you asking why really helps you focus on making sure you've got the right answer for it. So yeah, that's +1 to everything.
Thank you, Valeria. Would you like to add something for your answer in the chat?
I liked what both of you said. I would add, what if? What if is the question. I actually got this from a PM presentation some months ago. When you're new in a company, fresh eyes, I think it's a competitive advantage you have, your uniqueness, that you're bringing something there. So when people ask, okay, what is your experience? You can share something that is, of course, not NDA stuff from the other industry or other company that could add value to the table in a discussion about the product. You probably don't know so much, but you will know in the future. So what if questions, what if we could do this, or what if we could do that? And I totally agree with Laszlo. If you come and say, no, we should do this, we should do that. I remember 1 year ago, 2 years ago, I came with a lot of ideas from sales. And I was exactly that. I was like, yeah, let's do this, let's do that. I was so excited, so energized that you can imagine, like 10 times energized more than now, because like a lot of new people, they don't know me, so I can afford myself to say whatever. So I was like coming with ideas, 10 ideas, 15 ideas. Yeah, not a lot of that passed through the filters, because the right question will give the right answer. And, you can have the best, intent in the world. In a certain way, you have to adapt yourself to what if we could experiment doing this and that. I think that works really well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you a lot. And our next question is, what product strategies do you use to stay ahead of competitors in your industry?
This is for everybody, yes?
Yeah, it is for everybody. It's not for someone.
I think the answer will be very, very different depending on the size of the company. For the startup size company, it's one strategy, right? I would not even look at the competitors. I would just really look into the users and find this problem which they're struggling for and solve it in the best possible way. But for the corporates, we have to look at the competition. We have to be rival with them. Otherwise, we will be very quick out of the market. So you really need to understand where you're applying this and how to apply it.
Okay, thank you. Laszlo, Valeria, would you like to add something?
Yeah, I agree on the size. Definitely, I can share from a corporate perspective with 200 plus people we have in Microsoft. we look around. I mean, I'm looking around as a product manager to see what are the features that are coming out from our competition, because you live in a very, I mean, maybe the industry is also important because some industries are innovating more than others. It's possible like to innovate more than others. But in the tech business, since this is a very aggressive, from my perspective, way of standing out, you really need to come with something super new, super innovative, and all the time. It's not how to say, you cannot wait for your competition to pull out 3-4 features and then you're just seeing your customers go and you don't understand why they disappeared. So especially if they are customers that are strategic for your business and they are bringing revenue and they are collaborating to add insights to your product. So what product strategies? I think first, know your competition, but don't know the competition. Do not know the competition better than you know your product. So the first is to know very well your product, but then look around, see also what the competition is doing. Do this on a monthly basis or even more often if you can. Just not to forget something that, and I think also a good strategy is to talk with people. I think social skills are very important when it comes to getting the feeling of how those people use the product, connecting with them. I strongly believe face-to-face interaction. I'm not sure if this is an European thing, but I think in like when you're meeting your customers in a room or you have the opportunity to gather some insights and that you won't get virtually. And I know we are in a technology, setup here, but I'm sharing this because I think when you connect really with some people, they will share with you over a dinner stuff that you don't know. So you will read between the lines that you hear in the meeting. I think sometimes it's very important also what is discussed between the meetings. So know what your customers are thinking about your product really, for real, and then you'll have more confidence to go to engineering and say, guys, we're doing this the best. We're doing this the worst thing. Let's figure out quickly because we'll lose like 1 million seats from that region because look what I found yesterday evening at dinner. So
Thank you a lot. So we have so many
Absolutely.
questions in our chat, and let's continue with this one. What are your favorite tools for day-to-day product management? Nikita, would you like to start?
It's simple. The marker and the whiteboard. That's it. And
Okay,
a lot of communication and talking to people, talking, especially the customers, right? The talking, sitting together, watching them doing the things, asking like, what are you doing? Like, why are you doing this way? And what else are you doing? And why? All of this is, the rest is just automation, I would say.
Yeah, +1. I think I know there's amazing tools out there to make your processes more efficient, to track work and so on, to do more validation. But again, at the end of the day, the core thing of being a good PM is making sure the team communicates clearly, has clear goal, clear understanding what we're doing. So for me, like good REL1 meetings with good docs, good documentation, and clear communication, that's the key, the most important tools to rely on. And once you have that, you could always adopt fancy software, but yeah, that's where personally I find the most use. So I also like your marker approach, Nikita.
Yeah, +1 on the marker approach. Sorry, Lilia, because I think you have a good visualization when you put down some things, and I don't know, maybe there are also some new digital tools that I'm looking into, like a tablet where you can actually draw like apart from what we have. We use a lot of digital tools. I mean, for communicating internally, communicating externally, tracking what is happening on the product. My favorite way of putting down what I think is still pen and paper at this stage of my life, because it gives me a really good clarity, just looking around and seeing what's there, where did I touch. And yes, apart from that, we have some internal tools that I really like, because it keeps track of records, what was discussed, what's next, and also have clarity over what is being prioritized. Because you can have like 100 items for a product, but maybe 2 or 3 of them are prioritized based on the feedback that you gave from the customers, and the other ones are in the backlog. And yeah, this is my input.
Thank you. And to add this question, is anyone of using AI, ChatGPT, or any automation tools for your day-to-day activities? If yes, for which?
Yes, I do.
Are you using something from that, Valeria?
Yes, I do. I use ChatGPT, but I am still in the testing mode with this one. I'm using also personally because I want to understand very well how this tool can help me to do better my job and my personal stuff. Other automation tools, we have some tools internally here that are very smart that do a lot of work for us. All products in the company are infused with machine learning and AI. So yeah, we have.
Okay, thank you. Laszlo, are you also using something from that?
Yeah, I've been playing around with it personally, and then my day-to-day, yeah, still seeing stuff.
Thank you. And Nikita?
We're also playing with it. One of the successful applications was to tailor the jobs to be done. So we were dropping the drafts of the jobs to be done, asking to shape them better, and we've seen quite good results. And like, we're very careful with this technology. Like, me and my colleagues were having experience with AI, so we were working with machine learning companies and AI companies, so we know the power of these tools. So there are pros and cons, and as this is the open thing and it's not owned by us, by Daimler, for example, we have to be really careful with what we share, how we're sharing, because you can unintentionally share a lot of secrets. So be very careful with this technology.
Okay, thank you. Thank you a lot. And our next question is there a guideline on communication to software engineers? Do you have something with that?
If you don't know how to program, try to program yourself. It will definitely improve the way how you communicate with the software engineers. Be very open and just, like it's not us versus them. It's a product team. Product team consists of product manager, designer, engineers, QA. So you are at the same level. You are in the team, bring knowledge and experience from your area in order to solve the user's problems. Right. So what is the best way to communicate with the team? Just be open.
There's a very interesting talk, or someone that told me about that. It's true that, I mean, I'm a big extrovert. So for me, I come in meetings, I feel comfortable brainstorming, talking about on the spot. But a lot of the engineers I work with, a lot of them are more introverted people. And it's true that there are ways to communicate with people and to make sure that they can participate in brainstorming exercise. Like for me, sometimes I felt a bit frustrated where I just on the spot, hey, what do we think we should do in this situation? And like open it up to brainstorm. And I felt that this sometimes didn't connect. So I know it's a very particular tip I'm going to give, but it served me very well in this situation. And we had a talk about how extrovert people should work with introverted people. And it was very interesting to see that there's a lot of different ways of thinking. Introverted people need to process, think deeply, and they need to really take some information and spend some time thinking about it. And they really go very deep in that analysis. Whereas extroverted people are much more happy to brainstorm on the fly, not have a plan, just think out loud. And that's how we think. I mean, that's how I process all things. It's mostly talking out loud, thinking on the spot, when it's sometimes a bit harder for me to just really take stuff internally. And one thing I changed in the way I run my meetings now is really setting an agenda ahead of time, sending it, giving the time for people to think. And if there's in a meeting something we need to discuss or brainstorm, giving the time for like, hey, let's spend 5 minutes thinking about it. And so I know this is a very particular tip, but I think that there's ways to really make sure you can tailor your communication style and your working style with different kind of people that have different kind of needs. So I think that's one thing that's, I know, very particular tip, but I thought very useful to some ways of running meetings and working with engineers.
I can add on that, we have some internal guideline how to engage with different software engineers. On my job per se, I'm more engaging with feature PMs, product managers, with technical product managers, people that are working on a product, let's say from a strategy perspective. But yes, I think it's very important to make sure that people are aligned. One tip here that I've learned, if you want to have let's say, more chances on persuading an entire team of people that actually will do some changes in the product, make sure you have a buy-in independently, so individually first, and then you're going into the team. They will all have had the time to think already, hopefully, and react in a way that would produce or disagreement, but also can be productive from an agreement perspective and moving further with the product. And I think this is also valid for persuading upstream, because you cannot go in a room, propose an idea, and expect that 10 people will agree with your idea, proposal, whatever you've brought from the market. So it has to be first one-to-one in my perspective, and then you have higher chances to bring everyone together, because you work as a team, you don't work on your own. So.
Great, thank you a lot. So actually we have many questions in our chat, so you could continue communications with our attendees there, because for a few minutes we will start our second block, and we will have just a short break during 8 minutes, I think, between our sessions. So thank you everyone, thank you to our speakers, Nikita, Laszlo, Valeria, and Alexandro. I hope you also hear me. Thank you a lot for sharing your knowledge today. It was awesome to see you and hear you today, and I hope that we will meet with you on our future events. So thank you a lot, and have a nice day, and we will continue with our next speaker. See you soon, guys.
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Laszlo. Thank you, Valeria. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Nikita. Thank you, Valeria.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Lilian. Bye.
Okay. Thank you a lot to all our speakers and attendees for your questions. I hope all our speakers will be available to answer them in our chat. And we are ready to continue our next blog. So I will make a short announcement for our future events. I'm working with APA event now, so feel free to buy tickets and come to this event. It will be an awesome event with great speakers who will share also many insightful information with you. You have special proposition now with promo code PM Geekle, and you can get a 20% discount with this promo code. So feel free to share it with your friends, colleagues, and also buy tickets for yourself. As we have 7 minutes before our next block, we will have short break for coffee or for a short lunch, I don't know. So let's start the break, and we will start our second block of our first day of Product Management Global Summit. So, hi, hello everyone, one more time. We already continue our next block of our first day of Product Management Global Summit 2023. And I'm happy to welcome our next speaker, Thomas. Hello, Thomas, how are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Thank you. I'm fine. I'm happy to see you today and happy to hear you also today. How is your day? Are you ready to present for us?
I'm ready to go. Let's just jump into it.
Great. Thank you. We have very active audience today. We have so many questions. So let's start. I will introduce you for our attendees. So Thomas Hauer is a master software engineer in M&T Bank, and today he will be present us BDD quality requirements for enterprise. So Thomas, the stage is yours. Let's start.
All right. Let me share my full screen here and jump on over. Presuming everyone can see everything well?
Yes, everything is good.
All right. Excellent. So welcome to BDD Quality Requirements for the Enterprise. I'll be your host, Thomas Haver. I post regularly to my team's blog on automation DevOps at Red Green Refactor. As was mentioned, I work for M&T Bank as a master software engineer. But before I was in IT, I was a scientist for around a decade. I'm also an avid board gamer, own more than 3,000 games, and I'll be heading over to Europe next week to play some. And of course, being a BDD talk, I would be remiss if I don't mention that I'm also an advocate for ReviewCumber, sort of my favorite from starting off in the industry, but I've used many different forms of tools to help support teams' adoption of behavior-driven development. And I'm hosting this session remotely, so I want to thank my family for being quiet upstairs while I'm going through my talk. Let's dive into BDD, behavior-driven development, because I like to level set and create a shared understanding amongst the audience. So originally, Rachel Davies is credited with inventing the sort of user story convention as a type of user. I want some particular feature so that some benefit is received. It was popularized in the user story mapping book by Jeff Patton. So it may take the form of, as a bank customer, I want to view my current account balance so that I know my recent deposit went through. While this is useful as a convention, it's not all-encompassing. As is similar with many things that we do in our life, it depends upon the context. Some features that describe technology updates or UI changes don't really work well with that model. So it's not a one-size-fits-all solution. Behavior-driven development sort of has flowed from a lot of the similar practices over the course of many decades in software development to help teams engage in collaboration. The way that this functions is we take that user story, and it can be in a templated format or not, and we go through some form of a requirement workshop. It could be a specification workshop, requirement workshop, example mapping, many different forms that it takes. In any event, when you're doing so, you're collaborating with the team. In that requirement workshop is where you're actually going to formulate your end user behavior. That's where your ultimate target is focused on what the end user is going to interact with. You then go through a period of review with the team where you make updates based upon your shared understanding of that work, with a heavy focus on automation, because every single requirement that you have should have some testable component. That's the T in the INVEST criteria. From that, you will go through the implementation, where you write a failed test, you implement just enough code to make it pass, going from red to green, and then refactor, often being blue in here, where you tidy up your results. So everything that you end up doing in support of that release is based from the end user perspective. This is to try to align the producer viewpoint with the customer viewpoint. That's a very high level. But why? Why take a behavior-driven development approach? Well, it is very common to have miscommunication in requirements writing process, especially if you have separation between those stakeholders who are sponsoring the event to a product owner or business analyst who's writing those initial requirements, to the development team members, to the testers, especially if they're separate groups. What we want to try to do is create that shared understanding of having them collaborate on those requirements. And instead of going through periods of rewriting, as in, here's the high level requirements that we have, and then here's a set of acceptance criteria, and there's a set of test cases. Instead, we work from those examples. Those examples will elaborate our requirements. Those examples also become our initial set of tests, and those tests verify the requirements. So this is write it once, one time, and build off of that. So there's no reconfiguring of what your interpretation is of those requirements. It's created collaboratively and written one time. If we were to sort of extend that, one of the forms that's very popular in the industry is using Gherkin. So you take the as a type of user, I want some features so that some benefit is received. Oftentimes people do a direct relation with that, saying, given some initial context, when an event occurs, then ensure some outcome. Given when then is a popular format used for Gherkin scenarios that also models off of unit tests of arrange, act, assert, sort of from the micro scale to the macro scale, micro being the individual units of code, macro being the end user experience. This is useful, but it's not the end all be all. Gherkin is just sort of one example. What you're ultimately trying to do is go beyond a single team. Go beyond your single team's set of priorities and working agreements to work across teams. Because when you come to that state of requiring end-to-end testing, you're not working in isolation anymore. You require other teams, whether it's upstream teams that are providing you data or downstream teams that you're providing information to. So you need to collaborate and come with a common shared set of requirements writing. So what does this mean when it comes to helping out your testers, the changes to testings? BDD does not replace testing. It's just that starting point. It doesn't define how testing should be performed either. It does provide guidelines about the agile testing process, as in our approach should be customer focused. The focus is to help ensure that we find those defects early on or prevent them from being added to the code base altogether, because we've already gone through that upfront work in our requirements / example mapping / specification workshop to create a shared understanding. So testers are involved in the project requirement discussions to help prevent bugs. Think about this from the perspective of a product owner or business analyst or requirements analyst. They don't know everything about the system. Some of it is a black box to them. So why not, during the course of those requirements, bring in those folks, being the developers, testers, who do know the most about the system, to solicit their feedback as you're writing those requirements. You limit the amount of rewrite that's necessary. So BDD goes over the top of that test-driven development process where you write a failing test, write enough code to make it pass, or refactor it. BDD is you're writing a failing feature, as in this is a feature that hasn't been implemented yet. And you implement enough code to make that pass, and that should take the form of an automated test. This practice encourages collaboration. So you have all roles with specific sort of areas that they've biased in their career where they have that expertise coming together to balance each other and create a shared understanding in that collaboration. So requirements writing is not one person smashing the keyboard. It's instead everyone working together. It also creates living documentation. Living documentation is something that reflects the current state of the application, because the end result of your session should be a set of examples that illustrate the application's behavior, written in a plain language. Regardless of what your primary spoken language is, you have a shared understanding that could be done by anyone on the team. So you don't need to have coded a line in your life to understand how the system behaves. Those specifications take the form of scenarios, those executable tests. They should be written in the domain-specific terms that describe the behavior of the application, as in use terminology that is understandable by not only everyone on the team, but also your enterprise. Take, for example, if you were to have someone join your team from outside your group, would they be able to go through, read the living documentation and understand how the application behaves? If yes, then you're doing a good job. If no, then you need to maybe take some time and rethink your requirement standards. One of those ways in which we can collaborate effectively to support BDD is with example mapping. In example mapping, we take those user stories and turn them into specifications. To again create our own shared understanding here, when we talk about a user story, that begins with a conversation to clarify and confirm. There's what's known as the 3 C's for user stories, being a card, conversation, confirmation. Specifically, user stories are written on cards. In the olden days, those would be actually physical note cards or sticky notes. These days, with remote and hybrid work being popular, we're doing those virtually, say on Jira boards, for example. The card doesn't have to contain all the information in the requirements. It just has to have enough to identify the requirement. It's a token that represents that requirement and is a promise to have a conversation. That conversation should be the exchange of ideas and opinions within members of the team and anyone external to the team who you think is necessary to understand the work to be done. It will take place during estimation and planning before you actually pull it into the team space to say, hey, we're going to begin development work on this. It should be verbal and supported by documentation. So it shouldn't be an email chain. It shouldn't be something that occurs in a comment section of a user story on a Jira board. It should be something that's done in a live session. The confirmation component of it takes the form of an acceptance test. So every single requirement that you have should have some form of an executable specification, as in it should be testable. We should be able to confirm that we built what we intended to build. How do you host this? As someone who would potentially be a leader in your group or someone hosting one of these sessions, you want to have a structured conversation. That structured conversation is going to be collaborative in nature. It will have diverse perspectives represented. So you want to have people with different knowledge areas on the team or organization coming together to help you out. It should be short, regular workshops in a time box so the feedback loop is quick. What I recommend is 30 minutes to 1 hour. Keep it short so everyone can be focused and deliver value. It should be progressive focus. So you're capturing the progress of that workshop in real time. It could be done on, say, a Miro board. It could be done on a spreadsheet. It could be done on any sort of form of app that you have where you can actively draw, move around work. So that way, people can see the work appearing real time rather than occurring after the fact. And lastly, but most importantly, that structured conversation should result in consensus, that the team members who are actually going to deliver the work are the ones that agree that, yes, these concrete examples measure our success and we are ready to go. So let's make this real. Let's go with an actual example map. So here's the format that it takes, where you start with a single user story. That user story is the focus of your 30-minute or 1-hour time box. For each user story, you have a set of business rules. For those business rules, you have a set of examples that illustrate that rule. And then you identify questions that you have along the course of the way that no one in the room or the meeting can answer. Specifically, that single user story is your focus. Your acceptance criteria are your blue business rules. Your green examples are written underneath each rule. You should have at least one example per business rule, likely more. And then those questions are things that no one can answer. These may be blockers for you to proceed with the work, or they may just be clarifications that the team is confident to continue with. And of course, that time box. I'm sure all of you have to play meeting Tetris every day like I do. It's better to have it in 30 or 1-hour time box sets, so that way you can focus on a given user story, deliver it. This also allows you to make it something that's regular. Say on a daily basis, we have our example mapping or specification workshop, where we're going through and updating, refining more work that goes into our backlog. This is how you help maintain a healthy backlog. So why the color coding? What does that actually matter? Well, it gives you a good visual understanding of that user story when you're going through the session. Any red question cards may indicate the development work is not ready to begin. If you have a lot of them, it's definitely a thumbs down sort of result of your vote at the end of that time box session for this work being ready. If you have a lot of blue business rules for a given user story, that is an indication that that user story might be too large and it needs to be split into one or more. Additionally, if you have a lot of green examples under a single business rule, that is an indication that the rule might be too dense and you need to split that rule into 2 or more. So if you end up splitting up a user story into 2 or more during the session, you continue through with your session, but focusing on just a single story. If you split up the rules, that's okay. Split up those examples. Again, it's about establishing that shared understanding amongst the team and illustrating what the application is actually going to do once you've reached the implementation phase. So why use this form of a workshop? Well, those examples that you're writing become your initial set of user scenarios. Those are your test case that you work off of. You create that shared understanding amongst the team so everyone is on board about the work to be done. Not, let's figure it out during the course of the sprint and, oh, we didn't consider this and there's a lot of rework. We want to reduce that rework of larger unclear stories. By looking visually at the map and breaking it down into small components, we can help assure that the work can actually be completed in the time box we have for the team. Additionally, your rules become your acceptance criteria. At the smallest component, those acceptance criteria end up becoming, say, even unit tests that you would have. But more than likely, those are the set of business rules that the developers are actually going to take and implement. So examples become user stories as our tests. Rules become acceptance criteria as our business rules to be implemented. So let's make this real by having an example map. This also makes it very meta. Let's go even farther than that. Let's make our user story being present at a virtual conference. So for this given story, I may come up with a set of business rules that will say the presentation must be stored in an accessible location. The speaker must have a machine capable of AV. The conference must have a means to record the presentation. For each of these rules I would generate, I would also have a set of examples. So SlideShare is perfectly valid if I want to be able to store it in an accessible location. YouTube as well. So these are things that are generally accessible to the populace. For a machine capable of AV, a Lenovo ThinkPad has a built-in speaker microphone. So too does a MacBook. So you can have multiple examples that illustrate that rule. And it's also okay to provide negative examples. So let's go with the conference must have a means to record the presentation. GoToMeeting is valid. StreamYard is valid. Confide is not. That is an application that specifically does not allow you to record during the course of a meeting. So examples can be positive or negative. Again, they're about illustrating those business rules. So what are some questions that I may have? I may ask, how do you address hands-on activities virtually? In this case, you'd have to show them after the fact of what people have gone through. And in fact, that's what I have done here. At the end of my presentation, I have a set of group activities that you as the audience can take with you, providing this presentation to our hosts, so that way they can share them out and you can go through example maps on your own. Will the session be live for attendees? I can tell you right now, yes, we are live. Will the session be edited afterwards? I don't know that. Perhaps we'll have to ask our gracious hosts. And will the recorded presentation only be available to paid attendees? I know we have a free and a paid track on here. So depends upon what you went in. So these are some of the questions that may come up. And this is an example map that you would generate. So let's go deeper into those examples though, because we want to create those quality requirements for the enterprise. So they can take on many forms. You know, your team may be focused web, desktop, database, mobile, enterprise services. So those examples can take many forms of input-output data pairs, sketches of the user interface, a bulleted list of different steps of a user workflow, or even an Excel workbook illustrating a calculation or a report. All examples describe a behavior as a combination of context, action, outcome. Similar if we're using, say, Gherkin as our standard, given, when, then is context, action, outcome. Or if we're going as far down as unit tests, arrange, act, assert. Some examples are formulated into scenarios when that story is ready. So there's a lot of BDT tools out there that can turn these scenarios into executable tests before the behavior has been implemented. Supporting that BDD of we start with a failing user scenario or feature and we implement enough code to make it work. And that's where it really helps us out. When we're trying to create a standard, we want to make sure that our tests can be automated. We want to make sure that those tests also reflect the end user state, so our acceptance criteria, so that they're one and the same. We don't have to go through a series of rewrites. Some word of advice on actually going through the implementation. The examples that you're generating should be brief. B, being business language to enable the collaboration and feedback. R, being real data. It helps to discover the white spots and requirements if you're using real things from production. Use real customers. One of those ways in which you use quote unquote real data is developing personas based upon your customer base. It should also be I, intention revealing, a way to describe the test by focusing on what we want to achieve and not how. So this is a way in which to write requirements that is focused on declarative rather than imperative statements. What I mean by that is when you're going with imperative, you're describing step by step. I open a web browser, I enter my username, I enter my password, I click on login, I answer the security questions. That is the imperative description, that's the how. You want to focus on what you want to achieve. So given the user is authenticated in our application, given the user is logged in as an admin, you want to describe what you want to achieve rather than how you want to achieve. But those hows are very important. You can generate a set of standard imperative statements for how users will interact with your systems and use those as building blocks to wrap up into those declarative statements for what the user is achieving. Your example should also be E, essential. Include only the relevant details in the scenario. No more, no less. It should also be focused. The scenario should illustrate a single role only. You don't want to have examples that actually validate multiple things. You want it to validate one thing, no more, no less. Why? Why would this be important for your examples themselves, especially if you're going through longer potential flows? Well, if you end up having an issue with that piece of business logic, aka a failure, aka a bug, then you want it to be isolated to that specific area. If you are conflating two different pieces of functionality together, then it's going to be difficult for you to do that sort of failure analysis and determine what went wrong. It's also going to be more challenging if you put those together for developers to implement them in the first place. So break the work down into simple consumable components that could be done in a time box. There are a lot of common refinement activities I showed you one today, which was example mapping, but people call it Three Amigos, specification workshop, discovery workshop. What's important for you to engage in is one of these structured activities on a regular basis. That's how you have quality requirements for the enterprise. You want to have multiple teams engaging in the same sort of refinement activities with the same set of standards. So even though people may be working on different application types, they may have different end customers, some of which may be employees, some of which may be actual end users in the public, you're still following the same guardrails, using the same framework to do your work. It's just important that you do those regularly. So I'm available for questions right now, and I will also be available afterwards if people have questions in the chat or want to contact me. If you do want to reach out to me, then I'd say scan this QR code now. You can feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn or Twitter @CogsFun. More than happy to help answer your questions. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you for your session. So feel free to ask questions to Thomas in our chat, and we will answer them on our Q&A session. Thank you, Thomas. I will please you stay tuned to our Q&A session, and we will continue with you. Happy to have you today. Let's continue with our next speaker. Raja, are you here?
Hi.
Hello. Nice to hear
Hello.
you. Nice to see you today. How are you?
Fine. Oh, cold.
Oh my God, where are you now?
Yes.
Are you hear me
So,
good?
yes, I good. I'm from Chile. Yeah, it's cold.
Okay, I hope that everything will be good during your presentation. And let's start. I will present you to our attendees. Raja Rodriguez Sandoval is a product owner in Accenture, and today she will be talked about unlocking customer secrets, how product vision and technology can maximize the value of proposition. So, Raja, the stage is yours.
Thank you.
Let's start.
Thank you, Lily.
I will help you to share your screen if you need.
Should look?
Yes, it's fine. Just share it for your full screen.
Good. Thank
Okay.
you. Good. Super. Welcome to the presentations Unlocking Clients' Secrets. My name is Raisa Rodriguez. I am Senior Product Owner in Accenture. I am based in Santiago de Chile. I am originally from Venezuela. I have 5 years of experience leading and developing products built with IoT and blockchain technology. I want to start by thank you, Glean team, for organizing this event, where we can share all experience together and learn. Today, I want to invite you to be present with discipline and commitment. Remember, please don't disconnect and feedback at the end of this section. Present in whole process. Because remember, only begin discipline, we are free in the life. So, are you ready? Are you ready? I want to see in the chat. Yes. Today, I want to invite to run at you to run. We are going to run together 4 kilometers to discover those secrets that we want to know about customers. And says, do you will run with me? Do you will run together? And our race today, the start and the first kilometers. We will say understand the opportunity, and at a point we to see our first approach to the clients and what we can to do. And the second kilometer, we take a breath and we to know how the client at the light more deep. What's their motivations and aspirations at closer level. And the next, already at the middle of career, we will investigate with the client the possible solutions to opportunities presented. In our last kilometer, after proposing the solution, will be to see how technology add additional value to value proposition. Así que, let's go for go. Let's go for value. And let's start our first kilometer, understand the opportunity. The first, definitions of problem. The first thing is to ask ourselves, is there a problem? Is there a problem? This to understand how we can help our customers. For this, we include our first tools. That today is used in big companies like Amazon, Uber, Netflix, etc. This tool is points of view. The points of view, these serve to define the problem or pain of users based in net in insight. Then we have users need because insight. It's very important because define the problem. The next, to define the problem, we start to identify our customers. To do so, I brought you two models that we can very useful. The first model is the silence model for stakeholders classification. This model uses three attributes and has three dimensions: power, legitimacy, and urgency. When you use observing the diagram, it's divided into regions. Amongst that, the most important for us is definitive, because they are the people with the greatest interest that bring together the three dimensions. The other hand, the second model, we have the classic model of graphic of influence versus interest in the product. This is very important because the stakeholders house is located in high influence and high interest. But doesn't our client, how does his a pain, or does he know what it is? Users already have the problem of pain, doesn't he solve in some way? This is our trigger question that suggests to do, because I will define the problem and understanding the pain. Thus, but is there a business in the problem? Is there a market? Do you have clear business opportunity? What is it? We must look the side of the opportunity and we of the dimension the problems and set objectives goals. For example, how much are we going to achieve? For this, we can market the follow away. For example, the TAM total addressable market, or some service available market, or some social service obtainable market. This is very important because the business opportunity size. The finish, the first kilometer. We reached the first goal. I can see for exam. In this exam, our client is looking for the fleet management solution. So we're going to apply our tools to start building the solutions. The first, identify the problem, the first tools, the identify the opportunity. You look client B2B, require something more advanced, optimize the cost, operation, and inside we have a solution and over 15 years old, for example. The second, the stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders? Users, operation management, fleet sheriff, security sheriffs, experts in fleet management, and supplies. Third, the size of market and where we can start to export solution. Early adopter, for example, the logistic operation. For example, SOM, B2B client, logistic operation ship. Let's go to the second kilometer. Understand our use and how we can help them. And the first, we start with the data obtained in the first kilometer, which supports a hypothesis. This is very important. The hypothesis to build and iterate the customer segments. Is that sense testing and courage is fundamental to formulate our value proposition. You look on the 5 questions, very important to from value proposition. Next, having said above, noting our customer is important. In this aspect, there are many techniques to understanding. For example, strength use, 5 why, shadow, and tip map, that because, diary, interviews, focus group, etc. So many techniques. But we focus in 3 techniques: strength use, 5 why, and tip maps. The first, this tool tells us about identify the strength use and solving their problem. Will we solve the problem of average use? The problem, for example, we want to innovate the experience of people reading bicycles. To do, we identify the strength used and apply the 5 case elements of design thinking to find the case solution of the segment. For example, you look the strength used, the children learning to ride bicycle, professional cyclists, um, application the elements of design thinking, learn from people, find the parent, and design principle, making tension and interior reliance, high in contrary the strength use and the in contrary the average use. The next is the technique. The 5 is the technique developed by Satishi Toyoda from Toyota. Is based on asking why repeatedly until the cause of the problem is determined. It's say this say we 5 to discover the cause of the problem. For example. Next, we have the empathy map. Probably many of you know it. These tools allow you to define and categorize the audience. It has a 6 parts that will help you to ask the necessary question to get into the mind of your target audience. It's a very important tool. Finally, we have the buyer person. It is a detailed tool for your ideal customer. This tool feeds from the ones mentioned above and is very important since it offering clarity and precision. It's very important because when it comes to developer marketing strategies and creating product offerings, you look the buyer person profile. We have information our customers, demographic, goals, motivations, pain points, customer objection, instance, information really values. We finish at the second kilometer. uh, the second kilometer to finish, look at the example we our fleet management case and the tool C. We can the buyer person, as can see, the buyer person is made up of information from the tool we saw early. This tool is very powerful because it allows us to design our value proposition. You look demographic, primary, primary source information, goals motivation from the team map, customer objection, five wife, or pain points and team map, for example. The 3 kilometer. Let's go the 3 kilometer. Developing solution is very important, and about information will help you to develop is a better solution, is a preliminary value proposition. Then to see a possible solution, we will consider two stages: divergence and convergence, creation decision and taking decision. And create decision, the process, many techniques, brainstorming, Disney's method, May's method, or who could we, for example. The second stage, convergence, selection criterion, uh, for example, voting, posting, method for categories, affinity diagram of idea or now, wow, how. we focus into in two stage. The creatization we see several tools, but we focus the what is the method. And the second stage, make decision, will focus tool for categories and now wow hope. This is the first stage of Hope creates ideas. We have a great tool called Walt Disney method, where we have three steps. One step, brain, is a brainstorming to ensure creativity. Second step, be realistic. We can write a storyboard to get down our idea from step one. And step three, be critical, where we review with the team the possible risks that may arise. These very easy tools is is a very interesting use. And the second stage, how to make decisions. There are two methods that I would like to share with you. The four categories, and the first is involving the dividing according to their relative attraction, from rational possibility to the most remote, or which the team decide on one or two ideas from each category. The rational choice, the most light to the line, the darling, and the long short. Um, the second tool, and now wow how, um, prohibit mechanism from evaluating ideas where two variables are difficulty for implementation versus degree innovation. And now, ideas that can be implemented immediately but which lack novelty would uh, ideas can be implemented and innovate, and who ideas that could possibly be implemented in the future. Um, After those ideas, we can make our value proposition. This artifact is very important. Let's see, with the help of the our tools, the value proposition canvas and information obtained, and what are the hypotheses what converting the pain or our customers, for example. On the finished tools, we are going to the test card to define the experiments, indicate suggest the test hypothesis, and obtain a preliminary value proposition. You look on the test card, define experiments, define indicators of success, do experiments, and evaluate results, and iterate to runs to generate a prototype. Is very important tool because we have help you the proof the hypothesis. And we finished over 3 kilometers. Uh, as we have see, always have several tools that complement one. Designs happen in, for example, we have been working on the first stage. We are create decision, we are make decision, we build the value proposition with previous hypothesis they test prioritize hypothesis. And as can see, our fleet management, for example, with information obtained from the client and hypothesis stain, we will able to build a preliminary artifact of the value proposition this information. We have a range of last kilometer whose the technology can help you to maximize the value proposition. And the technology is very important in the products. In determining the technology, we look at 4 dimensions which we seek to evaluate in the order and add great value to our business. The first is in the first scope of the technology required. We are considering flexibility, scalability, time of life, and maturity. The second is business requirements and companies' policies, support, purchase, license, and cost. The next, technical requirements is important. Integrations and support. Last but no less, the team. The teams is very important. The team's experience, learning curve, and community. Evaluating this allow us to ask ourselves questions around the value proposition, where the technology we can add something that can be of differentiation that will help you us improve of the proposition. Note, it suggests a percentage of project to test the new technologies is very important. We finish our race on the end, the 4 kilometers. Congratulations. There is another example we see in the simple way who we have the value proposition that covers the pain of the business and help at other time the type of technologies maximize the purposes. Not only delivering a telematic solution, SPED, but which innovate technology in the market. For example, the stage 1, we have our preliminary value proposition. Stage 2, we analyze it with the technical team and we refrain what technology we can implement. And a telematic IoT solution in combination with blockchain. The blockchain in corrupted chain of data. And a mobile connect the flag. This maximizes the value proposition is a aspect. The finish, I want to thank you for joining me this race. I hope you it has motivated you a lot. We are race together. Thank you. If you need anything or I can help you, I'm online. You can write on me. I'd like to answer for you. I will to sharing the shadow word of my LinkedIn today. Now I will hand it back to a moderator of the next presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Raja. Nice session. Thank you a lot for joining us today. I'm happy to see you today. Please ask your questions in our chat, and we will continue answer them on a Q&A session later. So let me check if you're ready to continue with our next speaker. Thank you, Raja, and see you soon for 1 hour, I think. Okay.
Thank
Okay. So our next speaker is Christian Idiodi. Let me check a minute. Christian or Kelly, are you here now? Could you join us now, please? Okay, as we're waiting for our next speaker, I think it will be for 1 or 2 minutes. As a reminder, I want to say that I'm preparing next event in June. It will be an API event, and you have a possibility to join us there and use promo code for discount PM Geekle and get 20% discount for that event. So I will be happy to meet everyone on that event, and you will have possibility to saw many new speakers and new informations and last updates from APA. Let me check one more time. Also, you could write your question and comments in our chat if you have some proposition about your about our events or topics that you would like to hear on our future summits. Feel free to do it. It will be great to get a feedback from our audience now, and we could be better for you for sure. So, and our next speaker is preparing for join us, and okay, Christian, are you here? Hello, Christian, do you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, nice to see you today. How are you?
Nice to see you. I am doing well.
Great. I'm happy to see you today. So let me introduce you to our audience. Christian Idiodi. Yes, Christian Idiodi is a partner product of Silicon Valley Group, and today he will be talking about the essential skills of great product managers. Christian, the stage is yours.
Oh, wonderful. Well, thank you. I thought we had even a few minutes before we got started here.
For sure. I will help you to share your screen.
Okay, I will just use my camera and use that to come in. I think that might be easier just to get going here. So let me see if you can see my slides come in. Lovely. Good. So you can see my slides?
Yes, perfect.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. Well, great. Well, thanks for having me here. And Lily, how much time do I have today?
Yes, you have fully 30 minutes and some time for QA session for sure.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. Well, let's jump in. Thanks for having me today. This is really a great opportunity to have a conversation around the essential skills of product managers. It's a role that I take seriously as I pursue a career. But what I would love to do is maybe talk a little about my background, because I think for many people, I have had a product management background. I have had a product leadership background. And many people ask, how did you get into product? And I often tell people, I don't know of anybody today that probably has a master's degree in product management or a bachelor's degree or a PhD in this discipline. I did it the same way like everybody did. I didn't actually start off in a career in product management, but I got into product management that way. But I thought saying a little about my career will help people understand some of the essential skills needed for this discipline. You know, prior to even working as a student, I delivered newspapers as a little job to try to get some money. I tutored, I taught computer programming and skills to people when I was in school. I was going to be a medical doctor, so I was pre-med for college. I was trying in university, and I decided to take a year off rather than becoming a doctor, to travel the world, to learn really more about other parts of the world and other skills. I was very curious. I was very interested in other professions, but I thought taking a year off before going to medical school will help me do that. And I was stuck in Thailand, and I had to fly back to the States, and I started working in sales. When I was in college, I worked as a gas station attendant. And when I was in sales, I was a door-to-door salesperson. I will knock on doors every single day to try to sell Visa, MasterCard equipment to small businesses. But I had an amazingly successful career doing sales that I thought, wow, why should I go back to medical school? Sales can be a career or something I should explore. I ended up joining a company, a job board in the US back then called Career Builder, and the company had a business plan competition or a business case competition. Anybody in the company could submit an idea, and if you won the idea, you got a lot of money to start a business. And I thought this was a very entrepreneurial opportunity, and I said, well, why will I be intrigued by this? Well, if you wouldn't made it to the top 20, you also got some prize money. And so I started to learn really more about the company, learn more about the industry, learn more about the organization, to the extent that I was able to win this competition at 23 years old. And I had a check for about $1 million to build a technology-enabled company. Now, don't get me wrong, I have never done this in my career. I have never built a company. I've never used technology to solve problems. And so I had to start from scratch to really learn and understand what it took to build a company, what it took to build a product or build a business. I failed woefully trying to figure it out for the first few months, but when I finally got into a methodology or a rhythm, I ended up growing this business to about $10 million in annual recurring revenue. I had another idea, and I submitted it to the competition and won again. And at this point, the CEO said, well, why should we wait for a competition? Why should we wait for every year for you to share ideas? Why not manage our innovation budget? And this was how I actually went into the discipline of product management. There was not really a formal discipline of product management at this time, but it was just a way to say, look, if you have great ideas, we want you to try them out and see what works. Now, for the next 15 to 17 ideas, I failed woefully. I was not able to get traction. I was not able to get any growth, any demand. I started to say to myself, well, I was successful at the first two ideas I had. What's happening now that makes me unsuccessful? And I started to reflect. I said, well, in the beginning, I didn't know anything. And not knowing anything actually helped me to be successful because I was curious. I spent time learning. I had a mindset to understand, but now I was making assumptions from a conference room. In the beginning, I was connected to the team of people working with me. And now what was I doing? I was making decisions far away and sending engineers work to do. So I started to say, well, this, was it luck in my first two opportunities? Or is there a way that companies or individuals consistently innovate, consistently go from idea to product? And I started to put my head down to understand this. And I built over 80 products with the company. I decided I could do my own startup too as well. So I did a startup for a while, had an amazing exit. And then I joined the company as a head of product. This was absolutely fantastic because I really started to harness what was core to building products, not just once, not just twice, but successfully. And I've built over 200 products in my career. And I have been a leader of product people, a head of product. And today I am part of the Silicon Valley Product Group. And what we do is we curate what we've seen work with the most innovative companies in the world. And we spend a lot of our time trying to convince other people and organizations that they can work in a similar manner or even better. So before I jump in, I kind of want to talk about why we care about product management. In some way, this is a discipline that seemed to come out of nowhere. A lot of growth and demand for it. The ambiguity even erupted in the last 15 years from technology companies demanding into even consumer packaged goods or non-technology companies looking for this role called product manager. A big driver for this is really what we call digital disruption. That technology is now pervasive in every single thing we do. Mark Andreessen wrote that article called Software is Eating the World in some ways. But we're seeing that the pace of innovation is faster. Speed and agility become critical for companies to survive in today's world. The things that we thought were so far away, self-driving cars, people going to space, they're happening before our very eyes. You're also seeing non-technology enabled companies dying, big retail stores, old legacy banks, gyms and airlines and newspapers, all of these companies losing out in this way. The best stocks are continuously technology-enabled companies, whether you're looking at Apple or Amazon in some ways. And you see the history of companies like Blockbuster losing to Netflix, or bookstores losing to Amazon, or social media and TikTok and Instagram and all of these things coming up. What we're saying here is really that the role of technology has really changed for many companies. Many companies used to look at technology as a necessary evil, as a top cost center, as an expense. But in today's world, technology is the business. It's just how we solve problems. It's how we solve problems in a way that our customers love and in a way that works for our business. And this is really at the crux of the rise and the demand for the discipline we call product management. A product is something that solves a problem in a meaningful way, meaning it creates value to a group of customers or a group of users. Okay. Now, I want to be clear when I'm talking about product management that you understand that I'm talking about a modern product manager. You see, in our historical context, we used to have projects when technology was an expense. We want to build a website, the business hands it over to the technology teams. And when they are done, they report on how much it cost them and they assign people to oversee it. This is not a modern product manager. That was a project, and so people in that role are project managers. As companies started to evolve in their work, this changed slightly over time, right? So you had companies say, well, we work in a way with the technology team, and so they will have things called a business analyst who gathered requirements, who wrote requirements documents to describe to technology teams what they needed them to create. As companies shifted to Agile, they said, well, we no longer have business analysts. We have somebody on the team called a product owner. Unfortunately, this person really managed the backlog and prioritized what people did. What I'm talking about here is really a modern product manager. A modern product manager, their job is not to gather requirements or to prioritize a backlog. Their job is to solve a problem. So let me talk about the product management job. I love this image here. It's always thrilling to me because when you think about people, you say, what people think a product manager does? They just ship things. Your mom might think you're building the next iPhone, or people might think you're sitting at an office, or you're in meetings and doing paperwork every day. You might see yourself as a hero or a superhero who just swoops in and solves problems all around the world. But the reality of the job is people that run around with their head cut off in some ways. When people ask me, say, what do you do as a product manager? The way I describe it to them, I say to them, well, I work collaboratively with a bunch of talented people to discover solutions on behalf of our customers in a way that works for our business. That's how I define what this job is. Okay. Now, this is the job of a product manager in what we call an empowered product team. This is a team that is tasked, and I'm highlighting this deliberately. The job is to solve problems. And the way you solve these problems has to be in a way that your customers will love, and also in a way that also works for your business. These are really the two nuanced aspects of what this job is. You want to solve a problem which creates value, and you want to solve a problem that a solution is something your customers will love, because that's how you create customer value and also creates business value as well. To be clear, a product manager is part of a team. It is a team sport to solve problems. In solving this sport, the job is to take an objective or a problem to solve, which could be grow the business, increase revenue, improve customer satisfaction, profit. It could be any problem. It could be a customer problem or a business problem. A product manager, as part of a team, their job is to discover a solution to that problem and then to deliver that solution to the customers or to the end users. As you're trying to solve a problem, there's risk involved. There are things we don't know. There are things we have to tackle to ensure that our customers will love the solution or that it will work for our business. For instance, we don't know if people will buy it or if people will use the solution. We don't know that they can use it. We don't know if we can build it, if we have the skills to build it or the time to build it. And scarily enough, we need to know if it's going to work for our company or our business in some ways. Right? It is the job of the modern product team to answer these questions before a single line of production code is ever written. Answering these questions is what we call discovery. So the product manager, as part of the team, their job is to discover a solution worth building. So if you think about it, these are all the questions we answer here. The core job of the product manager is to answer two of those key questions. Value. Is this worth doing? Value. If we do this, will people buy it? Value. If we do this, will people choose it? Value. Is this the right or the best solution to this problem? They are also responsible for viability. What does this mean? Will our business support it? Will our stakeholders, our leaders, marketing? Can we market it? Can we sell it? Is it legal? Is it compliant? All of these questions are viability questions. And because we hold them responsible for value and viability, well, we tend to hold them responsible for results. This is why people often joke, when everything goes well, it's a team effort. When things go poorly, blame the product manager, right? Now, don't get me wrong, it's because the product manager is at the core of determining what we do, the value and the viability of it. Now, the only way a product manager can do this is because of what they contribute to the team. So, let's talk about that. First, and often more important than anything else, is that the product manager contributes a deep knowledge of the customer. You cannot convince anybody about anything in an organization, about anything in what you build, if you are not the expert in your users and customers. This is the core of what gives a product manager permission to solve a problem. If you think about it, an organization builds a team, and the team's job is to solve problems on customers' behalf. Why should they trust a product manager or a product team to solve a problem if they don't know the people they are solving the problem for the best? This is by far the most important contribution for a product manager, that you represent the customer in your organization better than anyone else. People say to me, well, how deep of a knowledge of a customer should I have? And I described to them early in my career, I joined a company, a startup that helped people find their first jobs or an early job, an hourly job, whether you're working at a retail store, a fueling station, a restaurant, those kinds of early jobs. And I'm joining as a head of product. And I'm saying to myself, when was the last time I worked in that kind of role? I feel very disconnected from the customer or the end user. So what did I do on my first day at the job? Well, I didn't go to the office. I didn't meet with the team. I went to the unemployment office. I started talking to people there because I felt this may be where people that meet the demographic or psychographic of our customers may be. I stumbled upon a young guy named Brad. I said, Brad, what are you doing here? Brad said, well, I lost my job in a warehousing area. I'm yet to collect unemployment benefits, but I'm actively looking for a new job. I said, wow. I said, well, Brad, I just joined a company that claims to help millions of people look for a job. I would love to spend some time with you learning about your job search. I will use everything in my company, in my ability or capability to help you find a job too. Now, what does this mean? It doesn't mean I send Brad a survey or some documents to fill. The next morning, 7 o'clock, I was in Brad's house. Brad comes out of the shower. He's like, "Oh, you're here early." I say, "Yes, I am." I followed Brad to every single job interview. I learned Brad had to go to his neighbor's house to apply for a job because he didn't have a desktop or an internet computer in his house, or an internet-enabled computer. Every single job interview Brad went to, I was there. He comes out, we talk about the experience. Every morning, I am there from 7 o'clock in the morning to 5 o'clock in the evening. About 2.5 weeks of doing this, Brad finds a part-time job. I say, "Wow, I am done with this." He says, "Well, this job doesn't cover all of my expenses." For the first time, I'm understanding what it means to be underemployed. Your income doesn't cover your expenses. I said, "Now what?" He said, "Well, I'm still looking for a job. I have to take a part-time job to stop the bleeding." So I continue going every day with Brad. It's almost 90 days. He even comes to my house for Thanksgiving. My kids are tired. Who's this new guy? Why am I spending so much time with Brad, a customer? Because I'm going to be working with technology to help millions of people find a job. If I don't understand what it means to help one person actually find a job, what do I think I'm going to be doing? I have to understand how he solves the problems today. I have to understand what alternatives he considers. I have to understand what works or what doesn't work. It is 90 days before I step foot in the office. When I come to the office, I bring Brad to meet all of my team, all of us, and I say to everybody, we have to meet customers every single day because we represent them the best in the company. This is what it means to have a deep knowledge of your customers. You're continuously learning, embedding yourself because you represent the customer within the organization. You also have to have a deep knowledge of the data. I tell people, with the absence of customer insights and data, you're doing what I call OPO, one person's opinion. Data beats opinions. You have to understand user analytics, what people are doing on your product. You have to understand sales data, the transaction values, the trends, the things that drive the core metrics in your company. You also have to understand some data warehouse data. How are things changing over time? It is your job to be on top of this. It's not the job of an analyst, because this is what informs the decisions you make. How do we know this is the best solution to the problem? How do we know it will work? How do we know people will come? This is what data does. It informs the decisions. It's how you measure progress. It inspires new work. You also have to have a deep knowledge of the business. Often you hear people say the product manager is the CEO of their product. First of all, you're not CEO of anything. You don't really have any CEO powers. I joke with product managers, you're like the opposite of Spider-Man. Spider-Man, we say with great power comes great responsibility. Product managers is like with great responsibility comes no power. But the reason people say this, if you think about your CEO might know every facet of a company, how things work, what's going on. They may not have deep knowledge, but they know who to go to. They know how to connect with the marketing person for marketing insights, or the finance person for it. That's the same thing. The product manager brings that to their team. Nobody else in the company is going to do this for you. Your team is relying on you. They don't want to build something only to find out they cannot ship it. They don't want to work on things only to find out marketing doesn't support it, sales, legal. Product managers have to have a strong relationship with the stakeholders. They have to know who to connect to get validation and insights about the solutions they are missing. It is core. You have to understand the business in that matter. You also have to have a deep understanding of your industry, right? You want to understand the trends that may be affecting your industry, technology trends, industry trends, whether it's consumerization of the enterprise, AI, machine learning today, or LLM, or all of these things, VR, drone, whatever might be affecting your business. Why? Because the real driver of innovation comes from what's just now possible. And product people have to support their team in tackling problems using innovative solutions. You also want to know what your competitors are doing, not so that you're copying the competitors. Don't copy your competitors. You don't know if it's good, if whatever they're working on is good, but you have some insights into where the market is going, what trends they have, what problems they may be solving for their team. Product managers also have to have a deep knowledge of their product. It is hence in the job, product management. You are the expert on the product. You don't want people surprising you about what your product can do. You have to understand, does this product solve the problems we want it to solve? Is it the best solutions to the problem we want it to solve? You have to be the acknowledged expert on your product within the organization. That's why you're called the product manager. You can sunset your product when it's no longer valuable. Remove it, change it. That's the goal. You want to make sure it is the best solution to the problems you have. This is why, with all of this said, Ben Horowitz will always joke there are only two kinds of product managers: successful product managers and former product managers. Not because this is just a hard job, but in Silicon Valley today, product managers are the number one career path to becoming a CEO. The number one career path to becoming a founder or co-founder of a company. Companies like Google, Instacart, Atlassian, they invest 2 years in training product managers and in an associate product management program. Why? Because this is a very key role in determining what gets built. If you cannot see this person as being the next CEO or leader of a company, you probably have the wrong person in the role. Very entrepreneurial in the mindset. Now, to do this job, you're obviously seeing some of the skills that you need, some of the hard skills you will need to do this work well. You need to be able to do discovery, which means tackle your risk before things are done. You may need skills with optimization. I have built something, but I need to continue to improve it, to iterate on it so that it can capture the value we want. You need to be able to support delivery. I need to deliver what has been created to a group of customers or end users. You need to also have skill techniques with development. Why? Because you're working with a team of engineers that are translating business needs into technology solutions. You also need a lot of people skills. The ability to work closely with a team of people to solve problems for others on their behalf. You also need to manage stakeholders, people who have veto power, strong interest in what you do, and strong influence. You need to be able to work closely with them and partner with them to solve problems. You need the power of evangelism to be able to tell stories about where you're going, what problems you're solving, why you're solving those problems, why you're solving those problems now, the value or the benefit of those solutions. You need to be able to champion the vision and people understand, where are we going? How do we plan to get there with the strategy? How will we measure success? In some ways, you need to have a muscle for leadership because you are taking other people along a journey while being focused on somebody we call a customer, someone who has a problem in a meaningful way that you want to solve. So, I want to summarize from my perspective. When I think about product management, what I find to be the core essential traits of great product managers. So I have worked with thousands of product managers around the world. And when I start to think about what makes for good product management, what makes for great product management, when I see them, remember I told you my story of how I got into this discipline to encourage people. It's not your education. It's not the degrees you have. It's not even your technical skills. It's not even in some ways the hard skills. For me, the first essential trait is what I call collaborative problem solving, collective problem solving. Now, why do I pick this trait? See, as product managers, you have to work with cross-functional teams and stakeholders to identify and define problems to solve and leverage the collective knowledge and skills of everybody to discover, design, validate, test, and to deliver a solution to that problem. Now, I want to call out the elements of this because people ask me all the time, say, well, I want to get into product management. Where do I start? I say, well, what is product management? They say, well, it's solving problems with people for others. And I say, well, start practicing solving problems. Volunteer and solve a problem. Find a local issue that is important to you. Build an app, a website. Find a problem worth solving and practice solving it. Because this is at the very core of what the job is. Now, the reason I call it collective or collaborative problem solving as opposed to just being a problem solver is because I know those do-it-yourself, I can fix anything types of people. People that are handymans, jack of all trade, they can work as low people. Unfortunately, product management is not an individual sport. It's a team sport. If you don't know how to work well with others, you don't win very well. If you are, I do it all by myself, I can't take other people, you don't do this very well. You need to be able to bring people together to leverage the strengths of others to solve problems. You have to learn to practice working with others to solve problems. This is a key strength of the product management discipline. The next is what I will look at as empathy and humility. For me, there are two sides of the coin. It's not enough to understand your customers. It's not enough to understand data or your business or your industry. If that doesn't invoke a better solution for your customers or a better outcome for your business, we've missed the point. The reason you want to understand your customers is because when you connect with their pain and their problem, it leads to better solutions. Arrogance and ego really destroys this industry. Many people think this is a discipline about being right. I have all the answers. I know the right thing to do. I know the best solution for you. To be clear, you're not understanding customers for customers to tell you what to do. However, a deep understanding of their pain allows you to come up with a solution. It's your job to do that. Data beats opinions. This is not an industry for you to try to be right. Being right doesn't win anything. Solving the problem does. So the best product managers I know have a significantly high emotional intelligence quota. They are very empathetic, and they're empathetic not just to customers on the outside, but to stakeholders that are trying to protect the business, protect revenue, and protect your following employees or customers. Core aspect of it is a mindset. You are going in knowing that you do not know. You are going in knowing that the best solution will come when you are humble enough to learn more about the company, the industry, the business, the data, and the people you're trying to serve, your customers. I also argue that I want my product managers to have an entrepreneurial mindset. And what I mean by this is not in the sense that you are a rogue agent trying to start a company, but if you think about an entrepreneurial mindset, this is a self-starter mindset. They have some sense of self-management and awareness, right? There's a hustle to them. They are driven, passionate. They are a builder. They are scrappy. Entrepreneurial mindset is the core of the job because the job is to create value, to innovate, to make big risk, to place big bets. It's not just to optimize and tweak things, but you are solving problems. And one of the core aspects of this is time management, because you have to be able to focus on the core problems and work collaboratively with people to solve it. To do this well, I love a learning mindset, because you need to know what you don't know and admit what you don't know and bridge the gap between what you know and what you don't know. This is the core of the job. If not, you make validations and assumptions that you're right. You're testing continuously, validating continuously, discovering continuously. Discovery is your job, because most of the ideas we have will fail. And even the ones that do, we have to continuously iterate on them to get better. The reason I call out a learning and growth mindset for product management is because people think I have to know all of the things. And I say two things. If you have empathy and humility, you will know the right people that you need to learn from. And if you're a collaborative problem solver, you will bring them together. And with a learning and growth mindset, you will continuously learn and grow. It's a very simple skill for being a great product manager. You have to know how to bring people together that have the right strengths to help you solve a problem. You have to create an environment of psychological safety for people to be able to share ideas and speak up. In an entrepreneurial mindset, you're a self-starter, you're driven, you focus them on the customer, and you will learn and continuously grow. Lastly, I love this. I call it grit. Grit. Product is hard. I even have it on my shirt. Product is hard. I tell people, if product is not hard, you're probably not doing it right. But if it's also not fun, you're probably also not doing it right as well. There is no more important job I have found than waking up every day to solve problems on behalf of someone else. You have to persevere. You have to stick with it. Product work requires you to have some courage, to pull people together, to walk through hard issues, to walk through ego, to walk through different perspectives, to cultivate diverse points of views with a focus on solving the problem for customers. This job requires you to have some strong-willed perseverance. And I think it's an essential skill for the best product managers I have met. Steve Jobs makes this argument that, look, we don't hire smart people to tell them what to do. We hire smart people to tell us what's possible. Product managers, your job here is to bring together a bunch of smart people to solve meaningful problems for the world in a meaningful way. It has been nothing but my highest honor and pleasure to have this talk with you, to share my background and my stories of product management, and to call out some of the essential skills of great product managers. Thank you all for the gift of your time today. Keep in touch. You can reach out to me on LinkedIn or Twitter or sign up for our newsletter. And it's a good way to follow the work we do. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your online summit.
Thank you, Christian. It was awesome. So motivated session. Thank you a lot. So if you have a few minutes, I can ask you some questions from our audience. Okay. So thank you a lot. First question is, it's two parts. So first part is, in a lot of companies, product managers are not improved on their role to fulfill their position. Is this lack of improvement companies their ability to operate fully? And second part, eventually they turn into backlog creators or glorified business analysis. And any advice for product managers in such scenarios?
Absolutely. Remember, I'm calling out that your job is to solve problems. If you think about what's happening in non-empowered teams, two things are happening. They are throwing work to technology, and your job is just to prioritize what they do, or you're given a roadmap of futures and projects to go deliver. That's what you're getting. But I'm saying to you, somebody tells you build a website. That's what they want on your roadmap. Okay? What they actually want is what will happen when you build a website. So your question is, why do you want the website? You say, well, we believe a new website will help us get more customers. Well, what if we built the website and we didn't get more customers? The website has failed and the problem still exists. So what you want to do, my advice to teams is, I want you to orient whatever you do on outcomes, problems. So if somebody comes to you and gives you a backlog or tells you what to do, this is what I say to everybody. That's a great idea. I want to make sure we succeed when we do this. What really is the problem we want to solve? And how would you measure success? So I just turned whatever you've been given into a problem, because that will make you more empowered. When you understand the real problem they want to solve or the outcomes, how do we measure success? How many times have we built things in a backlog and our customers, our stakeholders are not happy? Because we're just delivering things rather than solving the problem. So my best advice for people is turn whatever you're given into a problem and understand how success will be measured so that you can focus on that. So what you're doing with that habit is you're helping your company or rent on outcomes by working an empowered way. It does take time. It does take leadership to embrace the same mindset and say outcomes are better than output. Business results are better than building things, But as a product manager, you can start to shape that conversation in this manner. Good.
Thank you a lot. And one more question. What's your process and tools you use to collect and analyze customer feedback?
Oh, I know many people love process and tools, and it's not like I'm anti-process and tooling in some ways. But I always like to tell people I'm a very manual person when I start my product work because I have the same mindset that I don't know what I don't know. For instance, a young product manager asked me the other day saying, do you have a tool for me to start my career as product management? What's the best tool? And I said, I have a great one for you. I say, where's your cell phone? He said, this is my cell phone. I said, there's a button on your cell phone that looks like an airplane. Push the button and magical things will happen. He said, what do you mean? Or you can turn your phone off. Because the biggest thing you need is time management. There'll be a lot of distractions. Lots of things take your time. So turning your phone off will help you because this is a proactive job, not a reactive one. A product manager should be more like a physician, a doctor, than a firefighter. You should be working on things that are important, not things that are urgent. Excuse me. So when I talk about dealing with people, I say, look, if you want to collect customer feedback, just collect customer feedback. Do it manually on an Excel spreadsheet, on a notepad, or a notebook. Now, why am I saying this? Is because I want you to practice collecting feedback. When you've collected a lot of feedback, you can ask yourself, is there a better way to organize this? Because you know what you're collecting. In some ways, you're gathering the requirements for what kind of tool you need to collect feedback. Because if you have one set methodology, one set tool, it may not work for your type of industry, customer. It doesn't extend itself. So, I love talking with customers. I do it every day. I love looking at qualitative data. I love doing my favorite tool for sharing what I have learned is a user story map. So when I talk to a customer, I take the story of the customer and I stick it on the wall. And I say, here is Bob, and this is Bob's story of how he solves the problem. Or this is Bob's story of his current solution. This is not right. So the reason I do that is because I make it visual. I make it easy to remember. I break it down into parts and other people can add to the story. So add manually, and then you can decide what tools will help you scale your feedback collection.
Thank you. Great. And I have last question for you. How to build processing company with multiply dedicated product areas when each product affects key results of others?
So what you're calling out here is a lot of dependencies, right? So you have and how teams work together to solve problems. This is a leadership issue. Because leadership is meant to provide context and the environment in which you do your work. What we mean by this is there's a vision. The vision is what tells everybody we are going to the same place. It's what tells everybody we're on the same team. Imagine you're playing football or soccer and you're not sure if you pass the ball to someone, if they are going to score on you or score on the other side. You're not on the same team, so you not pass the ball. What makes the team play together is that they have a common goal. They are measured on the same thing. The single most important aspect for managing dependencies is a shared or common goal. Meaning, if I have two people and I want them to work together, I make the two people have the same goal, they are measured in the same way, and they recognize that the only way they get their prize, their incentive, their bonus is if they work together to do it. But if you have two teams with two different goals, there is no incentive for them to work together. They are misaligned. So leadership has to provide vision. This is where we're going. Strategy. This is how we plan to get there. And that informs the objectives. This is the important thing we should work on right now. And the only way to get there is if these teams work together. So the key results that they all work on are the same. This is the only way to manage. Now, we do have roles that manage dependencies within the team, like a delivery manager, to make sure work is coordinated and synchronized within teams. But it's important that if you have multiple dedicated product areas, the way you align people is with clear ownership, is with autonomy, and you make sure that they all have shared or common interests.
Thank you. Thank you a lot. It was awesome. Thank you for your session. It was so insightful, so inspiring. I'm very pleased to hear it today. Thank you, Christian, for your time, and hope to see you on our future event. Thank you a lot. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm happy to continue and present our next speaker, Varun. Welcome. Happy to see you today. How are you?
Good, thanks. It's really great to be here.
Thank you for joining us today. Varun Zhou is a product manager in IBM, and today he will be talking about managing data, doing market research, and communicating with diverse stakeholders, strategies for successful product management. Varun, the stage is yours.
Great, thank you. Can you see my slides? Okay.
Yes.
Awesome. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Warren Zhou. I'm currently a product manager at IBM, and today I'll be sharing my insights that I've learned through the projects that I've worked on at IBM, but also at other companies. So I want to start by sharing the journey that I'll be going on with you. I'll start by covering some of the high-level issues that one may encounter when working in a giant corporation, and what are some projects that you may encounter and how do you think about approaching them? So we'll discuss how to analyze and interpret data, how do you deal with organizational complexity, what are some ways to effectively package market research and present it, and how do you build trust and foster transparent communication with the stakeholders who you'll be working with. And then we'll wrap things up and see how you can get from struggle to success in your own journeys. So let's start with discussing how to seize opportunities. And I want to start a bit of sharing best practices that I've learned, and hopefully you can take some of the insights and succeed in your own career. You may work in a geographically region like me, and if you're working in a big company, you may find that there could be a because of misincentives, bureaucracy, and institutional risk aversion. So how do you work past all of that? I'll cover some of the issues that I face at a high level. So first and foremost, we faced geographically discrimination. So teams worked in different time zones. They had different working preferences, however, impact in spite of that. A lot of that meant fostering communication across teams through mutual agreed upon communication threads. We had to, how do we understand their needs and respect them while still promoting modernization? A core way we did this was by respecting the value of their longstanding solutions while showcasing the benefits of modernization. And we really encouraged them to embrace change at a pace that suited their particular needs. We also faced organizational changes. We had business unit spinoffs, which created visibility challenges across teams that were once within our organization. So we really needed to adapt our processes and think about how to foster cross-functional collaboration despite that. How do we use cohesive approaches despite restructuring? We had lots of diverse stakeholder interests. Different roles have their own unique stakes and desired outcomes for projects. So it's essential to align expectations, find common ground, and openly communicate through active listening. Silence and a lack of uniform truth, because each team uses a repository. So we have to work hard to break down the barriers between these data platforms and systems, have a more connected data environment that enables better decision-making, enabling all stakeholders to feel more empowered. And finally, we had to overcome inertia and budget concerns by demonstrating the value of our solutions to customers and addressing their specific pain points. We had to consider competition and budget constraints, and we really had to tailor our approaches to meet customer needs while still promoting the adoption of new enterprise software projects. By addressing the challenges head-on and maintaining a more proactive approach, we were better able to transform these struggles into successes and drive those impactful outcomes for both customers and the organization. So let's go into the first section and take a look about how to analyze and interpret data. Now, this could mean data visualization, it can mean statistical analysis, but the focus is more on tailoring your insights and analysis to the specific needs and interests of your stakeholders that you're presenting to. A core part of this could be qualitative data from account and customer success teams, because they're the ones closest to the customer, and their feedback could be really essential to driving decision-making. So let's dive right in and see how we can get some meaningful insights from data. Now, I'll be sharing some templates throughout this presentation from actual projects that I've worked on. And in this particular slide, we address the challenge of introducing licensing mechanisms to entice customers to adopt a modern offering while considering the cost to customers. We had acquired a company a couple of years ago that had a highly promising product, and there had been significant work done in investing in the product from a technical development point of view, but we hadn't considered the introduction of licensing mechanisms to lower the cost of moving from the legacy solution to the newer product. So to tackle this challenge, we presented high-level insights on the left side and a data table on the right side. The column was bolded to allow readers to easily deduce the net result for each scenario and identify the most optimal one for the customer and the organization. So the row highlighted in light blue is the status quo, and the other rows are the proposed business models. So at a glance, the audience could quickly see that the status quo would mean significantly higher revenues for the organization. So the proposed business models would not be good from a revenue perspective to pursue, given the sort of targets that we were looking to hit. With these numbers, we explored various things. We took a look at the level of virtualization and customers' technical environments, what they might spend on subscription licenses in the future, what could their product rollout timing look like. And based on these factors, we were able to create a more tailored product strategy. So the organization of the slide allowed for a more comprehensive understanding of each scenario's assumptions, and which fostered a more in-depth conversation and evaluate the potential customer organization. And the approach ultimately helped us to make the appropriate decision for the product strategy moving forwards, meeting both customer needs and maximizing the value that they receive from the solution. So let's talk about how to navigate organizational complexity. How do you balance the needs of so many different stakeholders? Because as a product manager, you could be working with customer success, with developers, with product marketing, with architects. How do you consider all their needs? And I'll share some of the templates and strategies I've used to foster cross-functional collaboration and better align stakeholder objectives. Let's see how we can mix the desired ingredients of so many stakeholders and see if we can cook up a recipe for success. This slide addressed the challenge of evaluating whether to sunset or evolve products with significant histories and yearly revenues. We had newer offerings available with more modern capabilities, and they could be something that customers were interested in if they were modernizing their environments. There were significant development and expense costs involved with maintaining support for those legacy solutions, which was an opportunity cost for being able to invest further in the capabilities that customers wanted in the new product. So to tackle this challenge, we presented a really simple but effective timeline showcasing the potential time markers at which specific product strategies could take place. And the visual representation allowed the audience to understand the high-level plan and decision points while acknowledging that there were a good number of underlying factors that contributed to determining the time markers you see on your screen. So the audience could appreciate the strategic approach towards balancing the legacy products and the introduction of modern offerings. And the slide demonstrated the importance of carefully considering the timing of product strategy shifts, accounting for customer satisfaction, revenue generation, and resource allocation. The overview of the product strategy timeline showcased how informed decisions, taking into account various factors and implications, could lead to a more successful outcome for the company, its employees, and customers. Now, this next slide, all the colors here may look like a ridiculously difficult jigsaw puzzle to be able to complete. But let's see if we can put the pieces together and see the bigger picture. This slide addressed the challenge of managing a large product portfolio with sometimes overlapping and sometimes mutually exclusive capabilities. It could be difficult to keep track of each product's strengths and weaknesses and to communicate that information effectively to both internal and external stakeholders. So to tackle this challenge, we created a color-coded table that effectively highlights the strengths and weaknesses of various products across a range of product capabilities. And the comparison allowed customer account teams to quickly assess which products would be most suitable for addressing the unique needs of different teams within customers' organizations. The slide features a table organized with product categories listed in the leftmost column and individual products to the right. Each cell in the is coded to indicate the respective product's performance for a particular capability, with red representing poor performance, yellow or orange indicating average performance, and green signifying strong performance. Numbers within the cells provide further insight into the specific technical factors that contribute to these strengths and weaknesses. As a result, the detailed and accessible overview enabled the account teams to engage in more targeted and informed discussions with their customers. They could concentrate on recommending the products that best align with the distinct requirements of each team within the customer's organization, which showcased our commitment to delivering customized solutions that could more effectively tackle challenges that customers were facing. This next example template, we were competing against a competitor with a really strong technical reputation and effective marketing during a bid process. And the customer is strongly leading towards the competitor's offering because of the storage vendor's capabilities. And our goal was to help the customer make an informed decision by highlighting the advantages of our solution over the competitors, with a focus on the specific capabilities which were most relevant to their needs. So to address this challenge, we conducted a detailed feature-by-feature comparison between our company's product and the key competitor's offering. And the slide was structured with the leftmost column listing the capabilities of interest to the customer, followed by a subcategory column and a description column providing further details on each subcategory. The two rightmost columns were dedicated to the competitor and our company, displaying the strengths and weaknesses of each solution in a head-to-head format. Green and yellow check marks indicated areas of strength or partial support, while red X icons signified a lack of support or significant weakness. As a result, the presentation emphasized the benefits of our solution and how they aligned with the customer's unique environments and challenges. By highlighting areas where our solution held a clear advantage over the competitor's offering, we were able to reinforce the value of choosing our product. And this approach allowed the customer to ask questions and raise concerns, which we addressed by providing additional information and addressing those potential objections. Ultimately, the detailed comparison and targeted discussion of relevant features proved convincing enough for the customer to choose our solution over the competitors, leading to a successful deal closure for our company. Now, let's talk about how to conduct market research and competitor analysis. And as a product manager, because they inform your product development and strategy. The value in using both internal company databases and external sources, which could be competitor reports, and some of the strategies to analyze that market research data and synthesize insights to inform product decisions. So let's see how we can take product user research data. Now, this slide addressed the challenge of evaluating the relative strengths and weaknesses of complex technical capabilities offered by numerous vendors in a rapidly evolving competitive market. The goal was to identify key competitors and focus on their strengths and strategies to inform our own product development efforts. To tackle this challenge, we presented a comprehensive analysis of the competitive landscape using a 2x2 matrix to quickly focus the audience's attention on the leader vendors in the top right quadrant. And the visual representation allowed us to zero in on a key competitor and evaluate their capabilities and market position. The right of the slide featured a simple one-column table with relevant qualitative news and developments about the vendor of interest. As a result, the presentation emphasized the importance of understanding the competitor's position as a leader in the G2 grid, their recent releases, and the reasons behind the strong market presence. The information was crucial for adapting our own product development strategies to stay ahead of the competition and meet the evolving needs of our own customers. So the combination of the visually appealing 2x2 matrix and the one-column table with pertinent qualitative information facilitated a more well-rounded understanding of the competitor's strengths and areas of focus. Now, the slide here addressed the challenge of evaluating financial investment and allocation strategies within numerous vendors in a rapidly evolving competitive market. The goal was to learn from successful companies that were doing financially well, and apply those insights to our own business unit. So I want to share a framework for how you can think about conducting such analysis. So first, determine the industry or sector you want to analyze and identify the relevant companies to include in that comparison. Choose the key financial metrics that you want to compare across these companies. You could take a look at revenue, gross profit, research and development expenses, pre-tax income, etc. Ensure that the metrics are relevant to the industry or sector that you're analyzing. Gather the necessary financial data for each company, either from publicly available sources such as annual reports or from proprietary databases and research tools that your company may have. Normalize the data and ensure that the data is comparable across companies by adjusting for differences in accounting practices, currency conversions, and fiscal year ends if necessary. Calculate ratios and metrics for each company using a consistent methodology. This will enable you to compare performance across companies more effectively. Next, develop charts, graphs, and other appropriate visual representations of the data to make it easier for your stakeholders to understand and interpret the results of the analysis quickly. And finally, perform your own interpretation of the comparative financial analysis. See if you can spot trends, patterns, and insights that could inform your own strategic decision-making. Now, there's several reasons why you would want to conduct such an analysis, and I'll speak to several of them. So one is benchmarking performance. By comparing these metrics, you can establish benchmarks to assess the relative performance of each firm in your basket. And this can provide valuable insights into a company's strengths and weaknesses, as well as identifying opportunities for improvement. This analysis can help you can reveal the strategies that competitors are employing to gain a competitive edge. For instance, if a company has higher margins than its peers, it could be prioritizing efficiency or investing in research and development to develop more profitable products. You can identify trends. So by looking at the financials of multiple companies, you can see what's going on in the industry, such as increasing or decreasing revenues, which could indicate shifts in market dynamics or consumer preferences. And this information could be really valuable in informing strategic decision-making. You can learn from competitors. You might gain insights into the offerings, branding, sales, and marketing approaches of your competitors. By studying their strategies and tactics, you can identify best practices and opportunities to improve your own business performance. Examples could look like land and expand, product-led growth, SaaS deployment options, and handheld customizations led by customer success teams. If you're an investor, such analysis helps you to assess what companies are doing well. What are their strengths? What does their profitability look like? What's their efficiency? And these could be the driving factors to help you decide which companies you want to invest in. And last one I'll speak to is helping you to assess risk. By comparing these metrics, you can evaluate the risk associated with a particular company or investment. So a company with a higher debt ratio, for example, could be considered riskier than its peers, and something you want to think twice about if you're looking to allocate your funds towards. So as I mentioned earlier, my team wanted to use this analysis to take a look at what we can learn from competitors and adapt them to our own business unit, especially because we had similar offerings to what our competitors were positioning. We had the metric with a bolded box highlighting the row of interest, which was gross profit and percent margin. We use simple red, yellow, and green color for doing excellent. As a rule of thumb, if you're over 40, you're doing excellently. Something between 0 and 40, you're okay. Anything negative, not so great. So the audience could quickly grasp the financial health of these companies and identify those from which we can learn valuable insights. By analyzing the data, we could better understand the various strategies that contributed to their success, such as customer acquisition and retention tactics. So the financial metrics paired with the color-coded rule of 40 made it easier to identify the companies we should pay attention to. And by learning from their successes, we were able to implement those best practices and tactics within our own business unit, which helped us to drive growth and improve customer satisfaction. Talk about how to build trust and foster transparent communication with your stakeholders, which might be the most important duty in your job as a product manager. The most immediate way you can do this is to ensure data accuracy, transparency, and security. By doing so, you can drive more honest conversations and address challenges collaboratively rather than others, among your stakeholders, and make sure you can do outcomes. The challenge of blending qualitative and quantitative information from various sources, such as customer teams, executives, and product managers. The goal was to synthesize valuable perspectives, legacy product, to a strategic modern offering that was available. There could be substantial blockers on a weekly basis, from unresponsiveness from the stakeholders that we engage with, to customer concerns, which could be escalated to company executives. And we needed a way to succinctly communicate both positive and negative developments. To address this challenge, we used a weekly summary presentation template that combined different types of data for a comprehensive update. As you can see in the top left corner, we had a stacked bar chart displaying the current state of targeted accounts, which showcased the proportion of accounts at different stages. So the section in red were churn accounts, which could be key accounts to pay attention to if we wanted to understand why they may have left and what we could do to better retain customers in the future. Key insights were outlined below that chart, capturing an overview of the initiative status, notes on successful and unsuccessful approaches, and immediate action items for our team to address. In the top, we had successfully targeted, while the right corner focused on accounts of immediate interest. We leveraged data from our subscription and team and input from customer success to create tailored action items for each account. We used a simple syntax. Yellow needs further discussion, and red is not good. By blending quantitative and quantitative data in the slide, we were able to provide a more holistic picture of the initiative's progress, ensuring that executives remained that the team's impact. This slide addressed the challenge of providing a recommendation to not proceed with a business strategy that initially sounded promising. We communicated our points analysis through a combination of qualitative factors and quantitative data. On the left side, we outlined the qualitative factors, which presented a clear recommendation to not proceed with the business model. And the concise summary allowed the audience to quickly understand the overall conclusion and the reasoning behind it. On the right side, there was a data table that displayed the revenue implications under various scenarios, with columns representing different customer uptake percentages and the corresponding revenue impact. So the light column is the status quo, the other columns are the proposed business model, so the audience could quickly see that the status quo would result in significantly higher revenues to the organization, which meant that from a revenue perspective, it would not be good to pursue the proposed business models. So by incorporating both this qualitative and quantitative elements on the slide, we provided a holistic understanding of the proposed business model's implications and conveyance of aligning the strategy with market conditions, customer needs, and company capabilities, which enables informed decision-making on whether to proceed with the initially promising business strategy or not. Now, as a product manager, keeping a pulse on employee satisfaction and retention can be crucial for building a sense of empowerment within teams. Addressing diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, within the organization can have a direct impact on employee satisfaction and ultimately contribute to a more motivated and effective workforce. This sample table is provided in an annual company report, which highlights the organization's commitment to DEI and provides a transparent view of the progress made over the years. The transparency can help foster a sense of trust and collaboration within the organization, leading to increased employee satisfaction and retention. Now, I would personally advocate for how it's essential to take an active role in promoting diversity within your teams and ensuring that hiring practices align with your organization's DEI goals. Encouraging open discussions and continuous improvement around DEI can help to create a more inclusive environment, leading to improved team dynamics, increased creativity, and better problem-solving abilities. Tracking employee satisfaction particularly regarding DEI initiatives, is also crucial for understanding the impact of these efforts on team performance and overall employee engagement. Regularly conducting employee surveys, organizing focus groups, or holding one-on-one discussions can help you to gauge the satisfaction levels within your teams and identify areas that may need improvement. So let's finish our journey and finish the connecting thread of how you could think about getting from struggle to success in the role of a product manager. And I'll recap the insights that I've shared today. So think about that, because that drastically improves collaboration in organizations that are geographically dispersed. To break data silos, that enables better decision making across the entire organization. Think about conducting to needs of, so for example, legacy prioritization, and you might want to think about customer migration as well. Sharing product roadmaps enhances visibility, decision making, and informed recommendations for account teams and the stakeholders that you work with. Use financial comparables analysis to align diverse stakeholder interests and expectations, and see if you can find some common ground for your initiatives. Tracking employee satisfaction, analyze employee segments, and develop targeted strategies that could really help to promote team morale, foster a cohesive environment, and enhance your overall team dynamics. Demonstrate your solution's value and consider your competition through visual aids, which will help you to overcome inertia and budget concerns and drive more impactful outcomes for your enterprise software projects. And lastly, think about balancing your pricing strategy considerations, contract term lengths, and customer migration timelines to determine the pricing and licensing strategies that could be optimal and which could address diverse customer needs and evolving market dynamics. So I want to thank everyone for taking the time to listen to me today. I hope you've learned something insightful. Look forward to your questions in the Q&A section, and feel free to connect with me through email or LinkedIn if you have any further questions.
Thank you, Warren. Thank you a lot for your session. It was very nice. And I want to welcome our speaker, Thomas, and we will continue this case session together. Thomas, are you here? Can you join us? Okay, I think we can start. So feel free to write your questions in the chat, and let's start for first one. It will be a long question in these 3 parts. So how to make everyone in a team align on PM's vision by explaining why it can be a way, but what if not everyone understands it? Second part, quite often we come across people who are not of the same energy, doesn't believe in the vision or contribute enough to the cross-functional team. Should we ask them to change product, or should we ask them to change product, or should we deal with them? Such people are toxic to the team, and I wouldn't wish to work with them. So what you can advise?
So my understanding of the question is, how do you deal with stakeholders who are not fully engaged and may have different incentives? So I would advocate that it's always more effective to discuss with them actively rather than think about ways to shift them to another team or another product. Setting up staggered calls on like a weekly cadence, for example, can help you to make progress on an individual front, think about things from a different point of view, understand where they're coming from, and speak to them more effectively the next time that you speak with them. there's always going to be edge cases where maybe the person is really difficult and you don't want them on your team, but I think they have been very few in my experiences. So yeah, I think consulting with different subject matter experts, pulling in different points of view, communicating them and synthesizing them to that difficult person you're engaging with could be a good way to gain more traction.
Okay, thank you. Thomas, would you like to add something? Okay, I hope Thomas will join us soon. And the next question. What strategy can you use when the product that you are working on is a pioneer in the industry and you don't have users to ask directly?
So this is maybe more specific to the resources available in an enterprise organization, but I think a lot of the major tech companies, whether it's IBM, Google, Microsoft, they dog food their own products. They use it internally, see what use cases they're good for, what they're not good for, have internal teams find bugs and features that could be helpful for customers on the external side. And then from there, they can figure out how to better innovate on that. So if possible, I would advocate you to use the product personally, see what you can learn about it, and then put yourself in the customer's shoes, see if they would agree with your point of view. But at the end of the day, you do need to talk to customers, understand their specific pain points. There's a good number of sites nowadays where you could try to source these customers. I mean, I won't list them out, but I think there's always ways to find users to test whatever product that you're trying to position.
Great, thank you a lot. So Thomas has some problems with his microphone. Thomas, just
is it good now?
Oh yeah, it's good.
All right.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I had to switch over multiple mics. I'm dealing with like 3 different machines here, and I have to switch between them throughout the day. So my apologies to everyone. Yeah, I would say there's a number of crowdsourcing companies that you can use, whether it's just for mobile app work or generally just to get a customer base to review the work. And I'd say, all right, well, what happens if you are the leader in the industry, as the question asks on here? Well, this is where you can go through and employ a technique known as champagne users or champagne deployment, of where you're going to reveal your new product to a subset of maybe your power users or a select group that you've identified to demo it. So you don't reveal the full changes to the entire customer base, but a select few that you pull in. I'd say this is useful whether it's a net new feature or your company is potentially going through a merger and you want to have them review some of the changes that are going to occur for their process of adopting to the new tooling or the new application. So I would strongly encourage, like, you use either crowdsourcing or you try to identify from your user base those champagne users.
Thank you a lot. Let's take next question. How do you balance short-term and long-term product goals?
So again, speaking to my specific experiences, I think they could shift a lot. A lot of times you'll think something is short-term, but then it'll evolve to be long-term, and then vice versa. So speaking with the customer is the most obvious way. And I think there's an often shared idiom, like, oh, if you ask the customer what they want, they'll say like a faster horse, when really a car is more effective. But in some cases, you just do have to listen to them if you want to retain them for the short term. There's a bit of just throwing things out in the wild and seeing if there's something that addresses their needs in the short term, medium term, long term. So I'd say it's a mix of discussion and experimentation, just really understanding where the customer is addressing from, and given the constraints of your organization's resources, how do you address that?
Thank you, Warren. Thomas, would you like to add something?
Yeah, I'd say, like, my experience in terms of the industry is insurance, retail, utility, and banking. And I would say, in general, for all of those, people still value the short-term immediate gain, and that is more based upon the value structure of like delivery metrics versus customer satisfaction metrics for a lot of those, as in getting the new feature out the door. I'd say the challenge for this is not necessarily one that I'd say comes from direct product managers or product owners, but rather that comes from like the culture of the organization, because the technology side is always focused on like, do we have a stable and secure platform? Like, do we have the infrastructure to be successful? But that's not sort of like a sexy feature to deliver to your customers. Like, customers won't notice if you've added in like, additional load balance servers. They may notice indirectly that, the application's performing well, but like that's a difficult thing to provide ROI on. So I'd say what is really important is to have business and technology planning be treated as the same, hand in hand, of here are the long-term goals for our company, and we're focusing for that application's life cycle on those long-term goals. So that way you don't come to a state where you have, say, end of life for an application or some form of support for it, and you're stuck under a time crunch. Because when you get to that time crunch is when you start making a lot of bad mistakes or make bad decisions. So that would be my advice, is always focus towards the long term. You do so by pairing up technology with business in your planning.
Great, thank you. Thank you a lot. Thank you guys for joining us today. It was very informative and very interesting to hear from you. And we will continue with our next blog. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Warren. I hope to see you on our future events. So have a nice day. And we are ready to. Thank you. And we are ready to continue with our next blog. As we don't have a lot of time for a break, I'm happy to introduce our next speaker from next blog. So Joel, are you here? Do you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, hello, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Thank you. I'm happy to see you today. And Joy will help me to moderate this blog also. So it's it's very interesting experience for you, be a speaker and be a moderator together. Thank you a lot for joining us today. So let me introduce you for our audience. So Joe Polanco is a product leader in Intel, and today he will be talking about product sense, harnessing your natural power as a product manager. Joe, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. Give me one moment while I open up my slides here.
Sure.
Excellent. I think everyone can see my slides. So thank you everyone for your time today. Really enjoy this opportunity, and I appreciate you all listening to this talk I'm about to give. So my name's Joel Polanco. I'm a product leader over at Intel, and I've been with Intel 18 years now. So it's been an amazing experience. I've had the opportunity to work across manufacturing, marketing, sales, operations, and now in product, where I've been in product for the last 8 years. And Intel works both on the consumer and B2B side. When I was in marketing, I worked on the consumer side, which was a fantastic experience. But my products have been primarily on the B2B side. So I'm a B2B person now. That's where my heart is. I've had the opportunity to work on IoT products, AI products, and retail hardware and software platforms. I am both a product leader and a thought leadership manager. So I run our thought leadership program in the org that I'm in at Intel, which is something I've taken on over the last year. It's been an amazing experience. And outside of work, I have a wife and one son. I'm also advising a lithium battery startup on the side. So that has also been an opportunity that presented itself not too long ago, mid last year. And I've loved it because I get to apply my product experience as well as my manufacturing experience with an outside company. Okay, so the agenda for today, I'll be talking about the 5 natural powers of a product manager. And then I'm going to hone in on one of them, product sense, and what that is. And I'll define that and present some topics for you around that and some of the core skills for product sense. I'll also provide some examples, both personal and external. And then we'll get into my favorite part of the presentation, which is about building the tangibles around product sense. What does it mean? How can I get better at it? What do I need to do? And why is that important for you? So let's get started. The five powers of a product manager. And I apologize for my slides. They've rendered a little funny, so I'll do my best to walk you through some of the pieces here. At the core of the 5 natural powers, this framework I'm showing here, are 3 core skills: product sense, analysis, and execution. And then surrounding that is your communication, and surrounding that is a stakeholder management. And so I show that in different shades because these are things that you can actively control, kind of in the center at your core. They're really the core power of a product manager. Your communication, obviously, you can control. And then as you get out to the outer ring, the stakeholder management, you can control somewhat, but it begins to, you begin to have less and less control as you move out. Within the core, the product sense, analysis, and execution, the one thing I want to point out here is while these are natural powers, we all have different levels of ability. So, with that, you want to understand that you have some level of natural inclination to some of these, and some of these don't come as natural. And so in my case, I came from a manufacturing background, and so execution and analysis was core to my position. I leaned heavily on these 2 things because a big part of the job was to ensure that our machines, our tools were running all the time, and that we're monitoring them to make sure that they were running high quality product through them. So Intel, we manufacture chips, and the yield on those chips, or the process, is really important to our business's margin. And so doing a lot of analysis, doing a lot of execution was core to my job. And later on in my career, as it turns out, I began to realize that a higher ROI activity amongst these 3 core skills was actually having better product sense. Because a lot of the questions and a lot of the problems that I was solving with the teams that I was working with, there wasn't a clear answer. It was not a manufacturing line. We're out trying to develop products for people out in the world, and those problems are very ambiguous. And so it takes a different set of skills in order to harness your product sense, and I'll talk about that more here later. The other thing I wanted to point out too on this slide is that your ability to manage your stakeholders and develop solid relationships is so key to the job of a product manager. I think Christian touched on it, Warren touched on it earlier. Being able to work with your stakeholders, understand their needs, understand what their motivations are, dealing with the objectives that they're trying to solve for is really key to your career, your growth, and your ability to ship a product. And so I like to tell people actually that stakeholder management is the job. You know, we like to think of, you know, product managers managing backlogs, talking to users, identifying key problems. And those are all key things that you need to be working on. But the fact of the matter is you're not going to get these things done alone. You may be able to get some things done alone and be able to get some of these things done quickly by yourself, but you're not going to go very far. You're going to go much further based on your ability to communicate with your stakeholders, as well as your ability to manage those stakeholders and their needs. And so I want to point that out. Okay, and again, I apologize for the slide rendering, but I think here what I want to show is that we are looking at the primary skills associated with each of the 5 natural powers. And so I'll do my best to walk you through or explain them, since the slide didn't render as well as it should have. But on the stakeholder management piece, kind of continuing from the last conversation, you want to identify your stakeholders, you want to plan around them, you want to engage with them, and you want to manage them. Communication, I don't think that this goes without speaking, but you know, your verbal, your nonverbal, your written, your visual communication is so important to communicating your ideas. And then when you get into the center around your product sense, your analysis, and your execution, within the product sense space, creativity, empathy, and curiosity are those key skills and trait, and we'll get into the trait piece later. But those are the key things that you're going to want to focus on. And so if you were to map this out for yourself, you know, my question to you would be, how do you score yourself? Like if you created a scoring rubric of some kind, how would you score yourself across all these powers and these skills? And do you think that you're stronger in one area than another? And then where would you want to place focus? Where would you want to get better? Would you want to improve a strength that you have, or would you want to improve a weakness that you have if you feel like you're weak in an area? You're going to want to weigh out that ROI. And one of the key points I want to make out today, or make clear, is focusing on your product sense is going to be one of the highest ROI activities that you can do as a product manager. So product sense, what is, are we born with it? Is it a sense? You know, there is an argument out in the world between, you know, different sets of product managers. As I was looking into this topic, I decided I wanted to speak about this. You know, I tried to understand what some of the thought leaders in the product management space were saying, and I kind of identified like 2 schools of thought. And one school of thought said, like, product sense is a trait that you possess. It needs to be developed. And then some are more naturally inclined to have it. The other school of thought says product sense is a complete misnomer. It's not a sense. You're not born with it. This is totally a skill, and it requires a ton of homework to get really good at it. And so my view is a little bit different. I would say, you know, if you break it down to its core components, like I did in the other slide, of the curiosity, creativity, and the empathy, you will find that it's somewhat of a balance between those 2 things. So like common sense, you know, you have some certain level of that that you develop naturally. And I think the same thing goes with product sense. But the fact is, you know, like anything that you're good at, you're going to need to practice it. You're going to need to work on it. You're going to need to get better at it actively in order to truly turn that into a differentiating characteristic, skill, or trait about yourself, and to turn that into something that you can leverage in your career. So let's talk about the core product sense skills. And again, for the rendering, this is supposed to say creativity, empathy, and curiosity. Here, you have three pieces. Creativity being, your ability to use your imagination to come up with original ideas, to produce original work, and to identify alternatives, different ways of solving problems. And so we all like to think of creativity as something maybe that either you're good at or you're bad at. I'm here to tell you, creativity is totally a skill. I mean, it is a skill. Yes, some people are better at it, but it's not a character. It's not a personality characteristic. It's not part of your genes. It is definitely a skill. Empathy, simply put, like the picture shows here, empathy is your ability to see through the eyes of someone else, your user, your customer, whomever you're working with. And this is one skill that I struggled with in my career. I would say this one was difficult for me. I would say that once I had a son, my empathy skills went up dramatically. Having now to be responsible for someone else, that actually helped me quite a bit in my job, because now I was no longer just thinking about myself, I was thinking about someone else. That translated well into my career, actually, and I took a lot of what I learned at home into my job, and this skill just naturally climbed. Curiosity, I would say, is the most interesting one here, in my opinion. And I would say that because there was a lot of discussion about this skill, and as it turns out, it's not just a skill, it is a trait. This is a personality trait, and this is actually a personality trait that one personality trait that employers are going to suss out when you're doing your interviews. And particularly for product managers and hiring managers are going to look for this. And so this one is interesting because it's both a skill and a trait. And so there's some level you have of it. And perhaps, this one could be a limiting factor for you, depending upon how much curiosity you innately you're inclined towards or you have. And I'm going to go into that here in a second. So because the slides aren't rendering, Lilia, I'm going to try to share my screen if that's okay, rather than showing them through the... So give me 1 second, everybody. I apologize for this. Okay, I'm unable to see. Lilia, can you confirm that my slides are sharing the window?
Yes, everything good. Could you continue, please?
Okay, thank you. Yes. Apologies, everyone, for that. I want to make sure you're able to see my slides. Okay, so like I said, I found curiosity out of the 3 skills to be the most interesting, and I say that because it can be somewhat of an elusive trait. And why is that? Like, one of the questions here is, I show a picture of a child, a curious child, and it's a pretty well-known fact that children tend to have more curiosity than adults. Why is that? Why does a child have more curiosity than an adult? And the other question I pose is as a product manager, knowing this information, how can you lower the barriers to curiosity on the teams that you're working with? So again, I would equate this to, you are born with a certain soil, and the seeds of curiosity are planted in that soil. And depending on the soil that you are born with, your curiosity plant is going to grow so much. And you can always increase the size of that plant by watering it, providing it sun and nutrients, and that would be the equivalent to lowering the barriers. You're trying to maximize the growth of this plant. Ultimately, though, the curiosity plant is going to grow dependent upon the soil it's in, and that's you, for yourself, how much of that you're born with. So, some of us were born with a more fertile soil, and so this plant will grow a lot more for some of us. Another piece here is I really like the picture of the child, because I think children are one of the best examples of curiosity and creativity. Children, frankly, why do they have more curiosity than adults? Because they have less experiences. They assume that they don't know, and that's why they're going to ask the questions like my son, what and why, and you keep asking why. He's in his why phase right now. And frankly, the problem that us adults have is that over time we accumulate enough experiences where we begin to think that we know everything, and that actually becomes a big barrier for a product manager or product team that is looking to solve problems. Because if you think you know everything, then how is it that you're going to come up with a great solution? You're going to assume that you might know the answer or the solution to this problem because you think you know this. And so it's this weird space where, you are, being asked to become a domain expert to really understand this domain that you're working in, while simultaneously knowing that you feel like, hey, while you're strong, you have a great knowledge. You're trying to identify a unique solution to this problem that you're looking at in this area. And so, we need to remember that you don't know everything, and you want to bring out that curiosity like a child and ask the questions of why and what, and go out and speak to your users and go that next level deeper to understand why there is this problem and why it exists, and whether or not you'll be able to help solve this problem with a unique solution that is business viable for where you work or the company that you founded. And founders, I think, tend to display huge levels of curiosity, and this is why many founders go on to create companies and try to create new unique solutions, because they kind of maintain this childlike view of the world where while they know a lot about a given area, they also have this view that, hey, I don't know all the answers, and is there a potential opportunity to go off and build something interesting? So some examples of product sense. Let's bring it back to product sense and examples. I think a couple of these are very popular. Google Glass, if you're not familiar, is an augmented reality solution that was brought into the market back in 2013. At the time, it was extremely futuristic. The idea that you would have information rendering in front of your eye real time as you walk down the street, or you ride a bus, or you're on the subway, was pretty futuristic and pretty amazing that you're going to have this information available to you at all times. But in terms of product sense, why would this product maybe not be successful, right? Let's try to build some product sense around this, some curiosity, creativity, some empathy for the user. One of the key things that you could just by looking at these glasses back then, the creepiness factor was actually pretty high. And so while this solution was very innovative, I think there was an aspect to the design that said, well, I don't know if people are actually going to wear these. And it turned into a great prototype and a great story, but this product never took off. And in terms of the Microsoft Zune. So for those that aren't familiar, the Microsoft Zune, Microsoft back in the early to mid 2000s was trying to really go after the consumer market and the mobile market. So it had come out with a number of consumer products, mobile products. One of them was the Zoom, and you can see it here laid next to an iPod. And so the iPod actually was introduced like 5 years before the Zune, which I think was introduced in like 2006, and the iPod being in 2001. And Microsoft, had when you just compared the specs, actually had an amazing product. It had more memory. The screen you can see was a little bit bigger. The interface was a little bit simpler, and they had their Zune store connected. But the fact of the matter was the iPod was already on its 5th generation. And so the question became, if you were at Microsoft at the time, what were some of the key things holding you back if you were to say, yeah, we can build this hardware? And as it turns out, they purchased Toshiba's MP3 business. So they immediately acquired a business so they can go and have a competitive product in the space. But one of the key limitations here was that the Apple had the iTunes store. And so it really wasn't necessarily just about the device itself. It was just the idea that you can go and get this music online and download it to the device. At a time when still CDs were popular and or people were migrating their music off of their CDs onto MP3s in their computer, there was a lot of mainstream folks that just wanted to have their music available at all times. And Apple went and solved that problem. And Microsoft, frankly, was just late to the game. And so they didn't have the ecosystem built. And by the time they entered in the market, despite the fact that they had numerous multi-generational releases of the Zune, it just could never catch up. And so in terms of building your product sense in this area, as a product manager, you have to ask some of these key questions of what are the key things that we need to be looking at in terms of the design or the ecosystem or the user needs or pain points that are being solved, and understand whether or not these products are going to have the impact that you're looking to make. So here's a more personal example for me. I'm really excited about this one. This is this is in the B2B market. This is in the Internet of Things or the IoT space. Here you have on the left is a vision for the product that we had at Intel some time ago. We had a vision of you would have always on inventory. So this is a retail store selling apparel. And a big part of apparel over the years has been to implement RFID chips in the tags. So if next time you go to a retailer, you can hold up your tag in the light, and if you see like a little chip in there with an antenna, you'll know that tag on that piece of clothing or shoes is RFID enabled. And in that market, the industry standard at the time when I was working on this product here on the right, the industry standard was actually a handheld or a mobile RFID reader. So you can imagine a retail associate kind of walking around the store and then scanning the store, collecting all the inventory information. And that was a dramatic improvement of the old ways of doing inventory, which, if you've ever been in retail or you've taken inventory, you'll know the old way of doing it was either to manually count each item and write it down on a sheet of paper, and then tape that paper to the rack, and then eventually they collect all the papers, and then they have some sense of what the inventory in the store is. That's extremely time consuming. The next step in the process was to go in and develop barcode scanners so you could scan each of the barcodes, but still essentially you're manually scanning every item. And then you can imagine like RFID coming in, where you just walk around the store and scan it. And you can actually do this on a daily basis or hourly basis if you wanted to, if you had the ability to do that. So we wanted to take that and the next step further, and so our offering was a fixed or always on RFID reader. So you can imagine these readers hanging here in the store and then gathering inventory information at all times. So at any point in the day, you would know what your inventory in the store was. Sounds great. I mean, from us, from a vision standpoint, we said this is what our customers are telling us. This is their dream of where they want to go, and we actually enabled this vision. But this kind of goes back to, you know, your customer tells you your vision, then reality hits you when you actually try to bring this product in the market, and you begin doing, say, like customer pilots, which are popular to do in IoT platform pilots or inventory pilots. And what did we discover? Well, we discovered that, you know, this vision is actually what people really wanted. Our customers were excited about this. I've never had this level of visibility before. I mean, I have verbatims written down. But cost is a real thing. Cost is a real thing. And what we discovered was people were not ready to purchase a network of fixed hardware. The capital outlay was going to be just too much for people to make that immediate investment. You know, we're asking folks to buy a Lamborghini, and they're kind of like, hey, I'd like to get started with a Toyota. And so, you know, what ended up happening here is we had built out this full network of readers that were connected and always on, and we had to walk that back to individual use cases where we could justify getting just a single reader in a single part of the store, and then graduate people to this full store always on experience. And so this is an example, you know, I'd say where you have product sense, and it requires for you to speak to your customers, to understand them, but also not immediately jump on exactly what they tell you, but rather try to infer through many conversations, having that empathy, that curiosity, and that creativity to come up with alternatives. Because we didn't necessarily come up with all the alternatives. I think we came up with one alternative, which was amazing, but it wasn't the one alternative that was going to get us into that growth phase. And so we had to walk back and get into something that was more, you know, palatable in terms of their spending. Awesome. So what are some of the product sense activities at work that you can do or execute to improve your product sense? I'd say 3 things stand out for me personally that I've loved. Leading a design sprint. If you've never led a design sprint, or you've never read the book on a sprint, I would highly recommend you go pick up that book today, or next month or the month after. Plan to read this book and walk through some of the concepts. And if you use a collaboration whiteboard tool like Mural or Miro, they actually have templates for design sprints built in them, and they're amazing. And so, you know, you can learn as a product manager, you can learn how to lead a design sprint, to be a facilitator for a design sprint. And so if I've done this, I think it's an amazing process. If you have questions about it, you know, you can feel free to reach out to me. Another thing that you can do is holding a UX DX walkthrough. So that's a user experience or developer experience walkthrough. At Intel, we primarily do developer experience walkthroughs because our primary users are developers. We're developing typically code for developers at the platform level so that they can develop their applications. And so holding these will allow you to get that empathy, right? To directly interact with your users while they are using your product. And so, like I think Warren brought up earlier, where he brought up the concept of dog fooding, it's the same sort of thing where you're potentially dog fooding a product, but you're also watching someone walk through your product. You give them a scenario and you walk through the whole onboarding, activation, and enablement processes. And you see where they get held up or they have questions. And a lot of times you'll find out that there's nothing wrong with your code, but there is a lot wrong with your documentation, your SEO, your Google search, your ability to rank on a Google search, or for people to find information. And so a lot of these little gotchas, they just add up, and then your users won't be able to get through using your product. And then the third one here is partnering with a designer. So where I work, designers are a bit of a unicorn, and so they're hard to find. But I love having a designer, like say on my design sprint, we're working on a problem. They are amazing for helping you facilitate group in a work in a group setting, designing templates and canvases for people to fill in, and then bringing in a unique perspective on how to go and tackle problems. And so if you haven't worked with a designer, I definitely highly recommend you identify opportunities to do that. So what are some things you can do outside of work? I say 3 things. One here is stay current on well-designed products. So if you're not familiar with Product Hunt, go check out Product Hunt now. Go look at Product Hunt. Look at what's in the top 10 products. This is a way to identify which startups are hot, which products are being voted up, learning about new products that are out there. And I find it funny that Product Hunt used a cat with Google Glass because we were talking about that earlier today. Another thing, and I think Marty Kagan brings up this point within the product sense discussion quite a bit, and I find it super relevant, is really understand your domain. Really do the homework. And when I say really do the homework, it means things like reading your competitors' annual reports. So they're 10Ks. If they're a publicly traded company, read your competitors' annual report. Read your own company's annual report. Read your customers' annual report. Really understand the business as well as you can. And you can do other things as well. You can follow thought leaders within a space. Follow CEOs, founders, etc. Really deep dive. Listen to podcasts. Really understand your domain well. And then another thing, which I do from time to time, is as I'm using products, I try to tear them down. So here's a picture of a torn down Sony camera. What's inside them? What makes them so great? Is it, if you're a software company, you don't have this sort of hardware look. Who's working on this software? What are they talking about? How are they thinking about designing the product? What key activities are important for them? If, say, you're in a product-led growth space, you're trying to develop a new onboarding process, who's working on it? What are they talking about? What sort of key tactics or strategies are they using? If you're in the hardware space, what components are being used and why? And so doing product teardowns, really important skill for developing product sense, because it helps you develop the sense. You're learning from others. You're imparting their knowledge into your own brain. And so in closing, building your product sense never ends. Be intentional. Use great products. I know, like at certain companies, you're asked to use certain products because that's what your IT department is paid for. Outside of work, try other things. Become familiar with other products. Don't be stagnant into just what's being offered in front of you, but go out and be intentional and learn about new products and try them out. And then product sense, like common sense, requires a combination of skills and traits. And like I said here, this is one of the highest ROI activities for you as a product manager. It helps you develop your strategic thinking. It gets you beyond just being looked at as an execution person. It also gets you thinking beyond just the analysis that's presented in front of you. Both of those skills are super important, but I would argue product sense is a much higher ROI activity for you. Going back to curiosity, again, it's both a skill and a trait. You may have limited upside though. And so try to cultivate that skill, try to lower the barriers, try to improve on your curiosity. If you're not a genuinely curious person, that's okay. Like you can still get over that. It is a skill you can work on. Don't skip on product discovery. Don't skip on product discovery. Don't move into the assumption that your solution is going to solve the problem, because you may have not looked at an angle that will come up later, just like those other products I showed earlier. There was angles that either I missed or my team missed or other companies missed. It happens all the time. And a lot of these things, if you're doing ongoing, diligent product discovery, you will catch them. And then finally, really understand the domain, like the back of your hand. Whatever you're working in, assume that there's something that you don't know. Pick a topic and dive deep on it. Do you know your competitors? Do you know your own business? Do you know what your customers' wants, needs, and feelings are? Because if you do know those things really, really well, then your product sense will automatically improve every time you up level those skills, because you're just going to get stronger and stronger. Like your common sense, you're going to acquire more experiences, and your product sense is going to improve dramatically. So in closing, I'd love to stay in touch with you. If you have any questions about any parts of my presentation or any questions for me, you can reach me here at my email or through LinkedIn. I appreciate your time today, and I look forward to hearing from some of your questions. Take care, and thank you.
Thank you, Joel. Thank you for a great session. So we will continue with our next speaker. Would you like to introduce him?
Yes.
Okay.
So thank you for making time today, Christopher. We have Christopher Pratt, who's the founder and CEO of Savytskyi, an AI company that I am super excited to learn about. It's an area that I would love to learn more about. I hope everyone else out there does. And I think, Christopher, you're going to talk about leveraging AI in our product management work to some extent. Is that correct?
Close. I'm going to be talking about how to become a product manager. I'll also talk a little bit about Savytskyi and what we're doing with artificial intelligence and how product managers can use that artificial intelligence in their day-to-day work. Thank you so much for the introduction, Joel. I really enjoyed your talk.
Thank you. All right, I am headed off stage.
All right, so for those of you that are already product managers, I think this could be useful to you as well, particularly if you are interested in finding a new role in product management. And for those of you who potentially are not product managers yet, but are interested in becoming product managers, this is certainly the right place for you. So let's get started. My name is Christopher Pratt, as you can see on the screen. I am a former product manager at Comcast, Microsoft, and Expedia. I just started Savytskyi a couple months ago, and we use artificial intelligence to generate documents, technical documents, product requirements documents, press releases, job descriptions, you name it. I started my career or my journey into product management when I was just 18 years old, when I had the fortune of interning at Comcast. Like I think most product managers starting out, I didn't quite know what product management was. And most of the people I talked to about it had different opinions and perspectives on what product management was. And I will get into that and why that is a little bit later. But I got really fortunate with this product management internship at Comcast. My background was in computer science. So I was actually studying computer science at Penn State University in State College, Pennsylvania. So I did the internship at Comcast. Then I went on to intern at Microsoft, ended up full-time at Microsoft, and then went to Expedia for a little while, and then started Salatus. So I've had some experience in actually breaking into product management. I also, for this talk, met with and talked to a ton of other product managers who had recently broken into product management or found a new role in product management. And I'll share with you some of the insights that they also shared with me. One thing I'll note early on here is that there is no one way to become a product manager, right? This was my path. It was very, I think, abstract in terms of being able to get in. I had applied to Comcast as a product manager or software engineer, and ended up getting a role in product management. And I'll talk a little bit more about why I think that is. But there are a number of different paths, whether you're in industry, whether you're in university, whether you're in graduate school, maybe you're doing a master's in business, or you're doing a more technical master's or a PhD. I mean, there's so many different ways to become a product manager. Just a little bit more on the fun side about me. This is a picture of me when I was actually probably about 16 years old. I was huge into aviation. And then I just married my wife on the right about a year ago. And we're happily married now. We're based in Seattle, Washington. I'm actually in Philadelphia right now, visiting family and attending this conference virtually. So what are the steps to becoming a product manager? Number one, you have to evaluate whether you want to be a product manager. And I'll explain a little bit about why, or a little bit about what the different ways to become a product manager are, the different types of product managers. It's a little bit of a abstract field. And then I'll go into different kind of skill sets that product managers, technical program managers, so on and so forth have. Once you've done that, you want to validate, like I said, the type of product manager that you want to be. And then you want to accumulate your portfolio and resume. And I'll talk about each of these steps. You want to learn how to interview for PM roles. And then you want to actually interview for roles that you think are a good fit. And then once you've done that, you want to actually do the work to establish yourself as a product manager, so that it's easier for you to either find the next role or move up in your career or do whatever else you want to do as a product manager. So the first step is evaluating whether you want to be a product manager. And in order to do that, you have to know what product management actually is. Okay. So there are a ton of different titles for what you may call or consider a product manager. And a lot of these titles overlap. Oftentimes the title of a role that you'll get on a job description will not actually be really indicative of the day-to-day work that you end up doing. So it can be a little bit challenging to fully understand what a product manager is and what the role means. I've seen product managers where their title is product manager, but really they're a project manager. So they're not doing as much to actually define what products should be and what features should be released when. They're more so just managing execution. There are also technical program managers. Technical program managers tend to be, by virtue of the title, more technical. So you don't have to have a background in computer science or any kind of engineering to become a product manager, generally speaking. But for some roles, you do need a technical background. And typically those roles will be highlighted with a kind of a keyword in the title of the role, and that keyword will be technical. So keep an eye out for that. Also, of course, check the requirements for any jobs that you're interested in and just see if they require a technical background. Many of them don't, but some of them do. And I'll talk a little bit about how if you don't have a technical background, you can still break into product management. There are also program manager, technical product manager. Again, these titles are not really what's important. What's important are the specific requirements and what you need to do to actually get that specific role and what skill sets you need to have, and then what the actual day-to-day will look like. Sometimes even the job description is not actually a very clear reflection of the actual role. And Salatus is a tool that actually helps with that. So I'm going to focus specifically on what I think generally the industry consensus is in terms of what a product manager is. Okay. And here's a quote from my good friend Will Rawls that I think summarizes what product management is in a nutshell, and what makes it so difficult to define is that it's really everything that engineering is not, right? So there are a ton of different things that product managers do. We do customer research, we do competitive research. By customer research, I mean research of our customers or who we think will be our customers. Competitive research is research of other companies that we think will or currently are offering products to our customers. We do product ideation, pricing strategy, go-to-market planning, long-term and short-term product planning and road mapping, product analysis, engineering, execution management. Some roles, this is less common, but some roles you'll do partner relationship management. I've done that. Virtually every role you'll do internal stakeholder management. And in some roles, you'll even do community, a certain amount of community relations. In virtually every role, you will have a toe or a foot in every aspect of this, even if it's not your primary responsibility. So you may not be doing you may not be responsible for community relations, but if you look at RACI, you may have some involvement in community relations as your role as a product manager. So it's a very versatile role. One thing that you can almost be sure that you'll have to do is to write. When I was at Comcast, one of my greatest mentors, he always said, take technical writing courses, whether it's at university or in a more informal setting. Writing is extremely important. And more generally, communication is extremely important if you want to be a product manager. Like you saw previously, there are so many different things that a product manager has to do. And especially in a large company, you'll be working with so many different types of people to get those things done that you need to be able to communicate effectively with all of them. I've worked with and had to interact with teams of 50 to 100 plus people as an individual contributor, not even as a leader or a manager. So two types of documents that product managers typically have to write, and sometimes they're document format, sometimes you'll do it in a PowerPoint format, are product requirements documents and press releases. So these are actually two documents that I generated with Salatus. All I did was put in some bullet points for the capability that I wanted to enable, and then it actually generated product requirements documents and press release documents for me. So Salatus does make it a little bit easier to be a product manager. You may have to make some slight edits, but it's a phenomenal tool for product managers and for all kinds of roles that have to do any sort of writing or technical document generation. Another thing you'll have to do, like I mentioned, is competitive analysis. So is anyone familiar with SWOT, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats? It's pretty much a classic model that you'll learn in almost every business school, every fundamental business class. So if you have a background in business, whether you have a formal degree or education in business or not, that will serve you very well in terms of getting into product management or furthering your career in product management. And then you have to focus on execution, right? So you have to not just figure out what needs to be built, but you have to actually participate in building it. Most product managers, like I said, do not have to be technical. So they don't have to know how to code, or there are product managers for hardware. They don't have to know how to build hardware, or there are even now, I think, product managers in construction and architectural engineering. So you don't have to know how to construct a building, but you do have to be able to communicate with the engineers who are doing that work. And you have to do a bit of, and this is where there's overlap with project management, you have to do a little bit of project management as well to make sure that things are getting done on time. Now, it varies, the specifics of how deep in execution you'll be vary depending on the company and the very specific role. At Microsoft, for instance, such a massive company, we had some product managers who did not get involved in day-to-day execution at all. And we had other product managers who were virtually project managers, and all they did was day-to-day execution. So it really varies depending on the specific role, but understanding how to do product execution is important, and particularly agile methodology, which I'll talk about a little bit in a moment. This is kind of a look at what you might be doing with more long-term road mapping. So Jira is a very commonly used tool. Azure DevOps is also a very commonly used tool. And I actually recommend that you familiarize yourself with these tools if you haven't already, if you're interested in becoming a product manager, because these are the tools that you'll be in day to day. Another component of product management is actually showcasing the work that you've done. And this is probably my favorite part of the job, right? Once you've figured out what you need to build, you've built it, now you can go and actually show it to the world, get feedback, and iterate on the product that you built. So this is actually a product that I worked on called Azure Percept. It was a combined hardware and software artificial intelligence at the edge offering. It did both vision and audio artificial intelligence on a Raspberry Pi sized device with very specific artificial intelligence capabilities. So how did I build my specific portfolio? Later on, I'll actually show you how someone else built their portfolio. But the way I did it was I started out by just building my own projects. So my background is in computer science. I didn't know how to code. So I just built software. I shipped it to people. And I actually got users for a couple products. I built a product called Club Talk. I also had a product called Drop-In. And I was also the director of the DevPSU program, where we actually taught students how to be product managers and software engineers, because Penn State University had a very theoretical computer science program. All of these experiences I was able to put onto my portfolio and resume to demonstrate some product management experience without ever having been a product manager at all. With the exception of DevPSU, I had been a product manager prior to helping other students become product managers. But for the other product portfolio items I built, I had no product management experience at all. But I was able to build these offerings with other people. So I was able to use tools like Jira. I was able to do customer research to understand exactly what I should be building. And then I was able to, of course, actually build it and then collect feedback on it and iterate on the product, again, without ever having any sort of formal product management experience. So that's one way that you can kind of start to build your portfolio and establish your presence as a product manager without ever actually having the role, because it is very difficult to kind of break into product management the beginning, but you can do it with limited access to resources. If you're not, for instance, a software engineer, if you don't know how to code, you don't necessarily have to code. You need to find what your specific skill set is, what value you can bring as a product manager, and demonstrate that prior to actually starting in product management. So a lot of, for instance, business consultants will become product managers, and they will demonstrate through their consulting work that they have done, customer research for companies, and they're really good at customer research. And so that's how they break into product management. There are also a lot of people in industry who are in vertical industries. So I have a colleague, a former colleague at Microsoft, who was in healthcare, and she had a very strong healthcare background. And so she understood the healthcare customer from within that particular niche. And she was able to get a product management role at Microsoft for a product that catered specifically to healthcare. So she didn't have the execution and agile methodology background, but she had a very deep understanding of her customer and was able to do customer research. And that product management role specifically needed that skill set. So that's also where I mentioned earlier, the specific role that you want is very important, because every product manager does things slightly differently. And the skill set that you'll need to be a product manager in a specific role can vary greatly. You could also go to school for product management. I believe there are programs, whether they're majors, minors, or specific courses for product management. That's not something that I personally did, but I know that that's an option available to you. So once you've built your portfolio, once you've built your resume, how do you actually interview, right? And I'll just slow down a second here to mention that the best way to actually get an interview for product management is to leverage your network. And so if you're in industry, like I mentioned, my former colleague who was in healthcare had worked with product managers at other companies and was able to talk to them to find the specific role that was a good fit for her and to actually get an interview for that role. If you're in school, you can leverage your university's programs and networks. Oftentimes, the university will have a team specifically dedicated to helping you find roles. Companies will tend to visit your university, or companies will host virtual career fairs that you can sign up for. So you really want to get out there. You want to network and talk to product managers and recruiters who are recruiting for product management in order to get that interview. It is very, very difficult to get the interview just based on your paper resume and applying with that paper resume. You really want to make sure you network and you actually talk to folks. Excuse me. Okay, so how do you interview? These are two of the best books. I'm not sure there's any other book that I would recommend for interviewing to become a product manager. The first is Cracking the PM Interview. The authors of this book also wrote Cracking, I believe it's called Cracking the Software Engineering or Programming Interview, which is a widely regarded book. It's probably the most popular book for becoming a software engineer. They also wrote this book on becoming a product manager, and they give specific examples for interview questions that you'll get and how you should answer those questions. Another book by Louis C. Lin. Louis Lin is, in my opinion, the best person out there with regards to getting into product management. I highly recommend you check out his content. I highly recommend you read Decode and Conquer. If I had to pick between just two of these books, I would pick Lewis's book to read. Although you should certainly read both of them, go through the examples, and try to understand what a product management interview actually will look like. Another important piece for knowing how to interview is understanding some of the lingo. So I mentioned earlier agile methodology. If you don't know what agile methodology is, make sure you do some research to understand that and understand a lot of the terms that go along with it. You don't necessarily have to be an expert in these areas. So for instance, if you have a skill set in a specific vertical niche, but you haven't done any sort of actual engineering work, or you haven't worked directly with engineers, this is going to be very important to do, because even though your customer discovery skill set is your, potentially your primary selling point, you'll still likely, as you saw earlier, need to do some work in execution and working with engineering to get your product built, and then obviously showcasing and releasing your product, collecting feedback and iterating on that. And so understanding the terminology and the methodology that engineers use to actually get things done is very important. All right. And I think this is, if you take nothing else away from this talk, this is the most important piece. Okay. In virtually every product management interview, you're going to get a design question. And this is the template that I used in virtually all of my product management interviews that has been successful for me, and I recommend you use. It's called the circles method. I believe this was also created by Louis Lin. And so I don't have a lot of time, but I highly recommend that you learn this method. You can find videos online about actually showing people using this method. If you read Lewis's book, he uses this method. And then here's a great product interview preparation schedule that you can use. You don't have to precisely follow this schedule, but it gives you a good idea. And then if you don't know product managers to do product management mock interviews with, you can also do mock interviews online. And a lot of these services you have to pay for, but Stellar Peers and Exponent are two of the best services out there. So I just want to recap. There is no one way to become a product manager, right? There are a number of different paths you can take, whether in industry or university. Your background can be in a number of different things. I even know people who don't have degrees at all who have become product managers. But that bullseye is hard to hit, and it is very narrow, very small. There are not that many product managers in the world relative to other roles, like for instance, software engineering. When I first interviewed for Microsoft, the very first interviewer said to me that for every product management role, there were 20 software engineering roles. And so he asked me, why is it that you're interviewing for product management when you could much more easily get a job in software engineering? So knowing that why is very important, both for the interviewer, who will likely ask you that question in an interview, but also for yourself, so that you know why you want to become a product manager, and that you can find a job even when it might be, difficult, right? It can take months or years to become a product manager. And for most people, it takes years to get into product management, but it is possible. Okay, I will finish off by highlighting the career of my good friend Rufida Ali. She recently became a product manager, and this was her path to product management. She started out at Dallas College getting an Associate's of Science. She was an Unsung Hero Award recipient. And then she worked for CVS and Cardinal Health in healthcare. So this is actually, Rufida is actually not the person I was referring to earlier. So this is another person that started out in healthcare and made her way into product management. She went on to attend the University of Washington, where she became the TCF president. And then she landed an internship in product management at Providence. And that's where she fell in love with product management. She also then got an internship at Bayer Crop Science, where she got a full-time offer. The way I met her was actually she reached out to me to do a product chat series, which I highly recommend you check out. It's for early grads or professionals who want to break into product management. She interviewed a ton of different product managers and got their perspectives on what product management is and how to break into it. And that's also a way that she was able to network with other product managers to find roles in the future. So that's another thing that you can do. And what I mentioned is very important, especially if you're already in industry, is to network with other product managers. She also publishes great content on LinkedIn that recruiters then go to and see that she has an understanding of what product management is and how it works. So even if you're, in school or you're in a completely different industry, you can sort of establish your presence and your understanding of product management and demonstrate that to the world, so that when a recruiter looks at your online presence, they're not only are they not finding anything bad, right? Any negative social media or anything, but they're actually finding things that show that you know what it means to be a product manager, and that potentially you've actually already developed skills that are necessary to become a product manager. So that's all I had for you. I want to thank you so much. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me directly, chris@salatus.com. You can also go to salatus.com to try our document generation software for free. I want to thank Geekle for hosting this product management summit and for having me on. Thank you.
Zhou, you're muted. Could you please unmute yourself?
Thank you. Sorry, Christopher, awesome presentation. Thank you for your time today. And hopefully everyone took away some key tips on how to become a product manager. I know I'm one today, but I took away a few tips on how to become one myself. So thank you.
Thank you, Joel.
Okay, next up, we have Pankaj Pilaniwala from Google. And he will be talking about how to break into PM and how to prepare for FAANG interviews. Pankaj, welcome.
Thank you so much, Joel. Really appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, awesome. I guess I can get started. So let me quickly share my screen. Give me a sec. All right, so I hope my slides are visible. I will take that as yes. So hello everyone. I am Pankaj, and I'm going to present to you about product management interview, like how to break into one and how do you need to prepare for FAANG interviews. And I will probably give you some tips and tricks, and also give you a breakdown of questions, what get asked, how you can answer, and what's the framework. So to start with, I would like to start with an introduction. So as you know, I'm Pankaj. I'm a product leader with 10 plus years of product management experience. Currently, I'm a PM at Google. In the past, I have worked with companies like Visa, eBay, and several other startups. Once upon a time, I also had my own startup called MBApedia. I'm a PM coach, so I coach people for FAANG interviews and PM coaching 101. And last but not the least, I'm also an alumni of University of Arizona. So that's about me. And I think from here onwards, I'm just going to talk about product management in general and interview tips and tricks, how to break into one, and questions and stuff like that. So moving on. So questions breakdown, right? So I wanted to create this slide and give you all overview of what are the different patterns of questions that get asked in different product management interviews. So I will not only cover FAANG, but also I will cover about other product management interviews for other companies. So let's say companies like eBay or Visa or other startups in general. So the first one is product design. I think the last presenter gave a slide about Lewis Lane circle framework, right? And that was about product design. I think product design is one of the most important and critical question that get asked to all the interviewees in product management interviews. So this is something that I would like to suggest and I would highly recommend everyone to prepare for. And I will also give you the framework of this in next couple of slides. So the first one is product design. Uh, the next one is product strategy. So this is like another question. And if you think about it, like in terms of like product management roles, it's all about like how you design a product, what is the strategy you come up with, and how do you measure success. So these three are like the three critical pillars. And then they're like sub additional pillars as well. So product design, the next one is product strategy. The next one is product execution. This is basically how do you measure success for a product, like your metrics. And all of these three questions, these are like very important for companies like Google, Meta, even Amazon. And I've heard that even Apple has started asking questions like product design and product execution. So even Apple is on board on this. The next one is estimation question. Estimation is something like, let's say questions like, hey, you know what, like how many cars are there, let's say in the city of San Francisco, or like how many Uber drivers are needed at 8 a.m. in the city of San Francisco to, meet the demand, something like this. This is like estimation question. And as a PM, you will find often yourself, like you want to launch a feature, you want to launch a product, which is generally like we do at Google. We always try to guesstimate something, right? If we do not have data. If you have data to back something, always use that. That's your like a primary source. But if you don't have data, what do? You guesstimate something, right? So that's why Google loves to ask this question of estimation. And you will find a lot of resources online as well, like what kind of questions we generally ask and how do you answer, but you wouldn't find a perfect answer for any of those. So it's mostly about the process of answering questions about it. But yeah, estimation is like very Google specific. And last I heard was even Apple has started doing this for their ads role, PM at ads. So something like that. Next is technical question. So technical question, I've seen that some of the technical product management roles, they tend to ask this. And technical, like you don't need to do coding, right? I mean, they're not going to ask you like, hey, you know what, like write an algorithm to sort something. No, not nothing like that. They will just ask you, let's say, how do you make Facebook, right? Something like that. So you just need to give a high level view of this, right? Like what are your microservices? What sort of data like gets passed to like Facebook server? What kind of data do they give you back to a mobile phone? Like what kind of notification? And like Facebook is like a massive app. Like nobody's going to ask you that. It's like a very small part of it. Let's say Facebook feed or let's say statuses, right? Something like that. So, but technical questions at Google, we love to ask this, but you don't have to be like a coder to answer this. It's mostly about very high level. Like, do you understand the technical design of something? Are you able to communicate clearly with your engineers? That's what we generally test about it. And I also know that some technical PM roles, they like to ask questions like this over here. The next one is case studies. So this type of questions generally get asked in non-FAANG companies, wherein they will give you a scenario and they will walk you through it, and they'll have to understand like what do you think, like what should they do, like what should they answer. A very common type of question could be like let's say if you are interviewing for a role, let's say which is mostly like checkouts on the e-commerce websites, they can ask you that, hey, you know what sort of form of payments should we have on our website? Because if you just think about it, there are like tens of payment methods that you can add, but you just cannot show all of them to start with, right? That's not feasible because of real estate problem on your website or your mobile device. So how do you like come up with, let's say top 2 or 3? something like that. So these are the type of questions that falls in like case studies. They could be like multiple others, right? Scenario based. The next one is behavioral. I think Amazon, Google, Facebook, like all of them, they do have one interview round to ask behavioral questions. Like, tell me about a time you did this. Tell me about a time you had to like had a difficult conversation with your manager, with the team members, and things like that. Last but not the least is like assignments. So some companies, they give you assignments. You take home, you do some exercise, you write 1-pager, 2-pager document, and then you submit it back. Stripe does this. So they love to give assignments. So this is like what we have in terms of different type of questions. Do we have like questions that anyone is asking right now, or should I just go ahead and continue my presentation? All right, I think I can just continue with my presentation. Right, so all right, moving on. The next slide, questions bundling, right? Just to give you a flavor of like what different type of questions are. So product design. So what type of questions get asked in product design interview? So the first one would be something like, how will you improve X? Something could be, let's say, how would you improve Facebook groups? How would you improve, let's say, Gmail? How would you improve Google search? Something like that. So these are like very broad questions. And in here, you need to take the broad questions and like break it down and make it like super condensed and very focused. You need to do that, right? And that's what the interviewer is gauging you on, that are you able to take something that is like very wide, right? Like Google search, if you think about it, that's like massive. Like, are you able to take that, break it down into one specific problem and provide solutions for that? The second type of question is design Z, which means that you just need to design something which has never been built, like you don't know about it. Something could be, hey, design an app for a gardener, for a novice gardener, for an experienced gardener, something like that, right? That is something that app doesn't exist, and you can also like clarify that with the interviewer, and you just start from scratch. And in here, like you have a bit more room and bandwidth to be creative and innovative as compared to the first one. So these are the second type of questions, right? The third one is design X for Y, meaning so questions could be like design WhatsApp for elderlies or design WhatsApp for kids, right? Like how do you think about it? Because whenever you design an app, you do not design it for like extreme age of user group. You just design it for everyone, basically masses, millennials, Gen Z, right? Who know how to use tech, who are like aware of it, they can spend time, they can spend money and things like that. But when you think about like elderlies, right, there are like a lot of problems with them, like who are going to help them and stuff like that. So like then over there they are trying to see that are you able to like really narrowly focused on like one user group that is generally speaking is always like left out, like they're not the primary users to start with. So these are the type of questions they ask in product design. Moving on, for product strategy, the question would be like, let's say, how will you launch X? Something like, let's say if you are a PM for uh, let's say WhatsApp, so they can ask you, when WhatsApp, let's say, is not present in any one of the Asian countries, so they can just ask you like, hey, you know what, how will you launch WhatsApp in this country? So you need to just think about like what's the demographics in that country, like who are the competitors and things like that. And maybe like you may not know everything about it, and that's okay, right? You can just make some assumptions. You can just ask your interviewer that, hey, you know what, I don't know like who are the competitors there, can you tell me? And things like that. So like you need to answer like and go like a different framework kind of questions, answer to this. The second would be like, what should Y do next? So these are like very broad and open-ended questions, and they want to see that like, are you aware of all the market dynamics that's going on? So let's say if you're interviewing at Google, we love to ask this, hey, you know what, like what should Google build next? So you need to like come up with, like where should Google invest their resources, their money to build next? And why should we like invest something there, right? Is it like $1 billion opportunity or not? So this is what like we look at, like what should we do next? Like the third one could be like, you are the CEO, VP of X, how will you build Y? You are the CEO, VP, what will you build next? Should X acquire Y? Something like questions over here could be like, should Google acquire DoorDash, right? DoorDash is a food delivery service in US. So like, should Google acquire this? So like we need to like come up with an answer over here, like pros and cons kind of style, and which says that should we acquire or not. So the final decision is not important, but what's important is like, how are you thinking in terms of pros and cons? Are you able to like clearly state that, hey, these are the reasons they should acquire, these are the reasons they shouldn't acquire, right? And then you weigh both of them and say that, okay, based on this, I'm saying that we should like acquire or not. So this is what we're looking at, and not like, hey, you know what, Google should acquire it. No, that's not what we're looking at. Now, similar, the other adjacent question is like, should X build Y? Is X the right investment for Y? And something like that, right? So these are the questions that get asked in product strategy. The next one is product execution. So the questions over here is like, how will you measure success for X? So let's say the question could be, let's say you're PM for Google search. So how will you measure like success for Google search, right? So you need to understand like what Google search does. Like Google search is is a tool wherein you can search all the websites and resources around the web. So that would be a primary metric, right? Are we able to provide the right results to you, so the users or not, right? One, are users like spending time on us, right? Are they returning on Google search or not? And at the same time, is Google making money from there or not, right? So that is how like you measure success for a product like Google search. And it could be like, it could go like multiple ways, right? Then the second would be like, how will you diagnose why? And then the last one is define success metrics for product or like feature X. So these are the flavors of questions that get asked in all this top three buckets, right? And I like picked this three because these three are the most commonly asked, question types, like product design, product strategy, and product execution. So with this, I would like to move on and start with product design interview framework and just walk you through like what you need to answer in this, right? Of course, like everybody knows about the framework because that's out there, the circle framework, right? But if you just follow the circle framework, your answer sounds like more robotic. So the idea is you still keep that framework, but how do you make it sound like more human, right? How do you make it sound like it's your answer and not something that you heard on, let's say, YouTube, or not something that you read on some like blog post or Medium article? So I'll try to like put in like some tips and tricks that generally speaking the interviewers look at, and I hope that it helps you out. So to start with, uh, just to tell you, right, it is the most important question in product management interview. Like you prepare for any product management interview, this is something that you need to know. It's not just with Google, Meta, Apple, or Amazon, but like all the others. Even Robinhood does this, Stripe does it, and all the other startups, right? Microsoft and everything. So you need to be prepared for this. The second is like it's the holy grail for PMs, right? I mean, even if you think about it, if you are a product manager, you should know like how to design a product, how to design a feature, right? So it this is something that you should be using in your day-to-day job. So that's why it's holy grail for PMs. The next one is product design answer has several sections that I think that you already saw in with the last presenter, but I'm also going to walk you through that and with more details. And candidates are judged in each of those sections actually. It's not that if you can just do like few of those sections very good and some of them not so good. No, you need to be like consistently like good in each of those sections. The last one is if one fails product design, the chances decrease substantially. So like if you're not able to answer like product design interview question well, then your chances like it decrease substantially to get selected in that interview. It's like very very important. It's like critical for any product management role. And to continue this, uh, dinging any section might result in rejection as well. It's not just about like failing in all these sections. So let's say some of these sections wherein, let's say, the user criteria, if you're not good there, like in choosing your right user group for which you are trying to solve, then all your answer, the entire answer after that will just fall off, right? You won't be able to like recollect it and build it from there. No, you won't be able to. So I mean, you have to be like on top of your game for product design interviews. The next one is follow the rule of three. So what I mean is, so like product design interview framework, it has like different sections. In each of this section, you try to give like three options, right? And then you choose one. So the idea is you should know like good enough amount of details to have three options, and then you reduce it and just select and choose one. You need to like say like why are you choosing them? How are you prioritizing? So basically, the interviewer is judging you first. A, like, can you give like enough options to your teammates, like what you're trying to build? B, are you able to prioritize or not? As a PM, you need to prioritize like every day. So that's what they're trying to choose. You need to do trade-offs every day. So that's what they're trying to see, like, are you able to do that or not? Next one is be creative in your solutions, right? So your solutions should be like creative. It doesn't have to be like sort of like moonshots. So I'm just combining the next one as well, like mythbusters, right? Solution is not everything, and the second one is you don't need moonshots, right? So like people just think that okay, I gave like some good creative answers and I should be fine. No, but if your user groups were wrong, your pain points were wrong. No, even though you were like super creative in a solution, no, you are not going to make it, right? And again, for the solutions, you don't need to give like moonshot's idea, right? You just need to be creative. Like it should be something that the interviewer has not heard of, generally speaking. It shouldn't be something that has already been done by other competitors. So no, you shouldn't say those kind of answers. So this is what the introduction for product design interview is. Just trying to do a quick time check and see how much time do I have. Can someone tell me like how much time do I have? Based on that, I will just pace my next few slides. Anyone?
Pankaj, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Yep. Now, yes.
Awesome.
So how am I doing on time?
Good. You're doing well. Can you wrap up in about 5 to 7 minutes?
Sure. Yeah. Sounds great. Sounds great. Yep.
Great. Thank you.
I can do that. All right. Sounds great. So let's start it. Right. Cool. So let's start with the product design answer framework, right? Given that I have 5 minutes, so I will just go a bit faster. So the first one is the problem statement, right? The interviewer will give you this, right? The problem statement. Let's say the question is design a gardening app, right? So this is a very broad and open-ended question. What you need to do is you need to ask clarifying question to the interviewer. And the example questions could be like, hey, where are we trying to launch this app? Like, who am I, right? Am I a PM? Let's say you are interviewing for Google. You need to ask like, hey, am I a PM at Google? Like, is Google launching this? Or am I a PM at startup, right? Is a startup launching this? Then you also need to ask constraint. Constraints could be in terms of like the resources, time, money, right? All of those things. Then whether it's like web or mobile. Like web or mobile is kind of like not doesn't hold true anymore, because generally speaking, like your solution should exist in both of these platforms, but sometimes the solution is like very mobile focused. So it's also like, you can ask about it, and then any special request or something, you can ask that, hey, do I need to keep anything in mind or something like that. And that's how, like you try to understand more details about the problem statement. Then the second one is why, right? This is something that as you need to solve for. Like, let's say your question again, the same question, right? Design a gardening app. You asked all of these things. Now you need to think about it, like why you are solving it. Let's say you're a PM at Google, like why is Google investing time in it? Why is Google investing money in it? So like why is like right? So this is like the real question. Why is this section important? So this section will help you define the premise of a solution, right? It will help you as a guiding light for the rest of the answer. This will clear thoughts in your head, and it will show the interviewer that you know stuff. So basically, you start with this section and you say that, hey, you know what? This is why I think Google is trying to build this app. Why is this important? And and also try to find out like who are your other competitors who are doing this. So this will at least like give you some sort of clarity in your head and will act as a guiding principle for the rest of your section for the solution. And also like what are the different things you should talk about it over here. Like talk about why this problem is important to solve. Why is company X solving this? Like why are they primed to solve this? Why they are primed to innovate in this particular question? Like why they are solving it now, right? So let's say if you're designing an app for the gardeners, why are doing it now? Why you did not do it 5 years earlier? Or why you don't want to do it like 2 years down the line, right? Why now? And plug in numbers if you could, right? If you have some sort of numbers, like design an app for gardener might not be something that you are aware of, but let's say if the question is something around the messaging app or something about the video conferencing app, something about the VR market or something about gaming, these are something I think, generally speaking, if you're in tech, you are aware of some of the numbers. So just plug in some of the numbers that, hey, you know what? Last time when I read one of the articles from TechCrunch or VentureBeat, they said that the AI industry is going to be around hundreds of billions of dollars. So that's like very critical and important for us to invest in, right? So that's how you say that, like, hey, why are we solving this? It shows that you have a strategic mindset. Even though this is a product design question, it just shows that, right? And it will give you like bonus points in your answer. Trust me on that. So moving on, then you start with user segment. This is a very, very critical section, right? A lot of candidates, they fail on this one. You need to invest time to learn how to answer this. If your user segmentation is wrong or it is incorrect, trust me, rest of your answer, right, it will just fall apart. So this is like super important. And there are like a lot of ways to segment, right? And that's why this makes it like super complicated. So just you need to be very smart about it, and you need to be like patient about it. Like how are you trying to segment your users? But the first thing is like you shouldn't worry about it, right? Embrace for like questions about it. And generally, like when I like give this do like product coaching, I say that we are going to practice this, and then I like take some time for my students to teach this question, right? So, but you need to understand like user segmentation is like very critical. You need to know like the entire user group for your app, let's say for the gardeners, right? Who all they can be. So they could be like end users who are doing gardening. Then second, they could be like service providers. And third, they could be like businesses, right? These are very high, like at meta level, right? And then you need to like to do sub segmentation within end users. You could be someone who could be doing gardening in your patio. You could be someone who could be doing gardening in your backyard, right? Or you could be someone who is just doing gardening, in-house gardening, right? You don't even have a patio. So for all of this three user group or segmentations, like your needs are very different, right? Your pain points are different. So how are you solving for those? And you cannot solve for everyone in just one product design solution. All of this user group, they have different pain points, and they should be attacked differently. They should be like tackled differently. So if you do not choose, let's say you just go with like end user, right? And you do not say anything up beyond that, the interviewer is going to stop you and ask you questions like, hey, what do you mean by end users? Who are your end users? How are they using the app? And is it the right correct user segmentation or not? Right? So just think about it, like how the users are going to use the app, like what is their characteristics, right? What are their needs, right? So just saying end user will not work. You need to tell them that, hey, these are my end users, and this is how they use the app. And then when you like do sub categorization of your end user, then you will see that, hey, you know what, like their pain points are different, their needs are different. So that's how you go about it. Then come the pain points, right? When you select a user group, and then you move on to the next section, which is pain points, and then you define like think of their unmet needs, right? Think of the hurdles in the current journey, like what are the hurdles, how the user is trying to use the app, like what are the hurdles, like what are they not getting currently in the entire end-to-end life cycle of the user when they're using one particular solution or the app, right? Think about the entire customer journey. Try to emulate in real world journey, right? I mean, let's say if you are a gardener, then what are the things that you would need, right? First of all, you need to know that what kind of plants you should plant. And then you need to know that, okay, if this plant is right for the weather conditions, for the soil, right? How big is the area? How much sunlight do you get? Once you know all of that, then you need to know that, okay, where to buy from, right? Once you buy for somewhere, like then you need to know, okay, am I going to do this, or should I like ask for a professional help, something like that, right? So you need to emulate the real world journey, and then try to see that, okay, which of this is not solved yet, right? Where to buy something, I think Amazon has solved it, generally speaking, for everything. But what plant to buy, right? This is something that I feel that any novice, planter, they suffer from this. So you need to think about it. Like, what is the important critical user journey, or the part of the user journey that you should solve for? Then you need to talk about it, speak about it, right? And then try to list the pain points that are most relevant to the user segmentation chosen by you. Rule of three again, like list three pain points, right? And priority, how do you prioritize? The prioritization should be like how big is the pain point and frequency of something happening. If the pain point like is super big, but the frequency of happening is like super low, then you shouldn't like choose that. You should always choose if your pain point is big, and also the frequency of something happening is very high. You can also choose if the pain point is, let's say, somewhat medium, but the frequency of it happening is like super high, like it's like almost it happens like every day. Then that's the right pain point to solve for. So that's something that's how you do it. And then prioritize one pain point, because you cannot solve for all the pain points, because the solutions will be different. In some cases you can choose two pain points, right? But you should check in with the interviewer. You just cannot go about and say that, you know what, I will solve for all three pain points. That wouldn't work, because that doesn't show that you understand like what you can solve for. And also, if you think about it in real world, even though you want to solve for all the pain points, but just that you do not have enough time, you do not have enough resources, and you need to go to market like really fast. So you always like prioritize one or two. So, but if you want to choose two, check in with your interviewer. Do not just choose two and go ahead with it, right? So this is the pain point section. I know that I'm almost at time, but let me just take a couple of more minutes. Then the next one is goal, right? So if you see online, you will see that as soon as you get a problem statement, people say that you should state the goal. But I do not agree with that concept. The reason being, you don't know like who are your user segments, you don't know why you are solving this, and you don't know what pain point you're solving for. So that's why you should state your goal after you have user segmentation, after you know your pain point, after you prioritize the pain point. Then you know that, okay, you know what, I understand this. So now I should like say about my goal, right? Hey, what the goal is, right? So just make sure over here like you should align your user segment and the pain point, and that's how your goal should be, right? If you are solving a pain point for the discovery of plantation in this example that we're talking about, then your goal should be to help the users discover what kind of plants they should plant, right? In their like patio, in their backyard, or wherever that is. That should be your goal, right? The discoverability of different kind of like planting solutions. So that should be a goal. So always do the goal after you have user segmentation and your pain point. Once you have the goal, I think it's all about solutions. Always have three solutions. Do not just have one solution and go and say that, okay, this is my one solution, I'm going to prioritize. No. Always have three solutions. Be creative, be innovative. Just see about like what's going on in the industry right now. So right now it's all about AI. Just think about like how can you incorporate AI. You don't have to use like ChatGPT or Bar. No, you can just say that, hey, it will be an AI solution. And that is good enough. But be creative, right? It doesn't have to be disrupting, but it should be a good, creative, innovative solution, right? Don't say things that's already done or implemented, like I mentioned in a couple of slides back. So don't do that, right? So let's say you are giving an interview for Google, but you know that this is something that Facebook or Snapchat have already done, but Google hasn't. Don't say that. That's not a good answer. Align your solutions with the pain points chosen, right? This is very important. Like I see that students, they have like very good solutions, but they do not solve for the pain point that they have chosen. So always align with that. And do a sanity check if the solutions are aligned with the goal, with the pain point, with the user segmentation, and prioritize the solution. Again, prioritization. Prioritization is very critical and important. So that's what you do, and that's how you go about it. And last but not the least, you choose a metric. Like how do you define success for the solution that you have chosen, which is solving a pain point and solving a goal? You define 2 or 3 metrics and you choose one North Star. So with this, I'm just going to, okay, let me just go and give one more slide. The next one, I think the framework, the way it becomes is problem statement, ask clarifying questions, give your why, define user segmentation, define pain points, choose one, define goal, go with solutions, and then metrics. Like this is what the framework is. It is slightly different than what the circle framework gives online. And the reason for this is I think that it flows very beautifully. And this is how probably everyone does at their work, right? So I think this aligns much better. But of course, like you are free to choose whether you want to go with this one or the circle one. It's the same. Like circle also has everything with this. I've just like moved some things up and down. So with this, let me just stop sharing my screen and back to this.
Pankaj, thank you for your time today.
Absolutely. It was great being here and presenting.
I think we have some questions that came in through the chat, which we'll get to after the next talk. So thank you for your time, and I'm going to introduce our next speaker.
Sure, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Rudra.
Hey, hi Joel. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you today?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Excited about this talk, and yeah, just happy to be here.
Amazing. Are you all set up? Do you have all your slides ready to go?
Yes, I have my slides ready to go. Let me quickly present that here.
Okay. And while you're doing that, so it's Rudra Roy Choudhury, and he's here today to speak to us about breaking into product management from non-tech. So moving from a non-tech company into tech and product management. Love to hear about this. Rudra, thank you for your time, and I'll turn it over to you.
Absolutely, Joel. Thank you so much. Okay, cool. So I guess everyone is able to see my slides. So today I'm going to talk about how you can break into product management from non-tech, right? And the reason, when I was thinking about different topics on which I would like to speak, I chose this topic in particular because I feel that product management by far is one of the most popular space today to work in. And then I think there's a common notion or misconception which says that, unless you have a background in tech, or more precisely, unless you have a background in computer science or software or IT, it's really difficult or next to impossible to become a product manager. Now, statistically, if you look at the data, probably it would align with that concept, and probably we'll end up seeing 80% of product managers coming from the software or computer science background. But having said that, I also want to focus on the fact that there is still space for people like us who do not come from the computer science background to become a product manager. The road can be challenging, no doubt, but it is certainly not impossible. And I know that, I come from a very different background and I broke into product management. And I know that there are several other friends like me, who are also interested in getting into product management. And that's where I decided that, let me speak about this and share my learnings and insights with everybody here. So with that, let me go to my first slide. So I'll just quickly paste through the initial few slides. These are just some basic fundamental information around product management. So to break into product management from non-tech, there are three things that you really have to focus on, right? So one is building relevant skills. You definitely need to gain experience and skills in the product management space. You need to do active networking. I mean, I cannot emphasize more on how important it is to do active networking and how fruitfully that can impact your chance of landing a role in product management. And definitely gaining experience, gaining PM experience through side projects. I'm going to speak in more details on these going forward. So, what is fundamentally product management, right? So product management is really about your capability to understand and identify what the customers need, and you build products and solutions to cater those needs, right? Many of you might be familiar with that, that Venn diagram that says that product management is basically the intersection of the technology, the technical part, and the business part, and the design part, right? So if you really want to be a successful and a good product manager, I think that you really need to be curious about all these three aspects, right? And then especially for non-tech professionals who want to transition to product management, I think the focus for them should be definitely to emphasize more on transferable skills and build a strong network, like I said in the previous slide. And the reason transferable skills are so important for non-tech professionals is because you would not find maybe a lot of alignment in terms of the domain or the industry because you are coming from non-tech. But then if you have transferable skills that you might have gained in your current role, and those skills can be transferred to the product management role, that will really help you in making that smooth transition. Going to the next slide. So let's a little bit talk about what are the different required skills for a product manager, right? So to start off with, number one, definitely you need to have strong communication and leadership skills. Communication by far is one of the most critical thing that you do as a product manager on a day-to-day basis, right? You have to communicate with the customers, you have to communicate with the stakeholders, you have to talk with cross-functional teams. So it's very important that you know how to communicate effectively and efficiently. The second thing is ability to understand customers' requirements, right? So any product, before you build the product, the first step that's going to come up is really understand what the customer needs, right? You are not going to build some random product just because you want to build, right? The product really has to cater to the requirements coming from the customers. So as a product manager, it's really important that you build that expertise in understanding customer needs, gathering the feedback from the customers, and converting those customer requirements into product features, right? And the last one, but very important, analytical thinking and problem solving skills, because again, as a product manager, you would be working like, not only converting customer requirements into features, but then also working with engineering team, building the features. You might need to do experimentation, something like A/B testing to figure out which feature should work well. And a lot of other things like, analyzing metrics to understand which feature is like, working successfully or not. So there's a lot of analytics that would be involved in this role. So having the ability to think analytically and having the ability to solve problems, I think that's very important to have as a product manager. Now, coming back to like, some of the common misconceptions that I was talking about initially. So you need a technical CS or software background to become a product manager? Of course not. You need to have an MBA to become a product manager? Definitely no. Product management is all about managing a team? No, product management is way beyond just managing a team. So, just to, in one slide, just to capture how I moved to product management, right? So I started my career as a electrical and electronics engineer. My first professional, role in organization, that was a research engineer role in one of the leading medical devices company, right? So from there, I moved to life sciences consulting, and from consulting, I eventually transitioned to product management. Now, if you are thinking that, was this thing kind of planned in my head, or was this like, more like it just happened coincidentally? No, it was the former. So based on my like, my current state, which was, let's say, when I was a research engineer in medical devices industry, I figured out, I did some research, and I identified that what could be my route to product management in tech, right? So I figured out that moving from research engineer medical devices to product manager in tech, that seemed really difficult because I need to gain some experience which should align with product management in tech. And that's how I identified that the intermediate stop for me could be consulting, because as you might know, that a lot of things that we do as a consultant has some overlap with what we do as a product manager as well. So that's how I figured out that my first move should be to consulting. And then once I gained some experience in consulting, I was eventually able to capitalize that experience and move to product management. So like, there are two things I'm going to talk about in this call today. So the first part would be like, how you build your PM skills and experience and what are the different ways by which you can do that. And then the next part is going to focus more on how to be interview ready, right? So for building your PM skills and experience, the first thing that you need to do is really identify what is going to be your route to product management, right? Now, product management is not like there's just one way to become a product manager, right? There are different ways by which you can prepare yourself to be a product manager. And like the three most common ways which people follow in general are what you are seeing here. So the first one is internship or volunteer roles. So you can do an internship for a company in the PM space, or you can like, work on a volunteer position. You can do side projects, build your portfolio that you can use to, to advertise yourself as a potential product manager, or you can work in product adjacent roles. Now, in the next few slides, I'm going to talk on each of these options in a little bit more details. So the first one, the first route is like, doing an internship or volunteer roles. Now, this is something which is very time friendly, because this is an option that you can pursue while you are all studying in university, right? So you don't need to allocate any separate time after your study in university to do this. I mean, you can take up an internship opportunity. It can be a summer internship, or there are companies who provide internship even like, in parallel to doing your academic program, as long as you are able to figure out the time, right? This is especially suitable if you are totally new to product management, right? Let's say you have no exposure to product management before this point. You are going to be like a complete novice. And in that kind of a situation, internship or volunteer roles are really important. One thing to mention here, though, is that these could also be unpaid internships, or like, of course, volunteer roles are mostly going to be unpaid. So I just wanted to, make that clear. But I think at this point where you are really focusing on gaining the PM experience because you are a complete novice in this field, I think the emphasis should be more on gaining that experience versus thinking about whether it's paid or unpaid. And then definitely this is going to be a great opportunity for you to start building your network, because when you are engaged in an internship or you're working on a volunteer role, there's a good chance that you will get to network and collaborate with some other professionals working in the same space, and you don't know how that network could help you probably land a permanent full-time PM role going forward. The next route is definitely building and working on your side projects, right? So again, this is something which is time friendly. You can do your side projects while studying, so you don't have to do this you don't have to wait for your academic program to finish for doing this. I think one of the most important point of working on side projects is that it allows you to be creative and innovative, right? So if you think about internship or volunteer roles, probably the problem would already be defined for you, right? Probably the organization is already working on a problem, and then you would be coming in as an intern or a volunteer to help and contribute in some parts of that problem. But the good thing with building your own side projects is that from 0 to 1, it's completely at your discretion, right? And that's what I mentioned in the third bullet here, gaining experience in building products from 0 to 1, right? So when you're working on your side projects, you are responsible for doing the market research, you are responsible for talking with customers, you are responsible for identifying their pain points and converting those pain points into product features, you are responsible for building the product all the way to launching the product, right? And tracking and monitoring how that product is performing in the market. So I feel that working on side projects is really a great chance to build the end-to-end product management experience. And the last route is, of course, you can work in product adjacent roles, right? Now, some of the common roles are product analyst, product specialist. The good thing about working in these roles is that these roles require in general less experience to get in as compared to product management roles, and these roles are also more individual contribution focused, right? So in general, if you have studied the job market, right, you'll see that whenever it comes to a management or business or leadership roles, there are more criteria creeping in, right, in the interviews. So for example, is there a alignment with domain? Is there a alignment with industry? And there are certain other things that comes into question while interviewing candidates. But individual contributor roles, those things are much less. You don't require so much of industry prior experience as you need for a product manager role. So these kind of roles are good from that respect. You have a greater chance of getting into these roles. And also these are going to be full-time roles, right? So you gain experience which are aligned to the product management space, but at the same time, you also have a fair income, right? So, if you are in that stage, let's say you have completed your studies, you are no longer in your academic program, and, your circumstances and everything, you really need to start earning, right? You really need to get into a full-time role. You cannot, let's say, do a volunteer or an internship, unpaid internship kind of thing. So I think for that kind of situation, the best option for you is this, which is great in a product adjacent roles. And then eventually the last point, like I've written here, one of the biggest advantage of working in a product adjacent role is that you have a very, very good chance of making an internal or lateral transfer, right, within the same organization where you are working right now. Just few days back, I saw this happening in my own company where we had one person who was helping product managers, but he didn't have he was more of a product specialist. He didn't have prior background in product management, but because he had been working in the organization for almost 1.5 to 2 years as a product specialist, and he already has gained experience around what our organization is working on, the different products. We had a associate product manager role that opened up, and then he was the one who was basically internally moved from the product specialist to the associate product manager role. So I think, like, you have a great scope of making an internal or lateral move if you can work in product adjacent roles in a product organization. So these were all the like, all the ways of how you can build your PM skills and experience, right? Now the next part is how do you, okay, so you now have all the skills and experience that you could have built that's kind of advertising you towards product management. But at the same time, you also need to be ready for your interviews, right? Because PM interviews are very, very different from other interviews, right? So the first point, of course, to be ready for the interview is going to be that you prepare your PM resume. Why have I written PM resume? Again, because I feel that product management resume looks very different from, like, any other general resume, right? So some of the key highlights that I wanted to touch upon here. So, tweaking your experiences to align with the specific PM role you're applying for, right? This is so important because I've seen in general what happens is that we have probably worked in different roles prior to this application, right? And then we have gathered different experiences along the journey. Now, not saying that those experiences are not great. Probably you have done some really great things along those experiences, right? You have made really great contribution. But what will really matter for this particular application is which of those experiences are aligning with the particular role you are applying for, right? So if you have some, if you have some work which does not align with this role, I would say that, it probably doesn't make any sense to focus on that work in this particular resume because, all the hiring manager or the recruiter, whoever is reviewing your profile for this role, they care about is, do you have the specific skills and experience that is required to do well in this role in particular, right? So tweaking your experience in your resume is super important. Reflecting an overall product mindset, right? Without focusing too much on your domain. Again, so our fundamental here is assuming, like, you are not coming from a computer science or software background, which means that chances are high from a domain or industry standpoint, you will not have a lot of, alignment, right? So in that case, it makes total sense not to get too much focus on your domain because chances are that the hiring manager, the recruiter will not be able to align with that, right? Rather than focus on your overall product mindset, it can come from your internship experience, it can come from your side projects, it can come from, any products that you might have worked on in your domain. But yeah, just to be sure that don't put the main focus on the domain here because it will probably not match if you are coming from a non-tech background. Adapting to the STAR method, again, this is, I think, pretty much everybody knows by now, but I still see a lot of people, like, sending their resumes to me for review, and then I see that it's all over the place. There's no framework, there's no proper structure. So definitely follow either the STAR method or the XYZ method. That makes it really easy and quick for the other person to understand, what impact you have made through your work. And the last point, it might sound very silly, but trust me, I mean, you won't believe how many times I've seen people do this, like, where they simply copy paste PM keywords, they pick up these keywords from the job description and just put them in their CV, right? Now, I am not saying that you don't need to have PM keywords in a resume. You definitely need to have PM keywords in your resume, but make sure that they fit in and align with your overall story, right? Because people, like, whether it's a hiring manager, the recruiter, they are, like, hugely experienced in reviewing resumes, right? It's not new for them. So it will take just a few seconds for them to really understand that do you actually have these experiences, or you just want to give that feel, and that's the reason you have randomly just put in words, right? And that definitely gives a bad impression, and probably they will not move forward with your resume. So it's good to keep PM keywords in your resume, but make sure that they fit in with your overall story and experience. The next thing I want to talk about slightly is behavioral interviews. Now, again, this is so important, and especially for people coming from non-tech, because you have to really be clear about what stories you want to highlight, during the behavioral interviews, right? So again, there's a chance that a lot of your stories in general would not be in the PM space, right? So you need to prepare this very advanced, right? So that you are ready with the PM specific stories that you want to narrate during your behavioral interviews, right? Focus on transferable skills. I already talked about this earlier. Why for people from non-tech, the domain is probably less important. Focus more on the transferable PM skills that you have, right? Should be very short and simple, easy to comprehend, right? I've seen people where, like, let's say the interviewer asks a question, and then the candidate keeps on, like, rambling lines after lines, right? Without totally being cognizant about the fact that, after 2 minutes or so, he or she probably has already lost the interviewer, right? Our human attention span is very, very limited. Remember this, right? So you don't expect that you talking for continuous 5 minutes, that's not going to come up as something positive with the interviewer, and maximum chances are that, the interviewer has probably listened to the first minute or so, and then after that, and then he or she has no clue what you talked about, right? So try to be very, very, like, precise when you're narrating your stories, and focus on the impact you made, right? This is another very critical thing, because there are so many times I've seen candidates, they speak at length about what the situation was, what the task was, and then they either finish with their actions, right? Or they spend maybe a few seconds talking about the impact, whereas the main focus should be on the impact you made, right? The situation, you can make it very, very compact and just, like, try to narrate in 30 seconds or so, right? People are not so interested in the situation or the task. They are more interested to listen to what action you took and what was the impact that happened because of the action you took, right? So make sure you emphasize on the impact you made. Write out the stories in advance, like I said, and then you improvise as necessary during the interview, right? And writing the stories is so important, I would say, because I definitely feel that, at least for me personally, writing gives a lot of clarity. So when you are trying to, just make up the stories on the go during the interview, you'll probably not be able to say the base version of the stories, right? So write the stories up in advance, and then when you write, you will understand that, like, you will probably iterate that 3, 4, 5 times, and then you will understand that, like, how well, how precisely you can narrate that story, where the time taken is very, very small, but at the same time you are able to add value to narrating your stories and emphasize on your impact, right? And the last point, of course, rehearse, practice as much as you can, but when you are narrating the story at the interview, make sure that you sound organic and natural, right? I've seen candidates, like, of course, like, they have prepared their stories, and then when they are appearing for the interview, the way they say these stories, it feels like, they're just they have mugged up, and they're just, like, rambling through what they have mugged up, right? Which is definitely not a good impression to have on the interviewer. So you rehearse, you practice, no questions on that, but practice in a way that you sound natural, right? The interviewer should not feel that you are just coming to the interview and rambling some mugged up answers. And the last part, of course, is getting ready for the PM case interviews. Now, if you were present for the last talk by Pankaj, he spoke in details about, like, what are these different case interviews look like. So I think I'm not planning to go into details here, but then just at a high level, right? I wanted to highlight this particular part of preparing for case interviews, because this is, like, one of the most critical and crucial part that you will have to cross through in order to land a PM role, right? Almost, I would say, like, no PM roles, no PM interviews would be complete without 2 or 3 rounds, if not more, of PM case interviews, right? So you need to learn the PM frameworks, like, very well. Again, frameworks are not the end thing. It's not that you cannot go beyond frameworks, but I still feel, and especially, like, as people who are coming from non-tech and who might not be very familiar, with how the product manager thinks in general, is very, very helpful to get used to using these frameworks, because I feel that once you know the framework, it kind of sets that skeleton structure to your answer. And then based on the requirement, you are of course more than free to improvise wherever required. Focus on the approach, not the solution. So remember that for these PM case interviews, your evaluation is really not going to happen only on your solution, right? Of course, the solution is important. People are going to judge, like, were you able to provide a good solution to the problem? But the main evaluation is going to be on your approach, right? How do you start from the beginning? How do you identify the crux of the problem? How do you figure out the road to solution, right? That is very important. Practice, you can take mock interviews. I think mock interviews really help you, like, by giving you some real life experience, and use free online resources. I know, like, a lot of people ask me that, I found this course that needs me to pay some, $1,000. Do I need to do that, or should I need to buy this thing, like, by paying so much money? I tell everybody that no, you don't need to spend a single bucks. In this age of, like, internet, there are so many good online resources available. Trust me, that is more than sufficient to help you prepare for a PM role, right? I've given here one example, which are these videos on YouTube by Exponent. I really found them very, very helpful when I was preparing myself. And, like, there are several other videos beyond Exponent where you will be able to find a lot of PM videos, PM mock interviews, from where you can learn and train yourself. So definitely feel free to use online resources. So, and the last thing, I think I talked on this a little bit at the beginning. Networking and mentorship, both of these things are very, very, very important. Pursue active networking, right? So what that means is that you really show interest, that you are curious to network, you are curious to make connections, right? Networking shouldn't just be that, you just send a hi, or somebody, let's say, sends you something and you just reply and then it gets ended there. That's passive networking, right? And passive networking will not help you go the long distance. So practice active networking. Whenever you're connecting with somebody, like, make sure that you are sending personalized and value-added messages, right? Don't just say that, hi, I'm looking for this job, can you refer me? That creates a very, very bad impression, especially as that being your first message to that person, right? So never do that. Try to personalize the message. Try to, show your curiosity, that you are eager to learn from the other person, right? Take help from mentors. I personally can vouch for this, because I'm also a PM mentor at Kriya, where, like, till now I've been able to mentor so many folks who are interested in getting into product management. And I feel like, when I was in my own journey, there were people from whom I took help. I had my own mentors, and I really, really, appreciate the fact that, like, you can talk with mentors, and there's so much that you can learn from mentors, right? And the last thing, which is, like, true as always, be curious and eager to learn from others, right? There's so much, like, around us. And I personally feel that, like, I mean, everybody of us has something to learn from everybody else, right? So be curious and always, like, explore, like, what new things you can learn from others. So I think we have come to the end of my talk. So I just want to end with this, product management is not a degree, right? So don't think that, okay, I don't have a computer science degree, I don't have a, MBA degree. Product management is not a degree. Product management is a mindset to understand and identify customer pain points and build products and solutions to solve those pain points at scale, right? And I feel that if you can develop that mindset over a period of time, if you can think like a product manager, you can definitely be a successful product manager. It doesn't matter whether you have a degree in computer science. It doesn't matter whether you are an MBA or not. So yeah, I think that was the end of my slide. So thank you everybody who chimed in and listened. I hope I was able to add some value by sharing my learnings and insights. And on right hand side, this is my website, www.kriya.site/Rudra. So if you want to connect with me, feel free to go here. I have different services. These are all free. Just give a heads up. You don't have to pay anything to book a call with me. But yeah, I have different, whether you want to practice mock interviews, whether you want to have your resume reviewed, right? Anything around product management in general, around career development. If you're interested, feel free to get in touch with me. You can visit this site, kriya.site/Rudra. You can schedule a one-on-one with me, and I'll be more than happy to chat with you and see how we together could help you land a role successfully in product management. So with that, I would finish my talk today. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, Rudra, thank you for your talk today. I really appreciate you setting aside time to talk to all of us and teach us about your tips and strategies for becoming a PM, especially for those that are coming from non-tech.
Absolutely, Joel. It was a pleasure.
Excellent. So I think we are at the point of the conversation where we can take Q&A. I see that Christopher is on, so Christopher, I will add you to the stream. And I think we have 10 minutes to go through several questions. So I will start here on the list. A question that most of the times teams have is about the approach. Should we go bottom up or top down when defining OKRs? I know it's up to each company, but what is your opinion? I will throw it out to both of you first, and I'd love to comment on this one as well, but wanted to give you both an opportunity to hop in here if you'd like.
Christopher, you want to go?
Sure. I think you kind of hit the nail on the head that it's up to each company. I'd say it's also up to each leadership team. Often, I think what it ends up coming down to is a sort of top-down and bottom-up approach, where you may get something top-down, and then you look at it and you say, "Hey, this doesn't make sense for XYZ reason." And you communicate that up, and then they say, "Oh yeah, that makes sense." So they change it top down. But I found usually it's more, I don't know, for me, it's more top down than bottom up. But you certainly, I think it's to the benefit of the organization that that there's at least some input from the bottom, from the IC line level.
Awesome. Yeah, and I'll comment here. I think what I've seen is, like Christopher, is at least where I've worked, is OKRs are largely set from a top-down perspective, where I'm at Intel. But you have a lot of flexibility on your end, on the team that you're with, to directly shape your team's OKRs and your individual OKRs. And so, as you go up, I've seen they've been more highly abstracted, and at your team level, you want to line up under those OKRs that are at your higher organizational level, but you want something tangible and actionable. And really, we spend a lot of time on the process of going through and what we call bulletproofing one another's work. And so the idea there is we use facilitated feedback sessions to showcase your OKRs you're thinking about with your teammates and your stakeholders, and they provide input back into them. And so then you have the process of iterating through them a couple of times before you set them. And so with that, it is a case of largely they're set top down where I'm at, but you do have a lot of flexibility around your individual and team.
Yeah, I think I agree with both of you. I think, like, mainly it starts from the top-down approach. And I think the way that really helps is really for individual teams to, like, to sort of figure out what actual their individual goals should be, that they should be working on, that's catering to the overall objectives and OKRs. So I think that way the top-down approach is really helpful. I think, like, but at the same time, I think, like Chris was saying, that the way we work, sometimes we also need to be flexible in the sense that, if there's some change in direction, right, which is not surprising in today's world. I mean, we saw ChatGPT coming in, and we know that, companies are literally breaking into ChatGPT and trying to figure out how they could do something using that tool, right? So there definitely can be change in direction in business, and I think that's when you need to be flexible and make sure that if there's a requirement for this bottom-up approach, you should be able to do that. And top down doesn't mean that, okay, today I fix my OKR and then I'm not going to change this under any circumstances. Top down simply means for me that as of today, this is the objective, and based on the objective, the individual teams are going to work on these things that's going to direct towards that objective. But if there is a change in direction, like, for the business, all of us have to be flexible and, like, probably shift our individual goals as well as per that direction.
Awesome. Thank you, Rudra.
Yep.
Amazing. Okay, I'm going to move on here. Here's a good one. So, should a PM write requirements, or can we have a team of requirements engineers write them?
I can go fast for that. So
Yeah.
I definitely prefer to write requirements myself as a PM, because I feel that, as someone who is directly talking with the customers and understanding their feedback and identifying their pain points on a one-on-one level, I feel that, like, I would probably be one of the best person to write those requirements. The times where I think that I definitely can take help from, like, I don't know if there's something called requirement engineers. I haven't heard about this term before, but if there is anybody in that role, probably the help I can take from them is, maybe make the requirements more structured from the engineering perspective. But I think, yeah, like, simple answer to this question, like, as a PM, I do prefer to write the requirements myself.
Christopher, any additional points you'd like to make here?
Yeah, I think the team of requirements engineers typically is the PM team. And I think that writing requirements is a big part of being a PM. At Comcast, really the PM's primary job was not so much to define the requirements, but to translate the requirements from their leadership down to, or not necessarily down, but horizontally across to, from business leadership across to engineering leadership. And so it's kind of that translation from business language to engineering language. And different organizations will do that differently and will depend on the PM to, take more creative license or to do more research themselves, customer research, to determine what the requirement should be. But a big part of a PM's job, and I think their skill set and value, is being able to translate business language to engineering language. And so I think if you have an additional team of requirements engineers, that adds another layer of complexity, and you may get, you maybe and end up playing kind of a telephone game where the true value is lost. We've had that where, we have product managers, but then we have technical program managers. So the product managers will write business requirements, and the TPMs will write more engineering focused requirements. And things just tend to get lost in translation if you don't do that really, really well. And so the value of having, I think a team of requirements engineers is probably, marginal at best. That's just my opinion.
Awesome. Yeah, I think you both landed, clearly on, and I agree. The PM needs to be providing the requirements. Now, how you go about that, this is kind of where I'll make a tangential point, which is my viewpoint on the PM is you need to be setting the context, like you for the engineers and your team that you're working with, and with that, really highlighting what is the business problem, what is the problem that you are trying to solve, and it could be a number of problems, but at the highest level, providing context for the situation, and so you don't get in the space of like you both highlighted, of writing specific requirements on the solution that needs to be built. Because if you're providing direct instructions on how the solution should be built, then you are likely not going to maximize the productivity, the creativity, and the efficiency of your team. Like, and the solutions you come back with are going to be very limited based on what you think. So really providing highlighting the problems will give then the engineers the flexibility to come up with the greatest solutions, because that's where a lot of the creativity is going to come from. Okay, moving on. So both of you are talking about getting PM roles and how to move into PM. So I'll throw this one to both of you. Where do you find companies that need product managers? Like, where would you where you're just starting your search? Where do you go?
I think probably LinkedIn is the best place right now, I'd say, Joel, and there are like so many product companies actually, and it necessarily doesn't have to be technical product companies, right? There are so many non-tech product companies as well. But yeah, I think short answer is, like, of course you can do Google search. I would say, ChatGPT, right? I'm pretty sure if you write ChatGPT a prompt, it will give you a list of product companies, right? But yeah, I think on a serious note, like LinkedIn, I think that's the best way to figure out not only like companies that need product managers. You would also be able to see by going to the company's page, how many product managers they have, right? Because I think that's also an indication of how big is their product organization, right? You'll find companies where probably will be very few product managers, which would say that, this is not a company where they have a requirement for a lot of product managers, maybe for their business, the way their business operates, right? And then there are companies where you find a lot of product managers. So I think LinkedIn is one of the best platforms where we can do all this research.
Chris,
and just to add to that, I think. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say the variety and the number of companies that are adding product management roles is pretty insane. I just saw McDonald's has product management roles, so you can find them at a lot of companies. They tend to be at larger companies. You're likely not to find them much at extremely early stage companies, but you can still find them in early stage, maybe likely Series A stage companies that are doing a couple $1 million of revenue in tech, and then also in non-tech companies. So you can just you can Google search companies that are hiring for product managers. LinkedIn is also a great resource. Even a little bit on Twitter, potentially. Not so sure about Facebook. Indeed, Glassdoor, those typical sites. But pretty much any company that has an IT department that's more than like 2 people should have a product manager, probably. Whether or not they actually do, they might not actually have one. But there are so many companies that have that need product managers and that have them as well.
Awesome. Okay, I'm going to move on. For someone, this is for Chris, actually. So for someone whose ultimate goal is to start a company, which career path is better, PM or strategy consulting?
I wouldn't say either of those are better for starting a company. I mean, there are so many different paths people take to start a company that I wouldn't say either is better. Even for getting into, if you want to get into a leadership role within a company, I wouldn't say either is necessarily better. Strategy consultants, I think, typically tend to be, MBAs, or people who have already built a business and sold it and have had a ton of success. And so those folks are more likely to be in leadership positions in large companies. But in terms of starting a company, I don't think either is necessarily better. I think it also depends on the very specific role. Because as a PM, you get very specific experience in terms of actually building products, and hopefully you're building products that people want, which is an important part of building a business, building things that people want and that they're willing to pay for. And then as a strategy consultant, you're really focused on long-term vision. So, it'll likely be easier, especially if you want to start like a venture-backed business, to sell that long-term vision and to be able to raise the funding that you need to execute on really big ideas. So I think PM is a little bit better in terms of being able to execute directly, and strategy consulting is probably better in terms of the longer-term vision and being able to fundraise and sell that vision.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Next question: how much of a PO experience will help in moving to a PM role? I'll pick this one up. I'll start this one. I think that 100% of the PO experience will help you in your PM role. That being said, I see the PO as not as a job, but as a role. And that is a role that the PM should be playing on the Scrum team as part of your Agile ceremonies. And depending on what you're working on, it could be 10% of your job, it could be 15%. PMs should be doing much more than what the PO is doing. And and I'm also of the school of thought that separating the PM and the PO role is not the optimal team format. I believe the PM should be playing the PO role on the Scrum team, and you don't want to separate the two, because now you have this division of responsibilities and potentially the telephone game occurring, and you can have some misses there. So that's my perspective. Would love to hear if either of you have any other thoughts.
Yeah, I think I totally align with you, Joel. I mean, like what I will learn or gain expertise on as a PO, I think everything in that will definitely help me in moving to a PM role. But I think it's just good to be aware that you would also need to learn things beyond what you are doing as a PO in order to be a successful PM. So I think mathematically putting it would look like PO is a subset of PM. But then there's also a large space outside PO that we need to gain expertise on in order to get into product management.
Yeah, I think you two both covered it very well. I think PMs should also be POs wherever possible.
Awesome. All right. Moving on then, considering the daily activities of continuously developing a product, what can you say about the prioritization of activities to innovate and those things we call technical debt activities? This is always something that really racks people's brains. Do I invest in the future, or do I invest in paying down the debt that I've accumulated?
Yeah, I can go for this, Joel. So I think it's really, there's no binary right or wrong answer here. I think it's more of striking a balance between what the business needs today to run versus where the market is going, where the trend is headed, and then how do I see my business adapting to the trend and be ready for the future market, right? So, and I think both are important, because if you don't run successfully today, like, there's less chance that you will be like in a position to tackle what's coming in the future, right? So I think it's all about like, striking that balance. Probably I would say, again, like there's no hard and fast percentage that I can use here, but I think even if I have to compare, probably it will be like, 70% or a little more, where like, you are prioritizing your current products that are running today in your business, and then you spend some of the other times thinking about innovation and like, next generation of products. But I think, yeah, like it's more of the balance that you need to maintain between the two.
Yeah, I agree that it's certainly more of an art than a science. I will say, certainly as a startup that has very limited resources, being a PM has been extremely valuable, because one of the, this is a core job of the PM role, as I think the question is alluding to, and we have priorities that we assign to features and to bugs. And so if you have a P0 bug that's a breaking bug, or that's a major security vulnerability, you have to resolve that immediately. But if you have something that's maybe a UI issue, or a package that's slightly outdated, or that's a little bit slow, you may not necessarily want to prioritize that debt. Another thing that can help drive your decision-making process in terms of innovation, because the question, innovation, sometimes they're not mutually exclusive. Sometimes you can innovate by eliminating technical debt, right? And if you eliminate technical debt, for instance, you may be able to increase performance, which may also drive revenue and make customers happier. So sometimes you can do both at the same time.
Awesome. Okay. Moving on. We know, and we have also heard today a couple of times, that networking is very important. However, in a world where everyone is stuck behind their screens, like we are today, and everything is online, networking seems like a challenge. Can you share how to effectively network in an online world, and also share your networking approaches?
Yeah, I can go for that, Joel. Yeah, I mean, networking, like if I just quantify for me personally, since I landed in the States in 2019, I've been in 3 companies, and two of those 3 roles happen through networking. So networking is very, very critical, the way I look at it. So I think to answer this particular question, I don't think that networking means only to be able to physically interact with the other person. You can definitely virtually network in the same capacity, or at least close to that same capacity as you do if you are able to interact offline, like in person. I would say that it's easier virtually, in the sense that you get more time to interact with the other person. So I think like few tips from my side that really helped me in networking was, one, like I was telling you in the presentation, right? When you are trying to connect with that person, make sure that you are sending personalized messages. Your aim should not be, okay, I'm connecting with you because I want you to give me a job. That's never a good impression. So, connect to learn from the other person, connect to hear about his or her experience in the organization, whether it's about the company or any particular role you're interested in. I think that sets the ball rolling. And that the other thing that I've seen with a lot of folks, like the mistake they make, is that, they start the relationship, but then if they identify very quickly that, no, I don't have anything to gain right now, they just drop relationship as well, right? And networking doesn't mean that. Networking is not something that you do like temporary and you come on board only when you need something, right? So you have to keep on like, maintaining like a healthy relationship with the other person. Doesn't mean that you have to ping the other person every day or every week, but like, make a cadence, like maybe once in a month, right? I don't think that's very hard. So you continue that relationship, not driven by only when you request something, but independent of that. And I think that really creates that bond long term. And that definitely can help you not only with your job search, but with a lot of other things, going forward in your career.
Absolutely. Chris, any other thoughts on networking?
Yeah, I think that's great. I think I'll just add that I think networking online is different because you can hit a lot more volume, but it's harder to go deep. And that certainly can be challenging. So I think it depends where you are, both geographically, but also where you are in your career. If you're in industry, if you're in a role in a company, I think the easiest way to network is to network with other people in the same company. It tends to be much easier than trying to network outside of your company. You can also network with people in the same role that you have in other companies, and then they can potentially connect you to people. If you're in, say, customer support, but you want to get into product management, you build relationships with those folks, and then they can connect you with other folks. That's also a way to get paid potentially. If your company will pay to go to a conference or something in your area, then you can get paid to actually go and network in person with people. Certainly, with remote work, I think remote work's great, but in my opinion, you can't replace networking with someone in person. And I've found that is extraordinarily valuable. But I've also had great success networking remotely. There are people I've never met in person. My role at Expedia, I had never visited the campus in person, never met the hiring manager in person, and was still able to land a great role.
Yeah, I think one last thing I'd add here is on effectively networking is really think about or consider joining a community and contributing to that community with your knowledge, with your connections, with whatever it is that you think you can do to add value and offer others support and help. Because I think when you offer your support and help for others, that ends up coming right back to you. Bringing positivity into your workplace, into the community, will definitely pay off in the long term. And so identify a community you might be interested in supporting or being a part of, and then start contributing, even if it's just in a small micro doses. Just consider doing that. That's something I've done. And online is a great way. There are a ton of online communities out there. There's so many. You can look at Substack newsletters. You can look through different product communities, such as ones that Geekle here has built. It's a great way to network online. Okay, last one. What entry-level roles are more suitable for someone from another industry who potentially wants to be a product manager? I'll send that one to you, Rudra.
Yeah, I think some of the more familiar roles like that can directly lead to product management would be something like, let's say, product analyst, right, or product consultant, or even product specialist. These are all entry-level roles, and these are also individual contribution roles mostly. So the experience that you need to get into these roles are relatively much less compared to the experience that you need to become a product manager. And then the skills and experience that you gain by working in these roles, they are directly related to product management. So what you do as a product analyst, again, of course, you will do much beyond that as a product manager, but then you definitely, the experience you gain as a product analyst, that will directly cater to the product management space. So I think, yeah, product analyst, product specialist, or product consultant, all these roles are entry-level roles where you can get in if you eventually want to land into product management.
Yeah, consulting is definitely a big one. And there are a ton of companies that hire entry-level consultants. Any role that works with product managers. So I don't know, it depends on what other industry you're referring to, but if you're a software engineer, software engineers interact with product managers. If you're a project manager, that's often an easier type of role to get than a product manager entry-level role. And then you can also potentially move directly into entry-level product manager roles. They tend to be very competitive, so it's not necessarily the easiest. But I've also seen some roles where if you have some sort of project management or other type of leadership experience, they'll count that towards the leadership experience, or they'll count that towards the experience requirements for a mid-level product management role. So I know the question is about entry-level roles, but you could potentially even, I've seen people move to mid-level product management roles from other industries.
Amazing. Gentlemen, thank you for your time today. I appreciate you hopping on for this quick group Q&A. Loved meeting you. Thank you both, and thank you, Lilia, for having us.
Yes, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Joe, for helping me to moderate this blog. It was amazing. Thank you for your topic today. Thank you, Christopher. Thank you, Rudra. Thank you, Pankaj. Unfortunately, he cannot join us for a QA session. I thank you to all our attendees, to all our speakers today. And now we are on the finish line of our first day, our junior track. So I'm happy that we made it today, and I hope that everyone is satisfied. Please leave your feedback on our feedback forms. We will send it to you after we will finish our event. So just share your thoughts, your minds, and your expressions about what we can do better for us and for you also. Thank you guys for your insightful information and for your knowledge and expertise. It was awesome, and I hope to see everyone on our future events. Let's be in touch. Thank you a lot, and let's be ready for a second day.
Thank you, Lilia. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye.